Assembly Chamber. Signed. 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 Assembly Chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly.
Members, please take your seats. So before we begin to move on to first item of business, I have a few announcements to make. Firstly, I wish to inform members that the Speaker is unwell, so he will not be in the chamber today but hopes to be back tomorrow. Secondly, I wish to inform members that 2 bills have received royal assent and became law on the 16th of September 2025. They are the Assembly Members Independent Remuneration Board Bill. It will be known as the Assembly Members Independent Remuneration Board Act, Northern Ireland 2025, and is Chapter 5. And the second bill is the Agricultural Bill. It will be known as the Agricultural Act, Northern Ireland 2025, and is Chapter 6. And lastly, I would like to advise members that Diane Forsyth has been appointed Deputy Chair of the Public Accounts Committee, effective from Tuesday, the 16th of September. So congratulations to Diane. So, matters of the day. Jerry Carroll has been given leave to make a statement on the British Government's recognition of the Palestine State, which fulfils the criteria set out in Standing Order 24. If other members wish to be called, they should do so by rising in their places and continuing to do so. All members called will have up to 3 minutes to speak on the subject, and I would like to remind members that interventions are not permitted. I will not be taking any points of order on this or any other matter until the item of business has finished. I call Jerry Carroll.
Deputy Speaker, thanks for selecting us, and best wishes to the Speaker as well. Deputy Speaker, there's no doubt that the British Government's decision to recognise an independent Palestinian state is a significant and a welcome move. We shouldn't forget that the state which has chief responsibility for sponsoring and bringing Israel into existence as a state was Britain itself. It was Britain for, let's not forget, Deputy Speaker, for over 30 years prior to the creation of Israel as a state, sponsored the destruction of homes, villages, the mass expulsion of hundreds of thousands of people, and eventually the expansion of and the creation of the apartheid state, which refused to recognise Palestinians only when trying to take their homes, their land, and expel them. So this is no doubt a welcome move, Deputy Speaker. However, while symbols can be important in politics and life, For Palestinians, they need a lot more than symbolism today and in the weeks ahead. The former Israeli ambassador to France warned Emmanuel Macron recently, and I quote, "If immediate sanctions are not imposed on Israel, it will end up recognising a cemetery." That's what's in front of us. That's what's in front and faces Palestinians. This announcement, the announcement of yesterday, Deputy Speaker, needs to be followed quite swiftly by action from this British government. We cannot have a situation where we have a fractured, Bantustan-like Palestinian state, starved of resources, starved of support. Meanwhile, next door we have one of the most armed, heavily armed, militarised states in the world, Israel, and Israel being allowed to still exist as an apartheid state, practicing ethnic cleansing, implementing genocide, wreaking havoc across the Middle East, whilst also having nuclear armoury as well. So recognition of a Palestinian state cannot be seen as the British government or the West's government's attempt to absolve themselves of backing Israel's war to the hilt, which they've done. They backed the efforts to starve Palestinians, they backed the efforts to bomb Palestinians to smithereens. And Britain, maybe this is some of Keir Starmer's thinking, Britain has a legal duty to prevent genocide, and the announcement yesterday, whilst important and welcome, will not protect Keir Starmer or others who backed Israel to the hilt. And in recent days, in recent 24 hours, in the last day, Deputy Speaker, there's been a lot of talk of rewarding terrorism. Is this decision not about rewarding terrorism? I would make the point that Israel has been the key driver of terrorism since 1948 and before it, wreaking havoc right across the Middle East. And what we need to see now is action from the British government and action from this executive to refuse to give any public money to companies involved in making weapons for Israel, to implement sanctions on Israel and expel all diplomats from these islands. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Pat Sheehan.
There was a Palestinian state in existence before the Balfour Declaration. There was a Palestinian state there before the establishment of an Israeli state. And in one sense, the Palestinian people do not need affirmation from the British government that there is a legitimate Palestinian state. However, all we can hope is that this is a small step towards more concrete actions rather than the British government attempting to cover its own back for complicity in the genocide that is taking place in Gaza and in the West Bank currently. The British government should now stop all arms and weapons going to Israel. You can't claim to be appalled by what is happening in Gaza and at the same time supply the bombs and missiles that are being used to blow women and children to pieces. It's time for all countries to come together now and isolate this rogue genocidal state. We had the report from the UN Commission. We recently heard from the International Group of Genocide Scholars that what is taking place in Gaza is a genocide. We'd already heard that from B'Tselem, an Israeli human rights organisation, Jews for Peace in Palestine, Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch. We didn't need all that. Anyone who looks at the situation there and is honest will say that genocide is taking place. We need now, all of us, the international community, to bring in a campaign of sanctions and boycott on Israel in the same way that the apartheid regime in South Africa was isolated internationally and eventually brought an end to that particular egregious regime. I'm saying now to the British government and to the other states that have decided to recognise Israel, don't stop at this point. Let's take action that will save lives, end the genocide, free Palestine now.
Thank you, Pat. I call Peter Martin.
Thank you, Principal. Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Over the weekend, the Prime Minister recognised a state of Palestine. Using the established criteria for the recognition of a state, the Montevideo Convention, it fails most, if not all, clearly lacking a government capable of exercising authority over its territory, a defined territory and a settled population. Recognition was supposed to be at a critical point for political negotiations for a long-term solution in the region, but we are nowhere near that, and this recognition will make no beneficial difference. It won't ease the suffering of anyone in Gaza, nor on the admission of the government feed a single child. It is deeply imbalanced, incredibly not requiring anything of Hamas or the Palestinian Authority, and most disgracefully not even gaining the release of the remaining hostages. It will now be banked by Hamas as justification for the 7th of October massacre. It will not advance peace or a lasting solution. Notwithstanding the political expeditiousness of this decision, as Thomas Hahn, the father of one of the female Jewish hostages taken on October the 7th, said this morning on GMU, it could have been used for peace rather than rewarding terror. He could have used it to gain the release of the remaining hostages, but this decision rather rewards terrorism. The Hostages and Missing Families Forum, an organisation which represents relatives of Jewish hostages with British ties, have also condemned the decision, calling it a betrayal of humanity and a move that rewards Hamas while 48 hostages remain in captivity. Instead of confronting Hamas, Britain has emboldened it, the group said in a statement. But Mr. Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, thankfully someone is happy. Mahmoud Ahmadaw, a senior Hamas official, has said it is a victory for Palestinian rights and the justice of our cause, and would send a clear message to Israel. In conclusion, Principal Deputy Speaker, I wish to categorically state that this decision by the Labour government is appalling, but I would also reflect that this is a Labour government that the TUV want to hand complete power and authority to in Northern Ireland for the next 4 years. A sensible move for unionists? Perhaps it's turkeys voting for Christmas. Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker.
I call Paula Bradshaw.
Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank you to Jerry for bringing this matter of the day to the Chamber. I rise to reflect on the UK's recognition of the Palestinian state that was accompanied by recognition also by Portugal, and we are expecting France to follow today. I appreciate some of the concerns around recognising a state which does not have a functioning administration. Nevertheless, it was the President of the Board of British Jews on a recent visit to Stormont and who quite correctly described a two-state solution as the only game in town. It is, of course, the case that Hamas rejects a two-state solution, and I think it is important that any recognition should be about promoting and supporting a two-state solution, a safe, democratic Palestine and a safe, democratic Israel. But we also have to be clear that the Israeli government, acting contrary to the wishes of the Israeli people, according to surveys going back many months and contrary to the expressed views of many Israeli military leaders, is continuing a war with the objective of ending any prospect of that outcome. It is our position that both Palestinians and Israelis have the right to self-determination, dignity and statehood. Indeed, this should never have been conditional. Recognition is fundamentally a symbolic act, of course. It is an important one, but it is also one which needs to be followed with consistent, resultant action. A two-state solution is also hindered by building illegal settlements, and we also need to see the immediate access of humanitarian aid to Gaza itself, including via the border with Egypt, which is currently under Israeli control. In closing, Principal Deputy Speaker, most of all, what we must reflect on here is our common humanity. The endless cycle of war and violence, including crimes against humanity, will only breed suffering for the current generation and hatred in the next one. The route to peace as ever, is through dialogue, not violence. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. I call Steve Aiken.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. May I first of all wish the Speaker a speedy recovery, and may I also wish our many Jewish friends and colleagues a happy Rosh Hashanah. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, on the 21st of September, the Prime Minister announced the recognition of the Palestinian state. He did this without any preconditions, and his remarks have been severely criticised, not least by our own Chief Rabbi Ephraim Mirvis, who stated that the British government's recognition was not contingent upon a functioning or democratic Palestinian government, not even upon the most basic commitment to a peaceful future. It does not require an end to the shameful payment of stipends to the families of terrorists, nor the reform of an education system that teaches children to hate Jews. Astonishingly, it's not even conditional upon the release of the 48 hostages who remain in custody. However, the Prime Minister's remarks have been warmly welcomed by none other by Hamas and their fellow travellers, who have said the result was one of the fruits of the 7th of October. To say that the Prime Minister's decision is a historic error is an understatement. His was a cynical attempt by the leader of the Labour Party to shore up his ever-weakening electoral position. To do this whilst at the same time ignoring the calls from the United States, Germany, who should know, and Italy, who have all stood firm against terrorism, is worse than expediency. Mr. Stammer has now secured his place in history for all the wrong reasons. There were at least 48 reasons for standing firm. Every one of those hostages still alive, and the families of those murdered need to be on the conscience of the Prime Minister. His approach is not leadership, but appeasement. A lesson I had hoped our Prime Ministers had learned from the hard lessons of history 87 years ago in Munich. The Prime Minister's approach has been recognised not just by Hamas, but by every other terrorist or dictatorship that knows, under him, our nation, under his leadership, has lost its moral compass. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. I call Sinead McLaughlin.
Speaker, the British government's decision to recognise the state of Palestine was long overdue. After months of bombardment, the starvation of an entire population and the deliberate destruction of civilian life, this recognition is not a triumph. It is the bare minimum owed to a people whose very existence is under threat. The Palestinian people are not Hamas. They are families enduring famine, children buried under rubble, parents searching for food and safety. They are a nation whose rights have been denied for generations. Keir Starmer himself admitted that the hope of a two-state solution is fading, yet only now has he acted. He insists that the recognition is not a reward for terrorism and that all hostages must be released. These are important points, but they cannot erase the fact that Britain has been painfully slow to respond while civilians have been starved and killed. Israel's Prime Minister condemned the decision as absurd and a reward for terrorism, but the real absurdity is that the international community has allowed this humanitarian catastrophe to continue, while warnings from the United Nations experts that Israel's actions in Gaza amount to genocide still go unheeded, including here in the UK government. Recognition means nothing if it is not followed by urgent action, an immediate and lasting ceasefire, unrestricted humanitarian aid, and accountability for those who violate international law. The world must insist to an end to the illegal occupation and on a future where Palestinians and Israelis alike can live in dignity and security. This is not about political gestures, it's about saving lives now. Thank you.
Thank you, Sinead. I call Timothy Gaston.
Principal Deputy Speaker, the announcement by the Prime Minister on Sunday that the United Kingdom now recognises a Palestinian state was and is shameful. Let us remember the context. The genesis of that announcement lies in the events of October the 7th, 2023. On that day, the Jewish people suffered the largest massacre since the Holocaust. Civilians were slaughtered. Men, women and children were butchered without regard for age or sex. And what is the response of this government? To reward that savagery, to hand victory to Hamas. This decision has nothing to do with peace in the Middle East. It has everything to do with Labour Party politics. It opens the door to a Palestinian embassy in London with all the privileges. Most concerningly, it gives diplomatic immunity for officials. Think of the dangers that brings. And what has Hamas given in return? Absolutely nothing. Not even the release of Israeli hostages who have now endured over 600 days in captivity. 600 days without even the most basic humanitarian concerns. Of course, that does not trouble the member who brought the matter before the House. While women were being raped, while families were being torn apart, while civilians were being massacred, what was he doing? Mr. Carroll was tweeting victory to the Palestinian resistance. The recognition of a Palestinian state today is not a step towards peace. It is a betrayal of the only democracy in the Middle East and those on the front line against Islamic extremism. A shameful act by a discredited government that the people of the UK are eagerly awaiting to kick out from office.
Thank you, and I call Philip Brett.
Deputy Speaker. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, the move by Keir Starmer to recognise the Palestinian state does more damage to a lasting solution in the Middle East than he could ever dream of. His decision was not about getting a lasting solution in the Middle East. It was about placating the loony left-wing members of his party. And it was about that age-old Labour Party tradition, rewarding terrorism and rewarding those who engage in violence. Let's be very clear. We have heard remarks in this chamber today about the greatness of recognising the Palestinian state, but no remarks from those very people, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, about the horrendous acts of terrorism by Hamas on October 7th. Because the truth is, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, those members do not want the State of Israel to exist. They do not want our Jewish community across the world to feel respected. This party, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, will never placate the rewarding of terrorism. On Wednesday evening, I had the privilege of being at the Belfast Synagogue, where hundreds of people joined together to raise funds to rebuild the kibbutz that were bombed, that were shot at, the people were raped in and were taken into captivity. I heard a message from one of those victims who lost her husband and her children on that day, and they know that the people of Belfast and the people of Northern Ireland stand with them and not the terrorists of Hamas. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, the decision taken by the Prime Minister will not advance the cause of finding peace, but it will further embolden the terrorists of Hamas, that they will continue to try and destroy the State of Israel. Let me be very clear, this party stands with Israel. This party stands with Israel and its rights to defend itself, and we will not allow those who continue to justify terrorism to succeed.
Thank you, Philip. So that ends matters of the day. The next item on the order paper is member statements. If members wish to be called to make a statement, they should do so by rising in their places. Those members who are called will have up to 3 minutes to make their statement. I would like to again remind members that interventions are not permitted, and I will not take any points of order on this or any other matter until this item of business has finished. I call Pat Sheehan.
Speaker. She writes my name on me so they can collect my limbs if they bomb us. Those are the words spoken by a young girl from Gaza in the short film Soft Skins. In the film, school children in Gaza speak about the custom that mothers in Gaza now have. Mothers will write the child's name on the child's arm or leg before the child leaves the house. Sweet is a scholar's life,
in Gaza.
but not in Gaza. A fortnight ago, we marked the International Day to protect education from attack. This time last year, I gave a speech on the same subject. I gave statistics and facts about the number of students, teachers and lecturers killed by Israeli forces. I gave an account of the schools and universities that Israeli forces have destroyed. I pointed out that the Israeli destruction of education was so bad that the United Nations had coined a word for it. That is scholasticide. After listening to some of the arguments made in the House recently, I heard members of the Assembly still making excuses for Israel, making excuses for Israel for killing children, trying to get an education, making excuses for Israel for shooting women, waiting to get food. I finally realised that some members of this House simply don't care about facts. Jews for Justice for Palestine, B'Tselem, Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, the United Nations can all point out Israel's atrocities, and those members would simply turn a deaf ear to the facts. It's a waste of breath to mention the 15,000 students killed in Gaza as a result of Israeli attacks. It will not make a button of difference to those members. They will simply make another excuse for Israel. She writes my name on me so they'll be able to gather my limbs if we are bombed. That's the life of school children in Gaza as a result of Israeli attacks. Sweet is the scholar's life, but not in Gaza. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, not in Gaza. Thank you.
Very good. Pat. Philip Red.
Deputy Speaker, the weekend once again brought yet another dark day for truth and for justice in Northern Ireland. For decades, innocent victims have been promised fairness, only to be denied justice time and time again. The Belfast Agreement was sold as a new beginning, but from the very outset, justice was corrupted. Victims watched as the gates to prisons were thrown open and their pain ignored. Republicans on the run handed secret letters of comfort by Tony Blair, while the families of their victims were left in torment. We have seen the shameful spectacle of victim makers being celebrated and eulogised, of our First Minister for all telling us that there was no alternative to IRA violence. That is not justice. That is a betrayal of justice. When others turned their back on the victims, it was this party that stood up for innocent victims and ensured a victim's pension for those who were harmed by terrorists during the Trouble. But yet once again, victims are being betrayed. We see now a new so-called legacy deal between the Irish government, another political stitch-up designed not to deliver truth, but to rewrite history. For years, Dublin has failed to cooperate with the Oma bomb and has refused to come clean on its collusion with the Provisional IRA, which is a national disgrace. And now, instead of standing up to them and with victims, the Labour Party has outsourced legacy to the Irish Republic. And let us be clear, the Labour Party has no interest in victims. Their record is one of equating victims with victim makers, one of announcing one-sided public inquiries and of bending to Republican demands, and yet some would happily hand over the future of Northern Ireland to that very government. Let me say with absolute clarity, the DUP will never support arrangements that bury the truth, that elevate terrorists above their victims, or condemn the victims of terrorism to the shadows. We will stand firmly with the innocent victims, be that London, Dublin or anywhere else. This party will continue to call out the rank hypocrisy of those who do down the victims of our past.
Thank you, Phil. Before I call the next member, which is Neil McAllister, just ask people to rise in their seat if they wish to make a statement. Neil McAllister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Last week was a monumental occasion in Westminster when we saw the introduction of the Public Office Accountability Bill, but most of us know it as the Hillsborough Law. This legislation will introduce individual duty of candour for all public officials and authorities. That's ensuring there's a legal duty on everyone to be open and honest when mistakes are made. We all know that this comes off the back of the campaigning from the Hillsborough families and wider community, which saw the tragedy of 97 people lose their lives. I want to put on record my thanks to Ian Byrne MP, who myself and my colleague Saoirse Eastwood have worked closely with over the past year to ensure that Northern Ireland's voices are not lost when it comes to the Hillsborough Law. I also want to thank the campaigners who have fought so tirelessly for over the years. In Northern Ireland, we are all too familiar with institutional cover-ups. In recent years, we have learned of more scandals, more cover-ups, a lack of truth, and a lack of accountability. Through my role as a member on the Health Committee and the Policing Board, I've engaged with victims and those who have had family members that have been damaged, injured and lost their lives. Through Muckamore, the cervical smear scandal, the tragedy surrounding the murder of Katie Simpson, the families of Adam Strain, Rachel Ferguson, Claire Roberts and Conor Mitchell, children who lost their lives due to hyponatremia. Those who have unfortunately lived through the consequences of a cover-up are all united in their call for greater transparency and accountability for public officials, whether health workers, police officers or others. And indeed, an individual duty to be open and honest when mistakes are made has consistently been recommended after inquiries, both here in Northern Ireland and the wider UK. And I recognise that there's work to be done to get all of the workforce across all of the public sector on board. But we have to be honest that this law does not mean punishment for making a mistake. It means that there should be no cover-ups. To close, I want to thank every single family who has been impacted by institutional cover-ups, whether it's through the Hillsborough disaster, Muckamore, hyponatremia, or patients of Dr. Watts. It has never been more important to work together. You'll never walk alone.
Thank you, Nuala. I call John Burrows.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I just want to address, in very introductory terms, the legacy agreement reached between the United Kingdom Government and the Government of the Republic of Ireland, which so many people were murdered and maimed in our troubles, and so many more, perhaps too many to even quantify, have been affected through mental health and other suffering. You owe it to those victims to give any consideration, serious and solemn reflection. And that is what we're going to do in the Ulster Unionist Party, but there are some guiding principles that we will have. And the first of those is we will be informed mostly by the victims. Too often in our peace process, it has been the needs of perpetrators that have come first and victims that have come second. Blind eyes were turned to violence for the greater good, if you define the greater good as ignoring violence. Blind eyes were turned to punishment shootings, so it didn't upset the apple cart of negotiations. That cannot continue, so we will be guided by victims' needs and not the needs of perpetrators. The second thing is we will make sure there's fair treatment for the vast, vast majority of servicemen and police officers who put on a uniform and went out to serve our country with courage and distinction. We will ensure that any proposals, before they have our support, recognise fairness for our veterans and our police officers. Thirdly, we will ensure that history cannot be rewritten, and there is a strategic intent of some people, including some in this very place, to rewrite history. We will make sure that does not happen. And fourthly, that we uphold the rule of law and justice in our country. So with those four principles, I want to address just one aspect of the legacy agreement, and that is the commitment, the belated commitment of the Government of the Irish Republic to investigate Troubles-related crimes. Why does it take into 2025 to make a commitment to investigate such crimes? How many people have died who were victims? Many suspects have died that will never be brought to justice. How much evidence has been lost? We'll be asking serious questions about the Irish Government, about the purported amnesty that was given to Republican violence. And Michael McDowell confirmed in the Irish Times he was asked to give that amnesty by leader of Sinn Féin, and he gave it. We're very concerned that that amnesty may actually scupper any attempts to bring people to justice. And in relation to the Garda Síochána Legacy Unit, we'll be making sure that there's legal requirements, if this goes ahead, that they give unredacted intelligence to the UK bodies. And second of all, that there's independence in that unit too. We call for independence in the investigatory bodies in Northern Ireland. We want to see independence in any Garda Síochána unit, from someone from Northern Ireland making sure that they are disclosing and they are cooperating, and the Irish Government is no longer trying to keep things secret.
Thank you. I call Matthew O'Toole.
Well, Deputy Speaker, Principal Deputy Speaker, I don't know if you've ever got a night bus home, and I'm not sure even if that's an appropriate question to be asking the Chair. I don't know how, after a night out, people here get themselves home, whether they use taxis, whether they walk, if you're lucky enough to live close enough to where you're going out. But I do know that in Belfast, in this great city that I represent, you represent, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, others in this chamber do, but everybody in this region has an interest in, because people from across the north travel into Belfast for nights out, for weekends, including on Friday night when we had the terrific and triumphant return of Culture Night to our streets. But one thing we've been lacking is safe, secure and reliable public transport home for all those revellers of all ages. There's a serious point, which is particularly about safety of young people, especially young women, because having the confidence to travel safely is a critical part of being able to enjoy a night out safely. But, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, unlike other parts of these islands, we have failed historically to give proper options for public transport home for the people who are socialising of all ages in the centre of Belfast. We now have a thriving nightlife. Mr. Brett opposite has worked alongside myself and others on building policy support for the brilliant offer we have. I am pleased to say that Belfast City Council, in conjunction with the Department of Infrastructure, after campaigning by my party, including my colleague Councillor Seamus Deficha, has moved to a pilot for night buses in Belfast. That's hugely welcome news for people who enjoy the centre of the city and our amazing offer, whether that's theatre, nightlife, pubs, restaurants, whatever it is, or amazing one-off events like Culture Night on Friday night. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, what we want is people to come into the centre of the city and enjoy our terrific city. We also want to restore areas that are derelict, including the Tribeca area, and I think we're going to be debating that again in the not-too-distant future. But safe, reliable public transport is hugely important. The Belfast Night Czar, Michael Stewart, has talked about this. This is a huge driver for our hospitality industry, who are struggling in many ways with additional costs. Unlocking public transport from the city is going to be really, really important. There's a pilot that's been agreed in principle, but now we need the Infrastructure Minister to step up with the funding. I would hope that the Economy Minister and indeed others in the Executive will see the huge potential that can arise from greater use from night buses and public transport, and more use of public transport in general coming out of the city. I think this is a huge opportunity for our terrific city. If anybody who is in Belfast on Friday night will have seen the amazing range of things we had from Culture Night. There was even, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, wrestling at Grand Central Station, which is the biggest transport hub in Ireland. There was all sorts. There was band music. There were choirs. There was an opera singer in the train station, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. The only thing we're missing is safe, secure night buses. We're going to keep fighting for it. Thank you.
Okay. I call Orlea Flynn.
And today I would like to speak about an extremely important matter regarding women's health and some of the massive misconceptions that still exist out there among many, many women to the present day, and that's around smear tests and the detection of ovarian cancer. So the most recent stats are showing that almost half of the women here in the north of Ireland, a staggering 46%, wrongly believe that a cervical smear test will detect ovarian cancer, and it will not. And as a woman, I throw my hands up and admit that I did not know this was the case. And I would like to think that I'm across in terms of looking after my own health, but until my first encounter with the Target Ovarian Cancer charity, I did not know that this was the case. So I want to commend that particular charity for leading the way in terms of creating the awareness around this, that smear tests will only screen for cervical cancer. And it's the false sense of reassurance that many, many women have that smear tests will pick up ovarian and cervical cancer. This is actually costing lives. There's so many women that still don't know this is the case. And unlike cervical cancer, ovarian cancer has no routine screening test, making the awareness of its symptoms absolutely critical. But if women don't know to look out for the symptoms, if they think that it's getting picked up naturally through the normal screening of a smear test, this is really, really dangerous. And the Target Ovarian Cancer charity have repeatedly called on the Department of Health to update the public messaging around this, and I think that needs to happen urgently. In July, the NHS England made it clear that cervical screening does not detect ovarian or other gynaecological cancers. The HSE in the South are also running a public awareness campaign. Women in the North deserve the same clarity and the same support, yet up until now the department's failed to act. And ovarian cancer is much more treatable, like many cancers, when it's caught early. But right now, 31% of women here in the North diagnosed with ovarian cancer will not survive for 1 year, and this must change. We must ensure that women know the symptoms they need to be looking out for, which is persistent bloating, abdominal pain, feeling full quickly, and changes in bowel habits. Awareness saves lives, and early diagnosis will save lives. Too many women here are being diagnosed far too late when their treatment options are then limited and their outcomes are poor. This is about our mothers, our daughters, our sisters, our friends, real people that are facing this deadly disease that often comes too late, again because of the misconceptions around what a smear test can pick up. So please, out of today, spread the message to all the women in your family, any woman in your lives, in your context, and particularly your constituents.
Thank you. I call Paul Frew.
Principal Deputy Speaker, and can I take this opportunity, whilst I have received it from Nuala McAllister, and echo her comments around the Hillsborough law. It was a good day when that law was published, but I'll not leave it to chance by the Labour Government or even our own Health Minister, and that's why I take the opportunity to raise my consultation on an individual duty of candour that will not only bring in openness and transparency to our healthcare setting, it will set up a new reporting regime with independent eyes and greater protection for whistleblowers. There is no doubt, Principal Deputy Speaker, that the Executive as a whole is facing a number of challenges and issues that need resolved. These challenges are extremely difficult, but that's what we are in politics for, after all, is it not? It will be our people who will implement any and all of the Executive's initiatives coming forward now and in the future. And if we truly want to make Northern Ireland work, if we truly want to make Northern Ireland an attractive place to live and work, then we really have to do more to invest in our people. Not only by providing them with opportunities to grow business and have that entrepreneurial spirit, but to ensure that those who go into professions, noble professions working for the state, to provide services for us, are all properly remunerated and are valued. We need to invest in our people, whether that is our healthcare staff looking after our elderly and vulnerable, or teachers encouraging our children to learn, or police officers keeping us safe. We need to invest in all of them. That's why the DUP wants to see a fair and complementary pay award, and that must consider pay relative to the rest of the UK. Pay parity must be the goal, and I call on the Finance Minister to make this a main priority in his tenure. Let us show the people of Northern Ireland that we value them, we believe in them, and that they are worth it. That's what makes this country great. It's people. Let's ensure that the remuneration and the conditions are there that our people deserves. So I ask and I plead with the Finance Minister, look at the pay awards for this year. Let's get on with it, and let's get our people remunerated for the jobs, the valuable jobs that they do, providing for all of our people, teaching our children, looking after our elderly, keeping us safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. I call Claire Ferguson.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Recently, the Britain's Reform Party Deputy Leader did not just threaten the Good Friday Agreement, he threatened the democratic mandate of the people of the north of Ireland. How dare he? But this comes as no surprise. Time and again, British political parties have shown complete and utter disregard for the democratic will of the people. We live every day with the consequences of the last time they ignored us during the Brexit negotiations. The North did not get a fleeting chance. So when the Tories talk about dragging Britain out of the European Convention on Human Rights, they think that means the automatic right to drag the North with them. And now Reform's Richard Tice goes even further, openly declaring his willingness to oppose such a change in the full knowledge of it being against the wishes of Irish nationalists. Let me be crystal clear. Any attempt by any British party to use the Good Friday Agreement as a bargaining chip will not fly, nor will threats that indulge a minority section of political unionism whilst holding the majority of our citizens to ransom. The truth is this: Irish interests have never been served in Westminster, and they never will be. That is why more and more people are looking to the real alternative, Irish reunification. An alternative that can grow the economy, protect our health service, guarantee rights, and restore us automatically to the European Union. So let me send a message straight back across the water to those who dismiss our voices, who gamble with our rights, who ignore our mandate. Hear this loud and clear. The Good Friday Agreement will not be undermined. The principle of consent is not up for negotiation, and the constitutional future of the North will be decided only by the people who live on this island. The people here will have their say, their voice will be heard. That time is imminent. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire. I call Timothy Gosson.
Principal Deputy Speaker, and this morning I want to comment on the fact that the Mayor's suggestion that the husband of Heather Humphreys, the Fine Gael candidate for President, that he once had been in the Orange Order, merits front-page headlines, news reports and wall-to-wall commentary. What a telling insight into the Republic in the 21st century. It is often repeated that Sir James Craig described the old Stormont in Northern Ireland as a Protestant Parliament for a Protestant people. What is less often recalled is that he was responding to Eamon de Valera's saying that the southern state would be a Catholic state for a Catholic people. 100 years later, it is plain to see which of those spirits remains alive and well. The modern republic boasts of its tolerance. We are told it is a land where diversity is celebrated, where a homosexual Taoiseach of Indian heritage can lead the country. I dare say, Principal Deputy Speaker, if Heather Humphreys were black or Muslim, the press would have played that story positively. But a white Protestant with suspected links to the Orange Order, oh no, that is beyond the pale. The very fact that this is considered a story says an awful lot about what unionists can expect in a so-called New Ireland. It seems for many in the Republic, when it comes to one minority, the Protestant minority, it is all well and good so long as they know their place. And to those in this House who will claim that this is unrepresentative of the Republic, why should unionism believe you when you do not tolerate an orange march for 5 minutes a year in a majority nationalist area, yet demand that your culture through the Irish language be imposed where it is simply not wanted? Principal Deputy Speaker, the idea of an agreed Ireland is nothing more than spin for political domination of the unionist community, and we must resist that New Ireland mythical nonsense coming from Sinn Féin and their friends at every opportunity, and expose it for what it is.
Thank you, Timothy. I call Colin Gilder now.
Last John Corlia. And I raised this morning just to note the closure of the consultation period in relation to the anti-poverty strategy last Friday. Akiarja, poverty continues to rise and continues to be a real problem here. We're still addressing a lot of cost of living issues. We're on the back of many years of Tory austerity, and we are still dealing with the impact and the ramifications of partition and how that affects the economy here on this island. The Minister for Communities' draft strategy, it has to be said, met with dismay and was rejected, indeed, by many of the sector who work in this area, a sector who know what the problems are and also what the solutions are. It is absolutely regrettable that the Minister disengaged from those with real expertise, who had engaged with the previous Minister, Deirdre Hargey, to draw up a very substantive draft document. So moving forward, what's key now is that this strategy contains the elements that the sector have identified as being necessary to make a strategy that will make a real difference. It has to have robust targets. It has to have a clear line of governance, given that this will be a cross-governmental and cross-departmental strategy, and it has to be resourced in a way that makes a difference. So the Minister must now listen to the responses he will have got in that consultation process, and I have no doubt he will have heard loud and clear. He must come back with a strategy that will make a real difference going forward, and he must get on with drafting and bringing forward the other strategies which are interlinked and interdependent here: gender strategy and LGBTQ.
Thank you, Colin. I call Stephen Dunn.
Deputy Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to one of Northern Ireland's greatest ever sportsmen, Jonathan Ray, MBE, as he has recently announced his retirement from World Superbike racing. Jonathan has represented Northern Ireland on the world stage with incredible distinction, humility and professionalism, with an incredible glittering career that includes 6 World Superbike Championships, a world record in itself, a record 119 race wins and over 260 podium finishes. He has firmly established himself as the most successful superbike rider ever in World Superbike history. Jonathan comes from a very proud motorsport background and has never forgotten his roots, and his achievements have truly inspired young people right across Northern Ireland and beyond. He has shown that someone from here can reach the very top of global sport, and motorcycle racing runs very deep within the Ray family, as they supported and raced with the late great Joey Dunlop, one of our greatest ever sportsmen as well. Jonathan has been a superb ambassador for Northern Ireland, proudly promoting our country with pride around the world and always recognising his very loyal fan base, his team, his family, and was rightly honoured with an MBE by the late Her Majesty the Queen in 2017. And his contribution goes far beyond the racetrack. He has helped raise the profile of motorsport here and tourism and much more for many years. As he steps away from the World Superbike track, we say thank you, Jonathan Ray, for your dedication, excellence, and for making us all proud and giving us so many memories. We have a very proud track record of success in motorsport, and that must be matched with investment, and that's why it's been excellent to see the Communities Minister investing $187,000 recently to improve motorsport safety across the country, including iconic events like the North West 200, and we look forward to seeing further investment in the times ahead. Jonathan Ray MBE, thank you very much for your service and congratulations on an incredible career. Thank you, Principal Deputy.
Diane, you have 1 minute.
Speaker, and finances underpin our public services delivery here in Northern Ireland, and more we see the pressures on the budget, and it's time that the Finance Minister stepped up and took account for some of the issues within our rates system. Just last week he replied to me to say that another £18 million of unpaid rates was written off in the last financial year. That brings it to £82 million of unpaid rates written off in the past 6 years, and rolling arrears in the region of £100 million. The DUP are committed to delivery for hard-pressed working families in Northern Ireland and have demonstrated this time and time again. But as we continue to support the hard-pressed middle who are trying their best to pay their rates, it's unfair that the Finance Minister seems to think that the only way to meet the financial pressures is to continue to increase the rates whilst turning a blind eye to those that are not paying those that are already being billed to them. It's time we saw a change of attitude from the Finance Minister. He stepped up and recognised the hard-pressed working families who are doing their best to pay their rates bills.
Thank you, Diane. That ends member statements. So I've received notice from the Minister for the Economy that she wishes to make a statement. And as usual, before I call a Minister, I'd like to remind members they need to be concise in asking their questions, and it's not an opportunity for debate or long-winded introductions. Minister.
And I would like to update the Assembly on the closure of the Non-Domestic Renewable Heat Incentive, or the RHI Scheme. Members will recall that New Decade, New Approach, which formed the basis for restoring the Executive in 2020, included a commitment to close RHI and replace it with a more effective decarbonisation support. However, closure was not progressed in the previous mandate. In the absence of closure, over £100 million of funding for renewable heat has gone unutilised since 2020. This issue has assumed even greater urgency as Ofgem will stop administering the scheme from April 2026. In July last year, the Executive affirmed its commitment to closure. Subsequently, my department has been developing a business case which contains significant technical and legal detail. We have also been engaging constructively with stakeholders, including scheme participants, and I want to thank all involved for that. I can now confirm that the Department of Finance has approved the business case and the Executive has agreed on a way forward. My department will now move to publish a public consultation on the closure arrangements. This will run for 8 weeks. At the earliest opportunity, my department will introduce to the Assembly a bill which clarifies the department's powers to close the scheme. It would be my intention to then bring a paper to the Executive in December 2025 to confirm the closure regulations. Subject to passage through the Assembly, it is my intention that new regulations will take effect by April 2026. In securing closure, we must ensure that participants who have acted in good faith receive the payment that they are legally entitled to receive, while also protecting the taxpayer. The closure payment aims to strike this balance. The tariff rate used to calculate closure payments has been independently verified by Professor David Rooney and approved by the Department of Finance. With closure and with Ofgem no longer administering the scheme, meters will no longer be monitored for usage. Payments will therefore be based on usage between 2017 and 2019, the period which best reflects the actual heat demand for which installations were designed. Instead of receiving a single one-off payment, compensation to participants will be staggered over a period of 10 years for the typical participant. This approach frees up my department to engage with Treasury on a scheme which could utilise approximately £10 million per annum of AME funding for an alternative use. After the scheme is closed, I will update the Assembly on the progress of engagement with Treasury. It also means that payments can be stopped if an installation is no longer in use. There are, of course, pros and cons associated with all closure options, but the approach proposed, I believe, is the most reasonable in the circumstances. As we work towards closure, the Executive has also agreed to apply the tariff rate which will be used to calculate closure payments ahead of the coming winter period. If the Assembly agrees, this will come into effect in November 2025. Cancorlia, it is long past time that the RHI scheme is closed and that funding available is put to better use. With Ofgem stepping away from the administration of the scheme by April next year, time is running out. The launch of the consultation will represent a significant step forward. Closure of the RHI scheme will allow my department to focus efforts on developing alternative support measures. We now have a clear path to fulfilling the NDNA commitment and delivering a solution that is fair to participants and taxpayers alike. I commend this statement to the Assembly.
Thank you, Minister. I call Sinead McLaughlin on behalf of the Opposition.
Minister, you must agree that RHI has done untold damages to people and to businesses right across the north who entered into it in good faith. The Assembly previously voted down a proposal from your predecessor to uplift RHI tariffs. Can you confirm what the new tariffs actually are and what is the uplift rate you intend to use for closure payments, and when will it come into effect?
Minister.
For her question, and I don't think anybody would argue that RHI has been a success, and I think the participants in particular who signed up in good faith and genuinely, I would say it would be an understatement to say it has fallen short of their expectations. In relation to the amount, I think I have circulated the proposed tariff rates now. I suppose the best one to point to that most boilers will be in the category of, most installations will be in the category of, would be the lower medium biomass category, and the current tariff rate is 2.2 and it is proposed to be raised to 6.1. So that I suppose there's a number of different categories, but the member can see those for herself. In relation to the timeline, as I indicated in my statement, it would be my intention to introduce temporary regulations for the period of this winter fairly immediately, so that we can get that set for participants for the coming winter period. That, of course, will require the approval of the Assembly, and we will also be endeavouring to have the scheme closure and closure arrangements in place by April next year, when Ofgem will cease administering the scheme.
Thank you. I call Philip Brett, Chair of the Committee for the Economy.
Thank you, and can I firstly thank the Minister for her usual courtesy and providing me with an advance copy of her statement today. Minister, I think all members of this House are united in wanting to achieve a closure which represents value for the taxpayer and also respects those participants who entered in good faith. With that in mind, Minister, once your consultation has concluded, can you confirm that the proposals will come forward to the Executive for cross-party agreement?
Minister.
Member for his question, and it would be my intention that the tariff rates, once consulted upon, are brought back to the Executive for approval before being brought to the Assembly, and we hope to have that completed by end of November, early December, and as I have said to Sinead, that the final closure arrangements will be in place by April next year.
I call Patrick Talargi.
Thank the Minister for her statement. Minister, can I ask what engagement you've had with stakeholders about the closure process?
Yeah, and I thank the member for his question, and there has been significant engagement with department officials and the with the scheme participants and others involved in that as well. And I, as I said in my statement, I'm grateful to all involved for their constructive engagement. I think we are in a better place than we have been previously in terms of the proposed arrangements that are being put in place, and I am hopeful that the participants and then those that represent them will be welcoming of what is being proposed today, and that we obviously will have the consultation taking place over the next number of weeks, which is an opportunity again for participants to share their views on what is being proposed here in terms of the way forward.
Thank you. I call David Honeyford.
Welcome the statement and thank the Minister for the statement provided to us earlier. You talk about the uplift and that's verified, but can you tell us what's different today than what was here last year and what's changed? And does the Minister accept that RHI has been mismanaged by the department and trust has been damaged? So what are you doing to repair the trust with RHI owners who went in with that in good faith, but also trust within MLAs within the committee?
Minister.
Yeah, and I thank the member for his question as well. As I indicated to Sinead, the proposed tariff rates have been circulated now to MLAs as well, so that you can have a look at those and give them consideration yourselves. The proposed rates are higher than what the proposed rates were for last year, and as I have indicated in terms of both my statement and other answers, there has been significant engagement with participants, and I certainly believe that we are in a better place in terms of that kind of constructive engagement that has taken place. And as I say, I'm grateful that that is the case. Certainly for my part, I will absolutely be endeavouring to ensure that the committee is furnished with what they require, and that we find a way forward in relation to the closure of this scheme, but also all of the important work that we have to do across the energy policy area. As the member will be aware from his work on the committee, there are a lot of things happening in parallel, and it's a priority area for me. So in terms of that engagement with committee is really important.
Thank you. I call Emma Sheeran.
Minister, can I ask how much will be paid out in compensation for this scheme?
And I thank the member for her question. The closure arrangements that have been designed to still stay within the AME budget that we have, and so the proposed tariff rates to be put in place and the payments to be made out to participants will be roughly the same amount as the current arrangement, so up to I think 196 million of AME over the next 10 years is what the scheme is expected to cost, and up to 17 million of resource still in terms of the management of the scheme by the department, and those amounts have been approved by the Department of Finance as part of the business case, but obviously all of that will be confirmed upon the completion of the consultation and the tariff rates being put forward through the Assembly.
Thank you, Minister. I call Gary Middleton.
Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for her statement and the engagement that she says she's had with the stakeholders. Minister, what confidence can you give to those who did apply to the scheme and operate the scheme in good faith? What confidence can you give to those people that when the consultation is completed, that their views will be very much listened to?
Minister.
Yeah, and I thank the member for his question, and as I've indicated in terms of other answers, I think that the engagement that we've had with participants has been positive and constructive, and as I think we're in a better place in terms of the understanding of the dual aims that we are trying to meet here in terms of being fair both to participants and taxpayers, and certainly the consultation is the opportunity for people to air their views, and we will fully take on board what is shared through that, but it is that balancing act of trying to be fair to both participants but taking account of the demands of our taxpayers as well.
Thank you, Minister. I call Colin Gildernew.
And can I ask, Minister, how the installations will be monitored?
Yeah, and I thank the member for his question. And as we move through the closure arrangements, I'm finding my answer here for you, Colin. The requirement to have metering in place will no longer be there. So participants will be required to provide evidence that the installations do remain in use on an annual basis. The department will also introduce an audit and review procedure which will include on-site protections, so there is that opportunity to ensure that the installations are continuing to be used and that the payments are therefore being made genuinely.
Thank you, Minister. I call Dan Forsyth.
Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for bringing this to the House today, and I welcome her comments already on engagement and the importance of it, and it's important to remember that there are many people at the heart of this who entered this in good faith, and I just wonder, when she talks about the engagement, could you give a little bit more detail as to what level of engagement there has been with those who are actually involved in the scheme and directly financially impacted?
Yes. So, as I have indicated, the Department has engaged with all key stakeholders, including with RANI and with the Ulster Farmers Union, who represent a fair number of those boiler or installation owners. So obviously the consultation is the opportunity for everybody to have their say on what is being proposed. I believe that the place that we have got to now is a much better place than where we have been previously, based on that constructive engagement, and therefore I would of course encourage everybody to participate in the consultation once it's launched in the near future.
Thank you, Minister. I call Timothy Gaston.
Principal Deputy Speaker. Minister, it's unfortunate it's taken the Department so long to get to this place and learn its lessons from what was rejected this time last year. To allow farmers to plan cash flow, can you commit today to what date the uplift will be implemented on, and will you give an assurance moving forward that future green schemes such as this will have buy-in from industry and co-designed with industry to ensure that we're not left with a faux pas that we've had with RHI?
Thank you, Minister.
And I thank the member for his question. And as I indicated, it would be my intention that the regulations to put in place the uplift for this winter will have been approved by the Assembly by the end of November. Obviously, that depends on the Assembly approving the regulations, so that is partly in the member's hand. And certainly I think it is important that when we are developing not just renewable energy projects, but any projects, that we are working in partnership with those who are actually going to be using them and delivering them at the other side. So that the principle of partnership and co-design is something that we are very much ensuring that is in place in anything that we are bringing through the Department, including all of the energy policy that I referred to when we were discussing with Mr Honeyford earlier on. So certainly from my perspective, I'm happy to give that commitment.
Thank you, Minister. That concludes questions on this statement. If members would take their ease before we move on to the next item of business. Thank you.
Okay, members, the next item of business is a motion from the opposition on the A5 Western Transport Corridor Scheme. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly expresses regret that the Minister for Infrastructure and executive colleagues failed to take the necessary actions to ensure that the A5 Western Transport Corridor Scheme could withstand legal challenge, and calls on the Executive to ensure that the A5 scheme begins construction by the end of this Assembly mandate.
Thank you. I call Daniel McCrossan to move the motion on behalf of the opposition. Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. 3 amendments have been selected and are published on the Marshal's list, so the Business Committee has agreed that 45 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. Mr McCrossan, can you please open the debate on the motion?
Thank you, Speaker. First and foremost, might I say today on the record that we are thinking on all of those families who have lost loved ones on the A5 road over the last number of years since its announcement in 2007. They have suffered the worst possible consequences of this dangerous road, the losses of sons and daughters, husbands and wives, fathers and mothers, friends and neighbours. This debate is not abstract. It is not about lines on a map or figures on a balance sheet. It is about people in West Tyrone, in Derry, in Donegal and beyond, who live every single day with the reality of a dangerous, crumbling A5 road. Over 50 lives have been lost on the A5 since the project was first announced. Dozens more have been left with life-changing injuries. Behind every statistic is a family, a community left in grief. That is why the A5 Enough is Enough campaign has had to exist. Families who should never have had to beg for a safe road have carried their pain with courage and dignity, determined to ensure no one else endures what they have had to endure. This is a road that unites us in our frustration, in our anger, in our shared demand for better. No party, no community, no tradition is untouched by the grief this road has caused. Every family travelling the A5 knows the anxiety, the dread, the moments of near misses. We are united in the pain it has inflicted and in the frustration of seeing promise after promise broken. Speaker, the A5 is not just about safety, it is about fairness. This is the main artery that connects Derry, Strabane, Omagh and Tyrone to Dublin and the wider island economy. It is the gateway for trade, for investment, for jobs. It is vital for agriculture, for hauliers, for businesses trying to get their goods to market. Without it, the North West is shackled, investment is deterred, businesses look elsewhere, and our young people are forced to leave to find opportunity elsewhere. Every delay has been a lost opportunity. Every delay has led to further loss of life. Every collapse has been another signal that this shambles of an executive treats our region as second class. And let's be absolutely clear where responsibility lies. This project has collapsed not once, not twice, but 3 times. And the trend is clear. Each collapse was avoidable. Each collapse was the result of ministerial failure. And every collapse has the fingerprints of Sinn Féin ministers all over it. The first failure came under Minister Conor Murphy, who failed to account for the requirements of the Habitats Directive, a fundamental oversight that left the project legally vulnerable. The second failure came when Sinn Féin collapsed this Assembly for a number of years. With no minister in place, the Permanent Secretary lacked the necessary authority to proceed. The project was withdrawn, years lost because Sinn Féin played politics with people's lives. The third failure, the most recent, came under Minister John O'Dowd. The Planning Appeals Commission produced a detailed report with clear recommendations to make the scheme robust. That report sat on the Minister's desk for a year of inaction, a year wasted. And when the case returned to the court, the judge was furious at the department's very clear failures. And not the first time the judge has criticised the Department for Infrastructure. He's described it recently as a laughingstock. What does that say about how this department is being run? In the middle of the legal process for one of the biggest projects facing our people here, Sinn Féin even swapped out their ministers, signalling chaos and instability at the very moment when our people were demanding stability. This is not misfortune. This is not bad luck. This is absolute incompetence at the heart of government. And what is shocking is that it has been repeated over and over and over again. And while all the dithering and bungling continues, the cost of the A5 has ballooned. What began as a project estimated to cost £800 million has now escalated to a shocking £2.1 billion. That escalation is not just about inflation. It is not about delay, mismanagement and a total failure to deliver. Families in the North West are paying the price for Sinn Féin's incompetence in government here in the North, not only with their lives, but also with their money. Speaker, let me also say something about the present condition of the A5 and the roads across Tyrone. While we wait endlessly for promises that never materialise, the current road is falling apart and not fit for purpose. Potholes, dangerous patchwork repairs, crumbling surfaces, vehicles are being damaged every single day. Families already battling a cost-of-living crisis are being hit with repair bills for tyres, suspensions and wheels, all because the Executive has failed to invest in the West. People are paying twice, once through their taxes and again through their repair bills. That's unfair, it's unsustainable, it's unacceptable. Now, I know some in this House will quickly point to the former Minister Nicola Mallon. Let's be clear, when Minister Mallon held this office, she did her due diligence. She did not chase headlines prior to an election or rush decisions for political gain. She took the time to ensure that this scheme was legally robust and ready to proceed. She handed over a project in good faith, expecting successors to see it through. What followed instead was years of incompetence, dithering and failure by Sinn Féin. And there's another contrast worth pointing out. I want to acknowledge the role of the Irish Government. Despite political instability in this place, the Irish Government has consistently reaffirmed its financial commitment to the A5 as part of the Shared Island Fund and previous North-South agreements. They've recognised its importance and the importance of this project for cross-border connectivity, for road safety and economic growth on both sides of the border. Dublin has kept its promise, and Sinn Féin are quick to criticise the Irish Government in Dáil Éireann, but when it comes to their own incompetence here, they're patting each other on the back. Mr. Speaker, there's 3 amendments before us today, and let me deal with them. Sinn Féin's amendment is nothing short of a self-congratulation exercise. Shock. It attempts to absolve them of all responsibility. Shock. They pat themselves on the back. Shock. And attempt to rewrite history. Shock. But the truth is simple. They have ignored the Planning Appeal Commissioner's recommendations and left this scheme legally vulnerable, and they bear responsibility for its failure. Their amendment is a whitewash, and we will not be supporting it. Sinn Féin are keen to have all the power, but never take responsibility. They have their hands on the steering wheel, and they have destroyed the progress that is necessary on this project. The DUP's amendment blames the Climate Act, but the Climate Act did not cause this failure. The problem is not the law. It is Sinn Féin's failure to integrate environmental requirements into the design of the scheme. Even if Minister Putz's original 82% had have stood, the A5 still would have collapsed, because the problem was not the numbers in legislation, but the sheer ineptitude of ministers to get it right. So let me be clear. We absolutely believe that people of the North West can and must have both safe, modern infrastructure and clean air to breathe, but the DUP amendment is another diversion. The Ulster Unionist amendment at least recognises the need for fairness to landowners and the urgency of a safe road, but it too fails the real test of accountability. It shifts the focus from where it should be: the repeated failures of Sinn Féin ministers with this department and the executive. And for that reason, we'll be sticking with our original motion as worded. Mr. Speaker, the opposition's position is clear. We support the A5 because it will save lives. We support it because it will unlock the economic potential of the West. But support does not mean silence. Support does not mean giving a free pass to years of incompetence by this shambolic DUP Sinn Féin government. We welcome the intervention recently by Minister Muir in the appeal. At least someone in the executive has shown the willingness to act. But interventions are not enough. This executive must guarantee today that construction will begin within this mandate, that families in Tyrone and Derry and Donegal cannot be told once again to wait a little longer. And let me say this directly to the ministers who have failed. Every month that passes without progress, you are responsible for the risk people face on that road. Every time another family is left grieving, the responsibility is not abstract. It lies with those who have had the power to act but have chosen not to. The A5 is no luxury. It is not an optional extra. It is essential. It is a matter of saving lives and restoring fairness, and of showing whether this Assembly is capable of delivering for the people we represent. So 50 lives have been lost, Mr. Speaker. 2.1 billion and rising is the cost. 3 failed attempts. Years upon years wasted. Families grieving, communities angry, businesses held back, and all because Sinn Féin could not do their job. Enough is enough, Mr. Speaker. The excuses must end. The delays must stop. The bungling must stop. The Assembly must finally deliver. Do your job and get this road built.
Thank you. And I call Nicola Brogan to move amendment number 1.
Moved.
Thank you. You will have 10 minutes to propose amendment number 1 and 5 minutes to wind. Nicola Brogan.
I rise to speak here today in support of the A5 and for the amendment that myself and party colleagues brought forward. And I must say that I'm really disappointed with the original motion and the obvious political intent behind it, because I think for anyone here who's in any real understanding of the devastation this road has brought to so many families and communities right across West Tyrone and right across Ireland, they know that this is a really serious issue, and that the A5 isn't a political football. It's not to be kicked around for cheap political point scoring. And to be honest, I think if certain members here really want to see the vote progress, they would get behind the Minister's efforts in the appeal and all the efforts that all of us are going to ensure this road is progressed, instead of drafting hollow motions like we've seen before us today. Last Concordia, the A5 represents a £1.6 billion investment in a part of the country that has suffered from historic underinvestment and lack of critical infrastructure. By significantly reducing travel time to and from the capital, the A5 will open up the North West for more investment, increased trade, faster commuting, more tourism, promote job creation and regional balance, and improve access to ports, airports and regional gateways. But as I've said here many times, the most important reason for the A5 is that it will save lives. As someone from Omagh, placed right in the heart of the A5, and having witnessed the devastation that this road has caused our communities, it is an issue that I'm really passionate about. I've spoken on the need for the A5 to be upgraded multiple times in this chamber, and last week I spoke of the 57 lives that have been lost on this road since 2006. I think it's really important for people to remember that this isn't just a number or a statistic. That's 57 grieving families, 57 friends and 57 neighbours, 57 communities who have been left torn apart by the loss of each loved one. And again, I would like to pay tribute to the families who have been bereaved as a result of collisions on the A5. They've shown great dignity, strength and patience throughout this entire process, despite the obvious hurt and pain that they are carrying. I'd also like to thank Tyrone GAA's Enough is Enough campaign for their tireless work and steadfast commitment that they've demonstrated to ensure that the road is delivered. I think it's very important to remember that with every objection and with every delay and with every time this Assembly fails to get behind the Minister's efforts to push this project forward, more lives are put in danger. Minister Kimmins deserves recognition for her refusal to give up on the North West and the A5. The appeal she has lodged is further proof of her commitment to this project and determination to see it through. I would also like to commend Minister Muir for his efforts in supporting that appeal and demonstrating meaningful, tangible support for the project. Last Concordia, every effort has been made to ensure that the A5 Western Transport Corridor meets the most stringent of requirements. Every legitimate concern has been heard and every effort made to address them. I would urge those who are leading the campaign of objection against the project to examine their conscience and ask themselves if denying their families, friends and neighbours a major infrastructural and economic and safety investment is really the legacy that they want to leave. Enough time has been wasted and enough lives have been lost. Enough is enough. Let's work together and get the A5 built.
Thank you. I now call Peter Martin to move amendment number 2. Thank you. You will have 10 minutes to propose amendment number 2 and 5 minutes to wind. Mr. Martin, please open the debate on amendment number 2.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Firstly, like others, I wish to extend my sympathies to all the families who have lost loved ones along the stretch of the A5. 50 people have lost their lives since the upgrade of the 58-mile road between Auchnacloy and New Buildings, since it was first scheduled to begin. And none of us will ever in this chamber be able to empathise with the pain that these families have gone through, but our thoughts remain with them. This £1.7 billion project was given authorisation last October to proceed. It was then subject to a judicial review, and in June a court found that the Minister's plans for the road did not comply with climate change targets. And I intend to start with this judgment. The outcome of the proceedings has caused a level of turmoil for those who wish to see the A5 upgrade proceed, and also a level of uncertainty for landowners and farmers whose livelihoods have been placed in limbo for well over a decade. The A5, regardless of whether you think it should be built or not, is now completely stalled. Not because of the judgment by Justice Michael Linden. He applied the law, and that is his role. He applied the strictures of the Climate Change Act 2022, which was in fact a compromise position for even more stringent targets, which at that time were supported by Sinn Féin, the SDLP, the Alliance and the Greens. It is worth highlighting some aspects of Justice Michael Linden's judgment. A paragraph 200, and I will quote directly, "The DFI statement on the A5 does not detail or contain any reference to any evidence being provided by DAERA, and in contrast with the evidence provided by DFE at the hearing of this matter, nothing was forthcoming from DAERA to indicate that prior to the DFI making its decision, it had provided DFI with any form of evidence or evidence-based assurance. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is frankly astounding. And whilst it remains clear to me that the DFI Minister must take ultimate responsibility, it seems to me that while the DFI Minister was drowning, the DAERA Minister took the life jacket out of the cupboard and never threw it into the water. It's a frankly baffling lack of coordination between these two departments. And if I have time, I will revert back to this. I will indeed, sir.
Just to clarify the point that you're making, this was in spite of the fact that it has been clarified to me that DAERA and DFI over this period of time met 13 times on the project.
I thank the member for his intervention. I wasn't party to that information. However, I think the point that I made would still stand, that the judge was scathing in the lack of coordination between these two departments, and especially of the DAERA Minister in any lack of support that DFI actually had. Our amendment seeks to do three things: amend net zero targets so that critical infrastructure can continue to be built in Northern Ireland, to ensure that all landowners affected by the scheme are provided with appropriate compensation by the Minister for Finance, and to ensure that the stretch of road, notwithstanding whether the A5 is built, which is currently obviously subject to appeal, is safe for road users and pedestrians alike. In the interim, and awaiting the appeal, the Infrastructure Minister, I believe, must look at further road safety measures such as average speed cameras and speed reduction, and it is time for action on that and not delay, and work must be taken forward to prevent any further loss of life. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it's not for us to answer some questions around this, but rather for the parties that I believe in 2022 put on this House these extraordinary climate change targets. And I've outlined, and people might take a different view, what the reasons for the A5 not proceeding are, and we've heard two already in the chamber this morning. But as I read through this information, it was completely clear to me that the reason the A5 is not proceeding is because Justice Michael Linden said it couldn't in its current form. You just take a step back from that and go, why? For two reasons. One is a real lack of coordination between DAERA and DFI, and the second is the climate change targets that we have set ourselves. Mr. Speaker, whether it is DFI or DAERA, these climate change targets are now a significant problem for the Executive and a significant problem for Northern Ireland. I will indeed.
Member for giving way. I just want to point out a very important fact for the member so it understands. Whether the target was 82%, as suggested by the DUP, or 100% net zero by 2050, the legal duty to produce carbon budgets, sectoral plans and climate action plans still applied under the Act. The Department's failure wasn't, just to be clear here, wasn't about hitting that target. It was about ignoring the process required to assess compliance with whatever the target was set. That's where the failure was. It wasn't anything to do with the figure. It was a failure of the process, as the judge pointed out.
I thank the member for West Owen for his intervention. My understanding, and I'll take the member at his word in what he said, was that there didn't seem to be any offsetting, there didn't seem to be any coordination between the two departments in terms of how the impact of the road being built would be offset in terms of climate change. Certainly that's my understanding. But will these parties now agree that a more realistic and pragmatic approach is needed to balance what are real environmental challenges with economic realities? And again, I'll quote directly from the High Court judgment and Justice Michael Linden. The Climate Change Action Plan, which is the responsibility of the DAERA Minister, does not make any reference whatsoever to this major infrastructure project in the context of the process of formulating and coordinating plans, strategies and policies that map out a realistic and achievable pathway for Northern Ireland to achieve net zero by 2050. I hope that in part answers the member's last question. Mr. Speaker, I will indeed.
I thank the member for giving way, but I just want the member to understand, which I know he will. The DUP are very quick to duck out of the 100% net zero, but whether it was 100% net zero or 82%, the failure would still have occurred because the process was not followed. This is not about the target, just to be clear. That's a myth, and it needs to be busted.
Thank you very much. And look, the member and I, we agree to disagree on that one, but I always welcome his comments. Mr. Speaker, in summary, this project seems in a level of disarray, politically, strategically and financially. And as I said in my opening statement, I do not, if I'm being honest, I do not believe this is by any stretch the sole responsibility of the DFI Minister. I've criticised her, I've pointed out where the failings are, but I do believe that others who placed on this Assembly the targets that are going to be so problematic to this and further infrastructure have to bear some responsibility for this. Do I get another minute, Mr. Speaker? Just 10? I better get my skates on. The DFI Minister has stated, and I'll quote her, "I want to reiterate in the strongest possible terms my commitment to the delivery of this long-awaited project." And will she bear that statement in mind as she answers some questions of mine this afternoon? Will she commit now to supporting the revised climate change targets to ensure that this and other future major infrastructure targets are not failed or stalled in the future? Will she explain what the adding of DAERA to the appeal case seeks to achieve and what conversations she's had with the DAERA Minister regarding these? If the appeal is lost, what is her plan B for ensuring safety on the A5? And finally, how will she compensate those landowners who continue to be in limbo regarding the scheme? Mr. Deputy Speaker, I commend our amendment to the House.
Thank you. And I call Robbie Butler to move amendment number 3.
So moved, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. The Assembly should note that the amendments are mutually exclusive, so if Amendment 1 is made, the question will not be put on Amendments 2 or 3. If Amendment 1 is not made, the question will be put on Amendment 2, and if it is made, the question will not be put on Amendment 3. You, Mr. Butler, will have 10 minutes to propose Amendment 3 and 5 minutes to wind. All other speakers in the debate will have 5 minutes. Please open the debate on Amendment number 3.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And what I will say is when the motion came out and the amendments went in, to see 3 amendments which are mutually exclusive should send some message of comfort to the families of those that have been bereaved in that area. That 50 people have lost their lives on that stretch of road since 2007 is quite horrific and means something to us all. So if nothing else goes out of this chamber today, let's hope that there is a message of solidarity with the families and that everybody, regardless of the arguments today, wants to see the delivery. And there are few debates probably in this chamber at the moment that command the same urgency and that carry that moral weight because of the deaths and the impact on those families. The facts are stark and unarguable. Too many lives have been lost on that stretch of road. Too many families have been left shattered by what actually is preventable tragedy. Every one of us in this chamber knows and has heard the calls from the campaigners from Enough is Enough, from the grieving families who simply want a safer future for others. It's from that perspective that saving lives must be the first and absolute priority that the Ulster Unionist Party has tabled this amendment. And I do think it is the most balanced amendment, and I would ask the party of the opposition to reconsider their support for it. The UP amendment is grounded not in political one-upmanship, nor in temptation to point fingers, as is so often the case in this chamber, but in the clear-eyed recognition that the Minister has a duty to deliver this project, lawfully, competently and urgently. And that means building the road, yes, but building it in such a way that it withstands scrutiny, that respects those affected, and that aligns with the legislative framework which this very Assembly has actually put into law. And we must be clear, the A5 will be built. But to build it, it's not just a matter of whether, but of how. And in getting to that how, it's impossible to ignore the repeated failures of multiple government departments to work together effectively, which speaks to Mr Martin's points. Because long before the recent judicial intervention, it was evident that siloed thinking, poor communications and elective collective leadership were undermining delivery. Departments too often acted as if their obligations were in conflict with each other, rather than being capable of being reconciled through cooperation and planning. And that's simply not good enough, and that is something that in particular executive parties and ministers need to be very aware of, that we see that more cross-departmental working. Mr Deputy Speaker, this Assembly writes the laws of Northern Ireland, government departments are bound to apply them. It is therefore simply indefensible when departments cannot evidence compliance with our own legislation, when they cannot demonstrate that due process has been followed, or when they treat legal obligations as an afterthought rather than as a foundation stone. That is not merely a technical failing. It is a failure of leadership and of responsibility, and it's precisely that gap which has brought us the repeated delays and to the frustration with the communities who have been promised so much for so long. We also cannot overlook the experience of landowners. Too many of them feel as though they have been left in the dark, treated as an inconvenience rather than as citizens whose lives and livelihoods have been directly impacted. The UUP amendment puts it plainly. People must be treated fairly and respected. And that means timely communication, honest promises and adequate compensation where there is loss. We cannot on one hand call for progress and on the other ignore those whose property is directly tied up in that progress. Trust must be rebuilt with landowners, because without it, legitimacy of this project is undermined from the ground up. But the DUP amendment also acknowledges a further truth, Mr Deputy Speaker. If further delays occur, road safety measures cannot wait. Temporary improvements, enforcement and better public transport options for the North West must be advanced in parallel. We cannot allow the tragic roll call of lives lost on the A5 to continue simply because the legal process takes time. Leadership means acting on every front available to save lives, not standing idly by until a ribbon is cut. And here is where our amendment actually distinguishes itself. It grapples with the reality of carbon budgets. Colleagues, it is this Assembly which passed legally binding climate commitments, and I do accept that people come at it from different directions. But whether one agrees or disagrees with their pace or their ambition, they are the law of the land. Major infrastructure cannot simply be waved through without regard to that framework. To do so would only invite further legal challenge and more years of delay, and that's what it would consign it to. What we are demanding is clarity from the Minister for Infrastructure on how the A5 project will stay within those limits, not as a box-ticking exercise, but as a demonstration that the Government is capable of delivering complex projects in line with overlapping statutory obligations. This is the leadership that has been lacking, and this is what must change if the A5 is to proceed without further obstruction. Mr Speaker, the families who have lost loved ones do not want to hear excuses. The farmers and landowners who see their fields and livelihoods directly impacted do not want to be kept in the dark. The communities of the North West do not want another round of promises without delivery. They want action, they want honesty, and they want leadership. I do believe that the Ulster Unionist Amendment strikes the right balance. It insists that saving lives comes first. It insists on fairness for landowners. It insists that road safety cannot be put on pause if there are further delays. And it insists on lawful, competent delivery. Delivery that can withstand further challenge because it has respected the law at every stage. I will, nearly at the end, but I will.
I want to thank the member for that. Would the member agree with me that it is astounding that a senior judge stated that prior to DFI making its decision, that DAERA had provided it with no form of evidence or evidence-based assurance around this issue? And I raise that with the member because I know he's on the DAERA committee. Would he agree with me that that is frankly astounding in terms of evidence as part of a High Court judgment?
I absolutely do. I would
all for the fact that there's an ongoing legal process, I would say quite a lot more, and I certainly don't want to impact on that, but I do think it is quite astonishing. I think that given that the Climate Act was one of the top pieces of legislation, or certainly the most high-profile pieces of legislation that we passed, and some parties beat the drum very loudly on it, that it is very disappointing that, that the evidence wasn't provided for the judge or for the assessment of need at that time. But that's evidence, as I've said in my own submission about this amendment, that there is a dearth of cross-departmental working, particularly on what we would call high-profile aspects of delivery for this executive. But we have to be very clear. We need to send out a message that the delivery of the A5, that public safety is of paramount importance to this Assembly, but adherence to our own legislation must also be respected. That is what this project deserves. That is what those who travel the A5 deserve, and that is what this Assembly should demand today. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Members, the motion 3 amendments have been moved. Moving to the debate, I call Peter McReynolds.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise today as an Alliance Party spokesperson for infrastructure, chair of the All-Party Group on Road Safety, and someone with family members who use the A5 daily. Since becoming an MLA in 2022, I've met a number of families who have sadly lost loved ones on our roads, and each one still carries the pain of that loss. It's obvious that there were major failings with the evidence provided by the Department to the High Court, which, to be honest, surprised me at the time, given the delays I've seen across other DFI areas, because I'm advised that all resources were being thrown at the A5 case to ensure a positive result. All the while, the question colleagues and I keep asking ourselves is, since the announcement of the scheme 20 or so years ago, what major road safety improvements have actually taken place along this stretch of road? Sadly, we've lost over 50 lives to this day, and I'm not aware of any significant and tangible interim solutions being introduced, and perhaps the Minister can speak to this point when she gives us her remarks later. Instead, we've waited on an upgrade which has not happened 20 years later. I asked the Infrastructure Minister just last week during question time about steps her department can take to improve road safety in general, but there are specific measures along this particular stretch of road as well. As the chair of the All-Party Group on Road Safety, I'm acutely aware of the dangers of the road, and we regularly meet with Chief Superintendent Sam Donaldson, who consistently highlights that no road is a safe road. But that doesn't mean that there is nothing we can do to make the A5 safer. Speed cameras, speed limits and road signage can make road users more aware of their driving, with the goal to potentially reduce injuries and fatalities overall. They may not fix every issue or prevent every tragedy, but they can contribute to reducing them. We need to address the dangers of the A5 now, but not just by waiting another decade for it to be completed. Lastly, I do feel a topic as sensitive as this should not be used to unpick climate change legislation, though given that on two previous occasions there have been court rulings that paused the A5 upgrade, which was not down to the Climate Change Act. Indeed, Judge McAlinden was clear in his judgment that the Climate Change Act does not prevent large infrastructure projects, but requires evidence of planning and coordination to ensure it meets the requirements of the Act. The way forward is not to go back on climate change law, but to hold those who have not done their due diligence to account and ask why potential issues were not addressed in the first place. I'm just concluding, sorry. These families deserve more than finger-pointing and the blame game. They deserve real solutions as we work towards a safer A5 and the positives that can come from it. Thank you.
Thank you. Call Declan McAleer.
Thank you. I want to begin by recognising the hardship and suffering of the families who have lost loved ones on the treacherous A5. I also want to acknowledge the Minister and the exec colleagues for working to address the recommendations of the PAC's A5 inquiry. As an MLA for West Tyrone, I particularly welcome the Department of Infrastructure decision to serve a notice of appeal against the A5 judgment. And that action demonstrates that we are taking this matter seriously and moving to address it. Our focus remains clear. This is about delivering the A5 dual carriageway, which our community so urgently needs and has been reflected right across the chamber here today. And whilst I want to keep my remarks relatively succinct, because I'm conscious that this is also part of an ongoing legal case, I can't stand here without acknowledging the terrible loss of life on the A5. I want to extend my deepest sympathies to all of the families who have lost loved ones and continue to endure this unspeakable grief. And finally, I want to pay tribute to the Enough is Enough campaign. Their tireless work, their determination and their courage have ensured that the voices of families and communities are heard loudly and clearly. Their efforts remind us all of why this project is so important. Thank you.
Stephen Dunn.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak in support of the amendment that we as a party have tabled here this afternoon on this very important issue. And as others have said, we certainly cannot lose sight of the human cost behind this debate. The A5 has been the scene of far too many tragedies. Families across Tyrone and right across Northern Ireland and beyond have been left truly devastated by lives, young and old, tragically cut short on this very, very dangerous section of road. And our thoughts and prayers must always remain with them who have lost loved ones and the impact that it has on them and their families and the communities that are living daily with the consequences of the real risks on this section of road. And having met recently with a family, even within my own constituency, that have lost a loved one through a road tragedy, it is truly horrific, and the pain just does not go away, and that should be first and foremost in all of our minds today. The A5 has been promised for almost 20 years now, first mooted in 2007, yet time and time again all we have seen is false dawns, repeated delays, and most recently the High Court ruling that has stalled progress once again. And as my colleague, the Chair of the Committee, highlighted how clear in black and white the verdict was from the High Court. And all that has been delivered by this Minister and her predecessor's department to date is confusion and yet more uncertainty, and this is simply not good enough. The most recent court ruling has brought considerable distress and even further uncertainty to landowners and farming families whose livelihoods have been left in limbo for well over a decade. And we within the Infrastructure Committee have heard this directly a number of times through joint committees with the DAERA Committee, from landowners and from groups like the Ulster Farmers Union, who have tried to support farmers and families through what can only be described as shambolic handling of this scheme, certainly in recent years, by the Department. Land has been vested and it's not vested. Preparatory work has started and then halted and then started again, and significant disruption has occurred while legal proceedings have dragged on, and farmers have seen their land dug up, some of it now rendered unsuitable for agricultural purposes. The impact on this has been nothing short of devastating, and I think lessons should have been learnt much earlier in terms of the handling of this case and the impact that it has on so many families. And I think this amendment that we propose today does recognise a hard truth, that unless we address the barriers created by the current legislative framework, we will continue to see major infrastructure projects tied up in legal wrangling rather than delivered on the ground. And we have yet to hear from the Minister how the appeal will address Justice McAlinton's clear reference to climate targets supported by Sinn Féin, the Alliance Party and the SDLP and others in his ruling, that continue, some of whom continue to live in denial about the impact of these climate changes on so many areas of life in Northern Ireland, not just on the A5, but on a whole range of vital infrastructure projects and other key flagship projects right across Northern Ireland. No, I will not. And that is why it is right to call on the Minister for DAERA to bring forward proposals to amend what are aspirational but yet unachievable net zero targets. Targets must be realistic, affordable and balanced with the urgent need for investment in infrastructure that saves lives and also strengthens our community and connectivity. We've mentioned about the landowners and farmers, about their burden of uncertainty and the disruption that has caused to businesses. And our amendment rightly calls on the Minister of Finance to look at fair compensation for those impacted, not only for the value of their land, but the ongoing loss of income and the costs of reinstatement and confusion. That is only a matter of basic fairness and respect. Given the very serious and ongoing road safety concerns, the Court's judgment has only added to the urgency of this situation and the urgent need for action. And as others have said, I think now is the time that practical steps need to be seriously considered to improve road safety. Simple practical steps which we have seen work and be effective in other areas, including within my own constituency, such as better signage, better junction layouts, average speed cameras, targeted enforcement, could make a real difference and could ultimately save lives in the short to medium term And there is a duty, I believe, on the Minister of Infrastructure to deliver on urgent action, not at some distant point in the future, given the road safety concerns. And I look forward to hearing from the Minister, and hopefully she will take up this opportunity to take action, and that the clock just won't be run down while in office on taking real action. So I commend our amendment as balanced, constructive way forward, and I would ask others to support us. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
McMurray.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the SWLP for bringing the motion forward. And as has been highlighted by others, members, the cost of the current I-5 road system is staggering, from impeding economic growth in the northwest to causing long journey times and tragically preventable deaths. Nearly a decade since the announcement, this road project has come to represent our failure to deliver critical infrastructure. People who use this road, along with those who have lost loved ones on it, are fully justified in their frustration at yet more delays following this court ruling. These setbacks are symptomatic of the instability caused by the collapse of our political institution, first from 2017 to 2020 and again from 2022 to 2024. This stop-start government has also delayed Northern Ireland's first climate action plan, a legal requirement under the Climate Change Act of 2022. And although Minister Muir's swift move to consultation is welcome, there remains an obvious absence of a finalised plan, as highlighted in the recent judgment. Justice McAlinden was clear that a climate action plan which takes into account the emissions that the A5 would generate can help provide a pathway to not only delivering the project but also meeting our carbon reduction targets. It is therefore right that this Assembly expresses regret that the Department of Infrastructure did not take the necessary actions to ensure that the A5 scheme was not vulnerable to predictable legal challenges, especially regarding compliance with the Climate Change Act. However, let's be clear, the Climate Change Act is not an obstacle to the A5. The judgment unequivocally stated that major infrastructure projects can proceed if they are properly planned and integrated with strategies to achieve net zero by 2050. As the ruling states, the Act does not prevent a major project but rules out construction in the absence of robust planning and coordination across departments. We should not retreat from the climate commitments unanimously adopted in 2022. Rather, we must balance our need for infrastructure upgrades with our imperative to protect the ecosystem, restore biodiversity and improve our water quality. The main lesson from the High Court ruling is that major projects across all departments must be designed, assessed and justified according to our statutory climate commitments. There can be no shortcuts, and this must be the standard practice for all future schemes. As per the motion's First Amendment, I commend the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs for his announcement that his department intends to apply to the court to intervene in the appeal formally. Through doing so, we can clarify the interpretation and enforcement of the Climate Change Act, showing his commitment to this department's climate change responsibilities. We cannot pick and choose which laws to uphold. The right balance involves supporting infrastructure while fully delivering our climate commitments, which place binding duties on all government departments. Every department must meet its obligations to reduce carbon emissions and protect our natural environment. This ruling also exposes an ongoing issue: government silos that can delay progress. Greater cross-departmental collaboration is crucial, especially as climate considerations increasingly inform decisions. An integrated approach is needed to prevent the kind of delays we see today.
I want to thank the member for taking that intervention. Would the member have any insight as to why the DAERA Minister didn't provide any evidence to the court as Justice McAlinden was considering the A5 judgment? Because that is the DAERA Minister's responsibility.
That would be for the Minister to answer. The ruling also exposes an ongoing issue: government silos that delay progress. Greater cross-departmental collaboration is crucial, especially as climate considerations have done that bit there. The journey ahead for each and every department will not be easy, but we should also recognise the significant opportunities climate change action presents: green jobs, lower energy bills and vibrant public spaces and better health. The Alliance Party wants Northern Ireland to be a leader rather than a follower in the green industrial revolution. Therefore, this ruling sets a clear precedent. Climate change legislation is not optional. It is a binding framework impacting every decision, including infrastructure development. How we respond to the A5 will signal how seriously we take climate obligations and collaborative governance. To conclude, Deputy Speaker, Amendments 1 and 3 can be supported in principle. However, the Alliance Party cannot support the second amendment to this motion, as it directly contradicts the climate commitments this House has enshrined in law through Climate Change Act By doing so, it seeks to shift the burden onto the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, rather than placing it on the Minister for Infrastructure to work with our climate legislation and achieve better outcomes for road users and our natural environment. Furthermore, it removes the commitment outlined in the First Amendment for the A5 scheme to start construction by the end of the Assembly mandate, a delay we cannot afford. The Alliance Party remains open to constructive cooperation with other parties and ministers to better protect our environment. I am confident that the Department for Infrastructure can now act with urgency, clarity and respect for the law, and most importantly for those affected, so the A5 project can move forward in this mandate, setting a benchmark for responsible climate-conscious governance. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, as question time begins at 2 p.m, I suggest the Assembly takes its ease until then, to allow a change at the top table also. This debate will continue after the urgent oral questions have been taken, and the next member to speak will be Justin McNulty. Thank you.
Okay, it's time for questions to the Executive Office. We will start with listed questions. Members, question 12 has been withdrawn. I call on Andy Allen.
Principal Deputy Speaker.
May I just also wish Deborah Erskine well on the birth of her wee baby Olivia. I know that she posted on social media yesterday and described her as her wee heart warrior, so I'm sure everybody's mindful of their family at this time. I want to wish them the best. The Victims and Survivors Service supports victims and survivors of the Troubles, conflict, historical institutional abuse and mother and baby homes, Magdalen laundries and workhouses. Support and services are provided both directly by VSS and also through 47 community and voluntary sector partner organisations. Over the last five full years of delivery, VSS has supported an average of 7,000 individuals per year across 3 delivery areas. In addition, VSS, in partnership with its partner organisations, has delivered health and wellbeing support and services to over 12,500 victims and survivors per year within local communities, with the vast majority of this support being provided to those that have been impacted by conflict here, more than 12,000 people. Alongside this, over the past 5 years, VSS and its community partners have also provided application support to over 7,000 individuals in relation to Victims Payment Scheme.
Andy Allen for supplementary.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and can I echo the First Minister's comments in sending our best wishes to Deborah. First Minister, thank you for your answer. Can I ask you to provide clarification as to how many have applied but weren't successful in receiving support under VSS, and for what reason they weren't successful in receiving support?
First Minister.
In terms of those numbers, as of week commencing the 15th September, 11,853 applications have been submitted to the Victims Payment Scheme. That's payments totalling almost 108 million have been made to all eligible applicants, offering meaningful recognition of the harm that they have suffered. With the scheme now set to close for new applications in August 26, we strongly, and I take this opportunity to encourage anyone that may be eligible to get their application submitted before that deadline, and also to say again that support is available through a number of victims and survivors representative groups for anyone who needs help with the application process. In terms of the numbers that have been, obviously these are complex cases and complex applications, and in terms of the assessment itself, given in a lot of cases the historic nature of many incidents, it presents a challenge for those that are assessing, but I can say to you that the board remains committed to processing applications as efficiently as possible. They will continue to work with the representative groups also to ensure that the feedback that is taken on board in terms of any issues that may be arrived at. In terms of the actual number that's been declined, I don't have that, but I'm very happy to make sure you get that in writing.
Thank you. I call Linda Dillon for supplement.
Good privilege, and can I also offer my best wishes to Deborah and her family on the birth of their beautiful wee baby girl, and I'm delighted to see that everybody's safe and well. First Minister, it's evident from your response, obviously, that Victims and Survivors Service is involved in a wide delivery in terms of its portfolio. Can you, or do you agree with me that it's essential that VSS has a full board complement and that it is suboptimal? And there has been a protracted delay in making board appointments to the Victims and Survivors Service?
Yeah, I mean, I concur in terms of fully recognising the vital role that the Victims and Survivors Service plays in supporting individuals right across our society. So I am really grateful for the continued dedication of the current board. But yes, I mean, I certainly do agree that it's suboptimal that a permanent chair and a full complement of board members are still not in place. The member raises the issue of delay in making appointments. So just by way of explanation, I believe I've done so in the chamber before, but interviews for the post concluded on the 11th of March in 24, and then we received the unranked list of successful candidates on the 26th of March as per the Commissioner for Public Appointments Code of Practice. Then on the 19th of June we issued our list of preferred candidates, and the candidates were informed by HR Connect that they had been successful then on the 21st of June. All pre-employment checks have been completed, so we now need to have the public appointment made and make sure that we have the full complement in the board. I'm certainly determined to ensure that this is made without further delay.
Thank you. Call Brian Kingston for a supplementary.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. First Minister, you said last week that Sinn Féin will continue to stand with families in their pursuit of truth, justice and accountability. Do you now agree that former IRA members should come forward with their truth to the PSNI and the new Truth Recovery body?
So the member will be aware that both governments launched their joint framework last week, and I think all the parties will be taking their time to actually review that. And I think, unfortunately, without having the legislative text, it's very hard for us all to pass proper judgment in terms of what this framework will do and how it will deliver. Ultimately, for me, it needs to be inclusive, it needs to command the support of the victims and survivors, and that's all victims and survivors. And ultimately, it also has to be human rights compliant. So until we see the legislation, we can't actually properly assess that. But I think that the member, instead of constantly looking backwards and over his shoulder and trying to score points, I would much prefer you work with me and others to try and find a way to build a brighter and better future. That you work with everybody in terms of making sure we have a way to deal with the past that is inclusive and that we get maximum buy-in right across society. That's certainly my endeavour. I want us to deal with the past, to unburden today's generation from yesterday, and the only way we'll do that is if we work together, that the legislation that's brought forward is human rights compliant and hopefully can command the maximum number of support from all victims and survivors out there. And when I speak of victims, I mean all victims.
Call Paula Bradshaw for supplementary.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank you, First Minister, for your answers so far. Just to pick up on the joint framework that was announced last week, and I'm not asking you to pass judgment on it just yet, but Minister, your department does have responsibility for this support for victims and survivors, and I'm just wondering, are you going to instruct a review of current programmes with a view to better supporting victims and survivors under these new policy framework? Thank you.
Minister.
As the member said, as I did acknowledge, I think that we're all trying to work out exactly what this means legislatively. The framework translated into legislation could look completely different to what has been said in a framework document. So I want us to understand that, and I hope and urge that they will move to publish that legislation so that we all can look at it. But we have a strategy for victims and survivors. We've just launched our new strategy, and we've also opened a funding call for the 26-28 Victim Support Programme, and that call will close on the 6th of November to ensure that any new programmes are in place by the 1st of April next year. So this is a central activity that's needed to implement many of the commitments within the strategy itself by ensuring that our services are appropriate and to meet the changing needs of victims and survivors. The strategy will ensure that the right trauma-informed and victim-centred services are in place to empower and support victims and survivors and contribute to building a shared and peaceful future. And it also sets out the specific issues affecting victims and survivors with a particular focus in terms of their needs. So I think it will be inevitable that the Victims and Survivors Service will have received an increased level of communication, particularly given the framework publication on Friday, and that will continue. And it's important that we have a service that supports all people to understand what it is in terms of what the legislative text sets out in terms of the bodies themselves. So I think we'll have to keep that one under review in terms of making sure that we are fit for purpose. But I think the strategy itself is the right strategy, and if we can tweak in terms of the needs of victims and survivors in the aftermath of the framework, then that's what we should be doing.
Justin McNulty.
First Minister, in relation to the Troubles Permanent Disablement Payment Scheme, what is your assessment of the sad reality that many victims who suffered so-called punishment beatings, punishment attacks, punishment shootings by the IRA in their own homes, often in front of their own wives and children, with cudgels, with nails driven through them, with baseball bats, how those people don't qualify for that scheme? How can you explain that? How can that be?
Answer that whatever way. It's not related to the actual question.
All I can say is that our strategy for victims and survivors is to support all people that have been injured throughout the conflict here, and I think that it's important that it is all-inclusive, that we don't close the door to anybody, and I trust that the strategy that we have is the right strategy, and also encouraged new applications to come forward now that we've opened up our new applications process in over the summer in August just past.
Comalisha McHugh.
I've got a last question 2.
With your permission, I will ask Junior Minister Riley to answer this question.
Issues around cultural expression are some of the most challenging that we face as a society here. The FIC Commission considered these issues and made a number of recommendations relating to bonfires. These have been considered as part of the review of the T-Buck strategy, which we are actively working through with officials. We recognise and understand the potential for bonfires to have environmental implications alongside health and safety concerns, and we know that bonfires can be used to display offensive messages, flags, effigies and other materials that cause offence. We want to be very clear that there is no room for sectarian or racial intolerance towards individuals, and acts of intimidation have no place in our society. We remain committed to building a peaceful and inclusive shared future for all.
Comalisha McHugh.
I thank the Junior Minister for that answer so far.
Outline for me what work is currently happening to address illegal, unregulated bonfires.
I thank the member for the question.
Well, I suppose the starting point for addressing illegal, unregulated and dangerous bonfires lies here in this chamber, and it does command political leadership. We need to be honest and say that the lack of regulation of bonfires just doesn't work. As political representatives, we can't stay silent where there is a risk to health and safety and the environment, just as we can't be silent when there are violent sectarian displays on bonfires. Unfortunately, over the summer, where we were witness to some bonfires that not only put public health and safety at risk and polluted our environment, but were also used to scapegoat migrants and promote hatred. A focus on safety and regulation in no way threatens or diminishes cultural celebration. If we're to continue to make progress towards a shared and better society, we need to learn the lessons from the lack of regulation and look to regulation that places a focus on safety, public health and the environment.
Thank you. I call Jerry Carroll for a supplementary.
Thanks, Minister. Minister wrote to the First Minister and Deputy First Minister office a few weeks ago requesting a task force be set up to investigate the impact of the aftermath of the Donegal Road bonfire, potential impact on the people's health in the area. Can I get a reply to that request and also some action, hopefully, on it? Thank you.
Junior Minister.
Yeah, and I'll refer that back to the Deputy First Minister in terms of the response, but I suppose the fact that the land that you referred to in question is in private ownership, and it has been a significant factor. And we also understand that to mitigate the risk of asbestos fibre release from the pile and protect members of the public, NIEA undertook a number of safety measures at the site, and it is anticipated that the NIEA will shortly be establishing a multi-agency group to consider the asbestos issues to the Donegal Road site. But I will refer, just in terms of the response to that question, back to the First and Deputy First Minister.
Thank you. Cheryl Burnley for supplementary.
Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. The Junior Minister is keen to promote the success of T-Buck, a programme which brings people together from all our communities, but yet the First Minister's decision of councillors in Londonderry to exclude our armed forces from a local jobs fair. So how can the First Minister claim to be the First Minister for all whenever she is supporting and endorsing no-go areas in Northern Ireland?
That question is not related, Junior Minister. If you don't mind, take your seat. I'm going to move on to the next supplementary question, which is Mark Durkin.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her answer so far.
Development of the Meaning Square site by TEO has
facilitated further bonfire activity on that site this summer. Hopefully we'll see progress there in the near future. And while that might address where a fire is at, we also need to address what's on fires. Will TAO, will the Executive finally act on the FICT recommendations and introduce a framework that safeguards public safety and prevents this cycle of hate and lawlessness continuing every year?
Junior Minister Riley.
And thanks to the member for that question. The vast majority of people do celebrate their culture in a safe and respectful way, and they work really closely with their communities to make sure that they are family friendly and that they are enjoyed by all. But there is a small number of unregulated and illegal bonfires which raise concerns around safety, environmental impact. The burn effigies have racist and sectarian hate all over them, and they need to be challenged. And we need to prioritise our work, particularly through the Executive Office and other departments in good relations. We have a real opportunity here through the T-Buck review, which also includes FICT, and also through urban villages, which are all currently being reviewed by the Executive Office to build on what actually works, tackle the remaining issues constructively, and create conditions where celebration are safe, they are respectful, and they are for everyone.
Thank you. I call William Irwin. Thank you, William. First Minister.
Engaging with leaders from across these islands and internationally is very important if we are to promote this place and deliver across the full range of our programme for government ambitions. Since the restoration of the institutions, ensuring that we are representing our interests and optimising the opportunities to grow a globally competitive and sustainable economy has been at the heart of everything that we have been doing. We have engaged with the governments in London and Dublin to discuss how global developments such as changes to international tariffs could impact on our region and to ensure that our interests are understood and represented. Over the past year, the Deputy First Minister and I have met with a range of leaders from the world's largest economies, both at home and abroad. The USA, China, Japan, Germany, France, and used these meetings to promote our place and to show that we are open to partnerships and that support our economic growth. The Deputy First Minister and I led a business delegation to North Carolina back in March, supported engagement by businesses and academia. This is a good example of how we can work in partnership with stakeholders here to deliver on our shared objectives and build lasting relationships that deliver benefits for all.
Thank you. I call William for a supplementary.
Thank the Minister for a response. The United States is a critically important economic partner to the UK. Can the First Minister outline what she has gained by not attending the state banquet for President Trump last week?
First Minister.
I very much value our Irish-American links. Indeed, successive American administrations have been very much part of bringing about our peace process. But you're referring to a banquet in Westminster last week, which I chose not to attend, and rightly so, because I don't see how a benefit was going to be achieved from attending a state banquet at a time whenever the children of Gaza are starved to death. So I think that I made my view known on that issue. I did not block the Deputy First Minister from attending. She went to the thing, and that was absolutely her call. I'm very comfortable with my decision.
Call Pat Sheehan for supplementary.
Thank
the First Minister for her answers.
Will have no doubt seen the report issued through the UN Human Rights Council, which provides definitive confirmation that the Israeli state is engaged in genocide against the Palestinian people. Would the First Minister agree with me that the international community must take a principled stand against the ongoing genocidal attacks and the aid blockade against the people of Gaza?
First Minister.
Yes, I absolutely agree, because I think any objective mind looking on and seeing how the situation is continuing to deteriorate in Gaza is just completely unconscionable, intolerable, absolutely inhumane. Like, how did we arrive at a position where women and children are being murdered daily and the international community is standing by and doing nothing? How do we arrive at a point whenever there's a man-made famine in Gaza unleashed on an innocent population who have no repercussions? And how are leaders of a state carrying out genocide allowed to be openly and unapologetically welcomed around the world? This is the biggest humanitarian disaster of our generation, and it's fallen right in front of our eyes, but yet Israel continues to act, to be let off the hook, and even worse, encouraged in some quarters. This can't be described as a war, because this is genocide. This is genocide, it's ethnic cleansing, and it's state-directed killing. and we are all need to do everything that we can to end this horror for the Palestinian people. But that can only come about whenever the international community stands together, where the international community says no. So what we need to see is an immediate ceasefire. What we need to see is humanitarian aid. What we need to see is the release of all prisoners and hostages. What we need to see is immediate end to this man-made starvation. And that's where the focus of the international community must be in terms of bringing this to an end.
Thank you. I call Matthew O'Toole.
Deputy Speaker, First Minister, let me say I agree with your decision not to go to the banquet. I think it was the right thing to do. But can I ask that in relation to having a values-based international relations strategy in the Executive Office, reflecting the fact that there is, as you say, a genocide happening in Gaza, that democracy around the world, including sadly in North America and the United States, is under threat, what steps are you taking to ensure a broader values-based international relations strategy for the Executive?
First Minister.
Yeah, I think in terms of the drafting of our new international relations strategy, then I think that is reasonable, that is the approach that we take. How, you look on, I think, aghast at how, in particular in London, that they've decided to wine and dine the President of the United States whilst his actions are clearly facilitating what's happening in Gaza. So I think that you can't sell your soul for £1. And I think that any of us that have a soul and a heart would look on at what's happening in Gaza and understand why we shouldn't engage with those that are responsible for inflicting this horror and pain on the Gazan people.
Thank you. I call Gary Middleton. First Minister.
The investment in Aberdeen aligns with the Executive's vision of building a strong, sustainable and regionally balanced economy. We're committed to investing in the North West, and we are already seeing the positive outworkings of that commitment, including the expansion of McGee, the city deals and projects that are being delivered as part of the Urban Villages funding. Specifically, since taking on the Aberdeen site in 2016, the Executive Office has invested over £37 million to develop and regenerate it. This investment, along with £40 million of private finances, has been transformative for the site alone, attracting a variety of new businesses and creating more than 360 jobs. In March, we officially opened the new headquarters of software consultancy firm Alchemy Technology at the state-of-the-art Aberdeen Plaza, and this was followed a few months later by the Ernst & Young opening in its new North West regional office at the Plaza. In addition, and then even in the last week, we've had the Seagate announcement also. In addition, the site has become a vibrant hub for creative, cultural, sporting and charitable and other community-led events. The Executive Office has also committed £3.3 million of funding towards the DNA Museum, which is a key part of the overall redevelopment of the square. And junior ministers are looking forward to visiting Aberdeen later this week to see construction getting underway on this important new regional visitor attraction. The Department will continue to work with tenants and stakeholders to showcase Aberdeen, ensuring that it supports the region's rich creativity, the innovation, the talent and the skills, and plays its part in future growth of the site.
Call Gary Middleton.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the First Minister for her response, and I welcome the progress at Aberdeen. First Minister, can you outline in terms of discussions with the Council and the potential transfer of Aberdeen to the Council, where that is currently at, and what assurances can you receive within your office that it will remain a shared space? Because I do have some concerns, given the track record of councillors, that it would remain the case if it went to the Council.
First Minister.
I think, as a representative of the North West, I think it's important that we do make sure that we underline the sheer scale of investment that we've seen in the North West in recent times, and I think all be buoyed up by that positivity. But you make the point about the site transferring over to the Council. That's been ongoing for quite a considerable period of time. But realising the full potential of the Aberdeen site for the whole of the city, the North West, and indeed just the North West more generally, is a shared priority across multiple stakeholders in the North West, and we're focused on delivering on those shared ambitions and improving processes and partnerships to achieve them. Discussions are still ongoing with the Council as we speak to transfer to progress the transfer of the site, and the full transfer is complex, we're told, and it's taken some time to complete, but I can tell you that it is all in train and actively being worked on.
Call Padraig Delargy.
Last Kincollia. First Minister, I want to thank you and the Deputy First Minister for your attendance at both Seagate and Foylport recently, and I also want to welcome the North West Leadership Collective who are here in the gallery today for their fantastic work on the area. Could you outline what impact the fact that the Executive have agreed a regional balance strategy, what impact has that had on the North West to drive investment and make Derry and the broader North West an even more attractive place to live in, to work in, to invest in?
First Minister.
Thank you for that, and I didn't know that we had visitors from the North West, so you're very welcome. I think that regional balance being put at the heart of the economic strategy here was a very deliberate approach to ensure that we do unlock the full potential of the North West, that we ensure that investment is shared across the board. And when I sometimes listen to a lot of negativity, I think there's so much positivity around the North West right now. There's so many things that have been delivered and will continue to be delivered, like even in the last number of months, the Seagate announcement, the EY announcement, we were at the Foyle Port last week. I mean, what the plans they have there as well are also like amazing and going to make it a even more wonderful place to live and invest and to study. And I really very much am determined to continue to working with all ministers around the executive table around how we can deliver even more in the North West. But I think the fact that we have regional balance at the heart of the economic strategy, that we saw the headlines last week, 21% increase in the numbers of people applying to Magee, more investment in the last year in Magee than there has been in the last 10 years. The city deal, the jobs announcements that I talked about, the City of Derry Airport investment, the North West is thriving. The North West is a real economic hub and an engine in which to be built upon even further.
Call to Niamh McLaughlin for supplementary.
Thank you, First Minister. There is no regional balance in the North West, and I don't know how to kind of bring that out loud and clear. 1,000 jobs were announced last week in Belfast, and really it is the crumbs that we're seeing in terms of job announcements for Derry. But that aside, you have talked about regional balance and the need for it. Can you spell out exactly what that means in practice? What specific measures or indices have you built in to the strategies to ensure real accountability for delivering regional balance and fairness in the North?
First Minister.
So for the first time ever, right at the heart of the economic strategy for this executive, regional balance is written large, and it is an objective in terms of Invest NI, and you can very much see that already starting to bear out. So I would encourage you to be more positive about what is being achieved in terms of the wider North West. Regional balance is at the heart of executive strategy now. We saw the increases in Magee that I've just mentioned. You may want to wish them away, but these are actually positive developments, and we're going to continue to build upon them even more in the time ahead. When I look at even EY's 120 jobs, the Seagate announcement last week was a £115 million investment in the North West. That's been underlined by the largest ever Invest NI contribution towards research as well. So this is regional balance in action. This is actually us delivering and doing things. Does that mean that that doesn't mean that we rest on our laurels? These advancements are great, but we have much more to do. I'm going to work with all ministers to ensure that more is delivered for the North West.
Call John Burrows for supplementary.
Mr. Speaker, would the First Minister agree with me that as public money was invested in Ebrington Square, that all lawful organisations should be welcome there at events including the UK Armed Forces?
First Minister.
Well, it's not really related to the question, but I have made my position clear in terms of the jobs fair. I think the locally elected councillors made the right call.
I call Andrew McMurray.
Question number 5, please.
Minister.
Junior Minister Riley will answer this question.
Junior Minister Riley.
As of last week, 11,853 applications have been submitted to the Victims Payment Scheme. Payments totalling almost £108 million have been made to eligible applicants, offering meaningful recognition of the harm that they have suffered. The Board is progressing applications as efficiently as possible and continues to work closely with victims and survivors groups to make sure that any issues are flagged and also addressed. Following a recent review of operations, the Board has established a business transformation team to improve on the processes. This has already had an impact in terms of the value of awards paid out, which is reflected in the year-on-year increase in payments. But there is more work to do. We are also aware of the issues in terms of the length of time that it can take to reach a determination. But we are confident that the Board is doing all that it can to make sure that applications are considered as quickly as possible. With the scheme set to close for new applications on August 26, we strongly encourage anyone who might be eligible to submit their application before that deadline. Support is also available through a number of sectoral organisations: Wave Trauma Centre, SAFF, Relatives for Justice, the Eli Centre and Ashton, for anyone who needs help with the application process. And I just want to put on record our thanks to those groups who do offer tremendous support and advocacy for victims and survivors as I go through this process.
McMurray.
Principal Speaker, and we're all dismayed by the recent reports of applicants having to wait for a long time for their applications to be assessed. Can you please outline what additional resources are going to be allocated in order to try and speed these applications up?
Can you First Minister, you've less than a minute.
Thanks for that question. Yeah, we completely understand the concerns that have been raised regarding the time that it is taken to process the applications. Each application to the scheme is unique and with its own complexities, and the progress of applications can require additional or supporting information from external organisations. There are some challenges as well getting access to medical information, but our officials are working really closely with health colleagues to improve on that process. Cases can also be adjourned to allow further information or evidence gathering to allow applicants or their representatives to comment on specific issues. We are assured, though, that the Board is keeping processes under review to look for ways of improving for the rate of flow of cases, and just as well in terms of prioritising.
Time's up.
Sorry.
Thank you. That ends the period for a list of questions. We'll now move on to 15 minutes of topical questions. Topical questions 2, 5 and 6 have been withdrawn. I call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. First Minister, you were elected to your role in an historic moment in this chamber last February, and we all know the reasons for that historic moment. It's because this state was founded in inequality, supremacy and bluntly top-dog politics. Do you agree, on that note, with your predecessor, Martin McGuinness, that we should abolish the absurd differential between the First Minister's titles and return to something more like equality?
First Minister.
Well, the member will know that this is the remit of our Assembly and Executive Review Committee, so that committee is actively working its way through that. We all fought the election on the rules as they currently stand. That I think until we get to a point where potentially there is any change brought forward within that remit of that committee, then we all can make our own choice in terms of where we might go with it next.
Matthew.
First Minister, you were First Minister. I asked your opinion. I didn't ask what the AERC is doing. I'm on that committee, so I know. The differential between those titles was born out of unionist insecurity, to be blunt, in 1998. It was a continuation of, bluntly, the top-dog supremacy politics of the Orange State that you and I both want to move away from. Do you agree with me? Do you agree with yourself in 2020, because you called yourself the joint First Minister then? Do you agree with your predecessor, Martin McGuinness, that it is time to abandon that kind of top-dog politics and move towards joint titles?
First Minister.
Very clear to you. You are on the Executive and Review Committee. That is the forum in which we can discuss these issues. I am the First Minister, the Deputy First Minister, and it is a joint office. I've never shied away from that. I myself used the joint office title previously also. But let the ERC Committee do its work. You're on the committee, so you're familiar with it.
Matthew. Question 2 has been withdrawn. I call Gary Middleton.
When taking office, you said that you would be a First Minister for all. Your commentary following the decision by councillors in Londonderry in relation to the jobs fair shows that you're unwilling to set aside party politics and show leadership. First Minister, do you want the armed forces to butt out of all of jobs fairs in Northern Ireland, or is it just ones under nationalist control?
First Minister.
And again, the member will know that I have made my position clear on this. I think the democratically elected local councillors know best what is good in their own community, and I think given the history of the British Army in Derry, I stand over that. I think that was the right call for them to make in terms of what happens at a job fair. If anybody wants to join any of the British military, they can do it anywhere else. They can go online, they can apply whatever way they wish, but I think the sensitivities around Derry are not lost on people.
Gary Middleton for supplementary.
The First Minister hasn't answered the question. Was asked, does it apply to all councils in Northern Ireland? But First Minister, do you not see the hypocrisy of your commentary and commemorating in relation to those victim makers, but you're unwilling to allow citizens within my community to engage with the armed forces within their council? Do you not see the hypocrisy of that?
First Minister.
Do you not see the hypocrisy in going against what is the democratically elected local councillors' decision? So I back the councillors in their decision. I think it was right and appropriate, and I think that you should be respectful also of the council decision, because they took it in the best interests of the community that they serve.
Timothy Gosson.
Principal Deputy Speaker, First Minister, on a number of occasions, both in this chamber and in committee, I have sought clarification from you in relation to biological reality, to which you refuse to answer. Let me put the matter to you more directly. As someone who holds office in a department with responsibility for equality, can you, as First Minister, clarify, can a woman have a penis?
For God's sake. First
That's
Minister.
absolutely ridiculous, and you're making a show of yourself. You are fascinated with the definition of a woman. I think that says a lot about you.
Timothy Gosson for supplementary.
At the weekend, the DUP leader rightly attacked those who refuse to accept biological reality. Yet you head a department alongside Miss Pengelly, which retains its links with the discredited Stonewall organisation. Let me ask you directly, Stonewall believes that a woman can have a penis. First Minister, once again, do you?
I think I'm going to have to help you out, maybe with a bit of biology lesson. I was born a biological baby girl. I grew into a teenager, and I'm now a fully fledged woman. There are also trans women in our community, and if women can be supportive and inclusive of trans women, then you should also. But I fear, like the trans community fear, all you're interested in is stoking up fear and tensions and hurt. Have a bit of sensitivity, have a bit of decency.
Questions 5 and 6 have been withdrawn. I call Doug Beattie.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. First Minister, I welcome the recent Victims and Survivors Strategy 2024 to 2034. It refers on multiple occasions for a victims-centred approach, victim-centred on trauma and victim-centred on dealing with the past. Can I ask the Minister, with the Executive Office's engagement with the UK and the Irish Government on the new Legacy Commission, is the Minister able to give assurances to the victims and survivors that the Legacy Commission meets that clear objective of being victim-centred?
First Minister.
So as I said earlier on, because the framework's just been published on Friday, we don't understand what the legislative text yet looks like, so I think we need to understand that, and then of course there'll be a role in terms of the Victims and Survivors Service supporting all victims and survivors, but we can't engage on what the remit of the body is yet until we actually see what the legislative text says, but we will in due course.
Doug Beattie for supplementary.
Thank you for the answer. I guess I'm slightly concerned now, because I would have imagined that if you and the Deputy First Minister in the Executive Office actually created the Victims and Survivors Strategy 2024 to 34, that you would have sight of what that legislation is going to say. Therefore, you would understand what it was going to say. Therefore, you'd be able to stand up and say, this whole process, and I'm talking process, not legislation, the whole process is actually victims and survivors centred.
First Minister.
I mean, it's key to success that it is victims and survivors centred. I absolutely agree with you, but it's the way in which the British Government have chosen to launch the framework. So jointly with the Irish Government on Friday, we see this framework. But then there's a period between that and actually seeing what a legislative text looks like in terms of the make-up, the body, the remit, how it operates. We still haven't had sight of that. I don't believe anybody has a sight of that. I also don't agree that that's not good enough. I mean, I think they should have been consulting us. They should have been talking to us about this. I know that all parties would have engaged across the board, but of course the Executive Office should have been consulted, but that falls on the feet of the British Government in terms of their approach.
I call Jerry Kelly.
First Minister, I'm sure you're very aware there was something around 25,000 Gaels took to the streets of Dublin at the weekend in support and to highlight the issues of facing Irish language speakers. So will the First Minister join with me in commending those who went out on the streets on this very important issue?
First Minister.
Yeah, my Shiv, the huge crowds in Dublin at the weekend were really heartening, and I think it shows the vibrancy in terms of the Irish language community, but certainly to take to the streets in terms of a march for equality, for fairness across the board, was a testament to the strength and the energetic revival, I think, of the Irish language here. Gaelic is continuing to thrive in communities right across the island, and what has been highlighted widely and was at the purpose and the heart of the large rally on Saturday. It needs much more investment, north and south. It needs the financial contribution, but it also is something to be celebrated. So I suppose there can be no complacency in terms of or contempt from those within the executive in terms of responsibility for its development. So in that regard, I want to work with all parties. I want to work with executive colleagues, ensuring that the Irish language is fully supported and allowed to flourish. And I think we all have a clear duty in terms of playing a positive and proactive role in ensuring that the language grows for generations to come. So we need to work together to make sure that we do that and ensure that it is invested in.
Jerry Kelly for supplementary.
Thank the First Minister for her answer there.
She may have already alluded to this, do everything that she can to continue to commit to support the development of the Irish language, because there's much more to do.
Minister.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with you. There is so much more to do, I think, to build upon the huge strides forward, that to allow the language to grow. There's so many children being educated through the medium of Irish today, and they want to see their language and hear their language in the community in which they live. So I think that ongoing revival, the vibrancy of the language and the culture is something that is to be celebrated, and it creates huge opportunity, I think, as well for our society. We have the appointment of the Irish Language Commissioner. It's imminent in terms of that role being advanced, and I think even the role that Commissioner will play in terms of promoting the language and ensuring that it's protected across our public services and everyday life is going to be a really important interjection in terms of advancing things. And then I know that even within Belfast City Council, it's on the verge of adopting a transformative Irish language policy, which would be the first of its kind actually in the north, and I think that will further improve the visibility of the language. So we can and we must do more. We must keep working at it. We need to see an Irish language strategy brought forward by the Communities Minister, and that's going to require political will, and it's going to require genuine cooperation to ensure that the language does in fact thrive for generations to come.
Call David Brooks.
Speaker, there's no indication yet of any new companies investing in Northern Ireland on the basis of supposed dual market access, as we've heard from InvestNI previously, but there is growth in our aerospace and our valuable defence sectors. Can the First Minister outline what she is doing for those businesses globally?
First Minister.
I think dual market access is a prize that we all need to grab together. I mean, the fact that we have access to both markets is something that is the envy of many other places. So, in fact, there has been companies of late that have pointed to dual market access being the contributor towards their growth. So that's a positive thing. And I note even in the Murphy report last week, it talks about how we really need to avail and tap into this dual market access and really sell our wares. And I think at the heart of the economic strategy is to very much promote the dual market access, and we continue to see benefits of that in the time ahead. And I think that we need to then work to support all of our industries right across the board, and I think that the Economy Minister is doing a great job in that regard.
David Brooks for supplementary.
At a vital time for this sector, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, the First Minister boycotted events last St Patrick's Day. She boycotted the recent state banquet at Buckingham Palace, and she referred to the UK's government recent investment in that sector, that she was incredulous. Does she think that behaviour is helpful to assisting those businesses to grow here in Northern Ireland?
First Minister.
So I think it's important that we continue to have all of our business engagements. I think that's right and proper, that we very much have a message that we're open for business, that we're a great place to live, to work and to invest. That's the continued message that we have whenever we engage with many. And I think that's the appropriate, approach from us as an executive office, but also from the Economy Minister. I noted earlier on the level of engagement that we've had with all different international investors, with all different people from all different countries in terms of the big players in terms of investment. But don't sell your soul just in terms of short-termism, just to go to banquets and sip champagne whilst people in Gaza are starving.
Excuse me, I call Stephen Dunn, please.
Speaker, can I ask the First Minister for an update into the inquiry into mother and baby institutions and on the redress scheme?
First Minister.
This is ongoing in terms of our work, and the committee are actually working their way through all the pieces of legislation. This is a huge area that we want to get right, and we're very determined to make sure that we do everything that we can to support all those victims and survivors. I'm glad to say we're making some progress with the plaque that we're going to erect in the Great Hall. This was something that was a commitment that we've made previously, so we're hopeful actually we'll be able to do that in the autumn time, so that's another advancement in terms of this area.
Stephen Dunn for supplementary.
Speaker, is there any further update in terms of the time frame for delivery through the redress scheme for these innocent victims right across Northern Ireland?
So we're working our way through the legislative process at the moment, and the uniqueness of this scheme is that there will be two payments, one up front and then one that comes in at the latter stage after the public inquiry. So that's unique to any other scheme that's happened elsewhere, because there will be that first payment. I think that's important that we get that to people, victims and survivors, as quickly as possible, because they've been waiting for far too long to get to this juncture. So we're determined to get that payment made as quickly as possible as soon as the legislation has went through its course here. So I'm hopeful that we will be able to make progress in that fairly soon.
So that ends time for topical questions to Deputy First Minister. Members, take your ease just for a moment before we begin questions to the Minister for the Economy. Members, we're now moving on to questions to the Minister for the Economy, and I call Andy Allen.
Question 1, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Minister.
My Department's Trade and Standards Service has received the following number of complaints in each of the last 5 years. 2020, 10,583 consumer complaints. 2021, 9,799 consumer complaints. 2022, 12,708 consumer complaints. 2023, 12,622 consumer complaints. 2024, 10,817 consumer complaints, and to date in 2025, 6,962 consumer complaints.
Andy Allen for supplementary.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for her response. A large volume of complaints received each year by the Trade and Standards Service. Can I ask the Minister, therefore, for her assessment as to the effectiveness of Trade and Standards Service and how many of those complaints resulted in prosecution?
Minister.
I thank the member for his question. The Department's Trade and Standards Services delivers consumer protection enforcement on the ground, so it delivers a frontline public protection function for the benefit of our consumers, businesses, the wider economy, and that function comprises the twin aims of protecting consumers, particularly the most vulnerable, from illegal and unfair trading practices, and also providing support and guidance for businesses, and particularly small businesses, so they can effectively deal with regulation. It also, as the member has referred to, can undertake investigations when it receives complaints. Given the large number of complaints that are received and the mandate that Trade and Standards Service actually has, and the resource obviously that it has, it's not possible for it to investigate every single complaint it receives, nor can it pursue every issue, so it does prioritise its work, and the service can focus its resources in the areas which will result in the greatest benefits to the economy. I don't have the figures in front of me in terms of the numbers of prosecutions, but I'm happy if the member wants to write to me to share those.
Thank you, Minister. I call Padraig Delargy.
And thank the Minister for her answer so far. Minister, can I ask you what laws are in place to protect consumers from unsatisfactory home improvement services?
Minister. I thank the member for his question. Builders and those that provide home improvement services need to comply with a significant number of consumer protection laws. Under the Consumer Rights Act 2015, consumers who enter into a contract for goods and services can expect these to be supplied with reasonable care and skill, and that applies to all traders, whether they're builders, plumbers, decorators, electricians, whatever. The Act also requires that any materials used by any one of those professionals should be of satisfactory quality as described and fit for purpose. The Digital Markets Competition and Consumers Act 2024 protects consumers from unfair trading practices by prohibiting misleading actions and omissions, aggressive sales tactics and other unfair practices that distort consumer decisions, and any breaches of criminal consumer protection legislation can result in a trader being subject to enforcement by trading standards, including prosecution, with the courts having the powers to fine or imprison offenders.
Thank you. Question 2 has been withdrawn. I call Mr. Philip McGuigan.
And I thank the member for his question. Earlier today, I announced the proposed way forward on RHI following executive approval on the 18th of September. My department will now act swiftly to launch a public consultation and introduce the necessary legislation and regulations to give participants a tariff uplift for this coming winter. Following a period of extensive engagement with stakeholders, this consultation will now bring forward the details of how the scheme will be closed in a manner which is fair to both participants and the taxpayer.
Call Philip McGuigan for supplementary.
And obviously my question was a wee bit outdated given the Minister's statement this morning, but nonetheless I think I do welcome progress. Can I just ask, even though it may well have been covered, Minister, if you can suggest when a replacement scheme might be in place and how much AMI funding would be available for it?
And I thank the member for his question. As I indicated in my responses earlier on, the scheme itself is expected to cost up to 196 million AMI over the 10 years, and then there's a DEL cost, a resource cost alongside that, which frees up approximately 100 million AMI that once the scheme has been closed, that will be able to be used over that period for a scheme that is designed to effectively cut carbon. So we will be moving, once we have the RHI closure completed, we will be moving to design and to bring forward a replacement, and we will be engaging with Treasury on that basis.
Thank you, Minister. I call David Honeyford for supplementary.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I welcome the statement this morning and the answer to the question there, and the announcement last week about the renewables and the new scheme coming forward there. But this is all developer led, and I've repeatedly asked for a department plan to link all of this together to give confidence to move forward at the best value money. Is there a plan coming forward, and when will we see that?
Yeah, and I thank the member for his question, and I think he makes an important point, because there are, as he will be well aware, a number of policy areas being developed in tandem, and it is obviously being coordinated across the department, so we can ask officials to share something that can point to what the member is wanting.
Thank you. I call Colin McGrath.
Question number 4.
Minister.
The establishment of local economic partnerships is a new approach bringing together my department, Invest NI, councils and other key economic stakeholders in local areas. Overall, good progress has been made. All 11 local economic partnerships have now been established. There are varying levels of progress around the development of action plans. 4 partnerships are very close to submitting action plans to the department for approval, and others are holding workshops to develop ideas and proposals. We expect that progress on action plans will accelerate from this point forward. Newry Morning Down, the member's own local economic partnership, was the first partnership to be established, and the partnership has agreed an action plan. It's currently going through council approval processes and should be with the department in coming weeks for approval and issue of a letter of offer. I am also visiting Ards and North Down Council on Thursday to hear more about their local economic partnership, and I look forward to visiting more partnerships and seeing action plans progress. The Department and Invest NI will continue to work closely with the partnerships over coming months to develop action plans which address local economic needs and ensure a collaborative approach.
Call Linda Dillon for supplementary. Colin, sorry.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. I wanted to ask, I think this money is good that it pushes it right out across the north and all area can benefit, but I did ask your predecessor, are there any checks and balances in place within each council area to make sure that right across that council area money is being spread around? I know from my area, I want to see that Downpatrick gets its money rather than it simply going to Newry.
Minister.
Yeah, and I thank the member for his question, and I think he makes a fair point. I would suggest, though, that it is the responsibility of the local councillors in the areas and all of those who are represented on the partnerships to ensure there is a fair distribution across the area and that they are targeting where they need to be targeting in terms of that economic development. I guess the checks and balances are built in, as you would expect, to the business case process in terms of issuing those letters of offer. It's probably slightly different checks and balances to what the member is referring to, but I think the opportunity for local areas to be designing those economic plans and the local accountability then needs to be layered on top of that.
Linda Dillon for supplementary. And thank the Minister for her answers. And a bit like the previous questioner, I'm going to be selfishly interested in my own area of Mid-Ulster. But just if we can get a sense of what types of projects are likely to be included in the action plans, and I accept that I actually agree with you, local councils are best suited to decide what best the action plans are for Minister. their own area.
I thank the member for her question, and I suppose just to give her an update on Mid-Ulster, I understand Council has decided to appoint a consultant to lead on the development of their action plan, who should be in place later in September. So I would encourage her to engage as that goes forward. There are currently a good range of actions being brought forward by the partnerships, which as exactly as anticipated, address local economic needs. Proposals include things like business support and mentoring, workspace development and tourism initiatives, but it's very much up to the local area to decide what initiatives are needed and what best fits with their own local economic needs. And I would encourage people to actively engage with the partnerships in their own areas to help shape that.
Philip Brett for supplementary.
Deputy Speaker, Minister, your sub-regional economic plan was launched almost a year ago with these local economic partnerships meant to be at the heart of them. £45 billion allocated to them and not a penny spent to date. Regional balance has got worse under your watch, Minister, and we've had a resignation from the board of Invest Northern Ireland. Do you agree with me that your sub-regional economic plan is not worth the paper it's written on?
I absolutely do not agree with you in respect of that, and I wouldn't expect that you expected me to. And I'm not sure what metric that you are referring to in terms of regional balance having got worse. I think the initiative in terms of the local economic partnerships is very much about democratising economic development. I think the length of time that it has taken partnerships to establish is not unexpected, that it would differ across different council areas, and obviously the devolved responsibility and the devolved nature of councils, and for some in particular bringing together partnerships that may not have existed previously. So councils were starting from different places. The department also had to seek approval of the business case for the fund, which required a careful approach to ensure the type of flexibility that we want to see that is actually going to facilitate these partnerships in delivering. And I'm pleased that now all 11 partnerships have been established, and as I have indicated, we do have well-developed action plans that have enabled officials to undertake financial forecasting. So there will be reduced spend in the first year, but the funding is allocated across the 3 years and will be profiled accordingly.
Thank you. I call David Brooks.
My department regulates the minimum quality standards for visitor accommodation, commonly known as short-term lets, across the north. It makes regulations to set standards for areas such as cleanliness, maintenance, essential facilities and comfort that operators must meet. Tourism MI ensures compliance by inspecting all new accommodation establishments under its statutory certification scheme before they begin operating, and by re-inspecting existing businesses at least once every 4 years. My department and Tourism NI recently completed a review of the scheme's statutory criteria. We will soon launch a public consultation on proposed changes to obtain wider stakeholder and industry feedback. These proposals respond to recent market trends, like the rise of glamping pod and other alternative accommodations, and propose to update the minimum standards and amenities that visitors now expect.
Thank you. Paul David Brooks for supplementary.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for her answers so far. The Minister will surely recognise that the proliferation of these short-term lets is corrosive to the cohesion of our communities. The availability and cost of family homes within those communities, and also undermines our hospitality sector. Is there a recognition within the executive that the need to do more for short-term lets than merely to regulate their quality?
And I thank the member for his question, and certainly the sentiment that he expresses, I have a lot of sympathy with. I live in an area that is a big tourism sector, and has many tourism attractions, and you know, these types of short-term lets are increasing, and I think that it is important that we do take a proper look at that. The regulation of short-term lets obviously is a complex area to deliver change in, and there are different policy and operational responsibilities across departments, councils and other agencies. My department and Tourism NI have no statutory powers to limit or to cap or control the number or spread of properties providing accommodation for visitors, and therefore has little or no statutory or regulatory role concerning the impacts on housing, as the member is referring to. However, I am committed to supporting the delivery of the Executive's housing supply strategy, and I'm sure the member is aware that there is a cross-departmental approach being taken, and my officials are working with Departments of Communities and Infrastructure as DFC looks to soon commission research to gain a more informed assessment of the relative impact, if any, of short-term lets on local housing markets. So I think the completion of that research will give us a better understanding of the type of policy interventions that could be required in this area.
Call Emma Sharon for supplementary.
It's Priolash Concordia and Buhislishan Ira Vahanya Fregrishan. Minister, can you outline what the Department and Tourism NI are doing to enforce regulatory compliance for Airbnb and short-term lets?
And I thank the member for her question. Enforcement of the requirement for visitor accommodation to be certified is for Tourism NI under the 1992 Tourism Order, and it includes taking enforcement action against accommodation establishments which have not been certified. Tourism NI regularly engages with representatives of the main online booking platforms like Airbnb to encourage them to align the properties that are listed on their sites with the properties certified by Tourism NI, and that is something that I would strongly encourage in terms of cooperation to continue to grow. Tourism NI also routinely undertakes enforcement action against uncertified operators in accordance with their powers and statutory responsibilities. Upon completing the work of the upcoming public consultation, my department and Tourism NI will review the overall design and function of the certification scheme, including whether enhanced enforcement powers for Tourism NI, for example, to take action against online booking platforms to improve operator compliance, is required.
I call Matthew O'Toole for supplementary.
Thank you, President Speaker. Minister, I'll let you get your voice back there. There's a lot of people doing the cough today. Can I just ask to be clear, so there's a study going on involving Tourism NI to see whether further statutory powers are necessary or further enforcement powers, or both, or one in order to get to the other. Can I just ask you to be specific? Is it your intention to legislate to get more power to regulate short-term lets, specifically Airbnb?
Minister.
I thank the member for his question. So in case I have caused confusion, there is the consultation being undertaken in relation to the powers that Tourism NI currently have in relation to accommodation, and upon completion of that consultation, we will look at whether any further powers are required in relation to enforcement. Then there is the broader piece of work that is being undertaken across departments to look at the issue of short-term lets and the impact on our housing supply.
Call Sinead Ennis.
Question 6.
Minister.
I value the importance of tourism to the Newry Morning Down District Council area, and I recognise that the decision by Minister Muir will have been disappointing for the region. However, our focus is now on finding an alternative use of the funding. While it will be ultimately for Belfast Region City Deal partners to propose an alternative project, I am supportive of retaining the funding in the Newry Morning Down District Council area. My department is actively working with stakeholders, including the Council, to identify alternative projects. Indeed, officials from my department, Invest NI and Tourism NI, met with Council officials in Downpatrick last week to support the exploration of alternative options. I am fully committed to co-design and partnership, working with the Council on the development of a new proposal that will strengthen the local economy, support job creation and bring lasting value to the region.
And I thank the Minister. I think Minister Muir's intervention not only jeopardised the much-needed City deal funding, but more worryingly calls into question the long-standing memorandum of understanding between our Council and his department. Minister, you said you're actively working with officials from Newry Morning Down Council, and I welcome that. Will the Minister commit to sending her departmental officials to continue that exploration work with Warrenpoint Chamber and others on finding an alternative tourism or innovation project?
Minister.
Yeah, and I thank the member for her question. I understand Council officials met recently with Warrenpoint Chamber to discuss alternative projects, and I welcome the Chamber's involvement and would encourage the Chamber and others to continue engaging with Council to support the identification of alternative projects, irrespective of whether they're in the tourism or innovation sectors. As I said, my focus is on supporting the Council and the wider Belfast Region City deal partners to develop the right project that will deliver sustained and inclusive economic growth for the region.
I call Nuala McAllister.
Question number 7.
The reported increase in young people here not in education, employment or training is of significant concern to me. This is a complex area and not unique to here, involving a diverse range of young people aged between 16 and 24 with multiple factors at play. I have asked my officials to consider the factors associated with the increase, for example, the increasing incidence of poor mental health. Could that be contributing to this worrying trend? Many of my department's programmes are aimed at supporting our young people to thrive in training or employment. These include entry-level programmes such as Skills for Life and Work and Step Up, with FE colleges offering flexible delivery to accommodate diverse learner needs. The apprenticeship programme with the recently launched Apprenticeship Action Plan is a key deliverable, and I will soon be consulting on widening participation into higher education. The loss of ESF funding continues to be a challenge in terms of interventions that we can offer. Addressing the trend will require a holistic response from across the Executive, and I am committed to working with my Executive colleagues to ensure that all of our young people can fully participate and achieve their potential.
Ms McAllister for supplementary.
I thank the Minister for your response. Minister, in my constituency in North Belfast, there's many organisations do a lot of work with young people, but one in particular that focuses on young girls, women's tech, do some fantastic work, and I want to know if the department is exploring any more those roles that would be more typically male dominated to encourage more of our young people, particularly women, to get involved in those roles.
Minister.
And I thank the member for her question, and I know Women's Tech well. I'm actually visiting their project, which is launched in the Northwest on Friday as part of the Apprenticeship Inclusion Challenge Fund. So the Apprenticeship Inclusion Challenge Fund supports projects that are to facilitate young people from backgrounds who traditionally face barriers, and that includes women, because the numbers of girls participating in apprenticeships is much less than young boys. So that is something in terms of that gap that we want to address, and certainly something I would be supportive of is encouraging more young women and girls into those less traditional roles, and anything that we can do in terms of supporting that. And that includes the work that we are doing through the Careers Action Plan, so that young people know about the variety of options that are available to them and the pathways to get there. So I think there are a number of different pieces of work going on, but I think that in terms of the trends in relation to those young people not in training, education or employment, it is something that is concerning and that we do need to take a more focused look at.
Keir Ferguson for supplementary.
Thank you, Deputy Principal Speaker. Could the Minister just expand on how you and the Department intends to support young people furthest removed from the labour market, particularly those that have disengaged? and with low or no qualifications? Thank you.
I thank the member for her question. As I mentioned in my answer, the Department delivers Skills for Life and Work, which is a vocational education and training programme focused primarily on entry level and level 1, providing guaranteed training place for young people aged 16 to 17 who have left school with no or low qualifications. The programme supports those who have very low or no prior achievement on their journey towards further education, employment or onto an apprenticeship, and serves a cohort of young people that face significant barriers to engagement in work and learning. My officials are also working with training providers to identify progression pathways for programmes to better support outcomes for young people. And we also support the Peace Plus Youth programme, which targets young people aged 14 to 24 who are disadvantaged, marginalised or at risk of involvement with violent or paramilitary activity. Typically, these young people have disengaged from mainstream provision. Participants can develop their capabilities in areas such as good relations, personal development and employability, alongside a focus on identifying the next step of their journey.
Thank you. I call Alan Chambers.
Speaker, question number 8, please.
Minister, thank you.
Over the last 3 years, cruise line visits have consistently contributed £20 to £25 million per year to the local economy. This is dependent on the number of ships visiting, their passenger capacity and uptake of ticket sales. Over the last 3 years, annual cruise ships visits have increased from 141 ships in 2022, delivering £20 million to the economy, to a high of 158 in 2023, bringing £25 million economic benefit. 2024 saw a drop back to 143 visiting ships with an estimated £20 million economic benefit, and by the end of the 2025 season an increased 147 ships are scheduled to visit, delivering an estimated economic impact in excess of £23 million. These economic impact figures are taken from a recent report commissioned by Belfast Harbour and supported by Visit Belfast. The report estimates the direct spend by passengers and crew during their visits, as well as by the cruise lines, such as pre-arranged passenger tours, port services and locally supplied provisions.
Alan Chambers for supplementary.
Sir, undoubtedly those figures prove that attracting cruise liners to Belfast has been a huge success story. But Minister, the added value is if cruise passengers plan a return visit to explore more of what Northern Ireland has to offer. Has any research been carried out into that potential, and are we actively encouraging it? Thank you.
And I thank the member for his question. And I think that it is an important area to look at, and certainly the experience over the summer with the Open as a shop window, for want of a better term, to everything that we have to offer is a similar opportunity. And I think that it's the work that Tourism NI and Tourism Ireland do in terms of marketing what we have to offer, and then people coming and experiencing it for themselves. It does encourage them to come back, but in terms of specific research in respect of that, I would welcome the member writing to me on, and I'm happy to furnish him with anything that we do have, or to look at what we might need.
Eva Finnegan for supplementary.
Can the Minister provide an update on the new cruise tourism facilities being constructed as part of the Shared Island project?
Minister.
Belfast Harbour recently commenced the construction of a new £90 million deep water berth at the D3 site in Belfast Harbour. This facility will initially provide dedicated cruise passenger facilities to replace the current cruise location at D1, which is expected to be required to handle offshore wind farm projects later this decade. The £90 million investment is funded by Belfast Harbour as part of its 5-year strategy to advance regional prosperity, and is not in receipt of Shared Island funding. Belfast Harbour has identified a further significant investment opportunity on the D3 site, which would make it capable of further bolstering Belfast Harbour's capability to support the offshore wind supply chain. Such investment is beyond the current funding availability to Belfast partners who have been engaging with both DFI and DFE around making a joint proposal to the Shared Island Fund alongside a bid from the Port of Cork to further enhance the development of a dual-use solution for cruise and offshore wind.
Call Brian Kingston for a supplementary.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and I'll give the Minister time to get a glass of water. Those figures are very encouraging. I remember the excitement when the first cruise ship came to Belfast in 1996, and now we've around 150 every year, so it's part of the success story of Belfast. Given the vital importance of the tourism sector for our economy, I do have to ask, Minister, why you have imposed a real-term cut to the Tourism Northern Ireland budget.
Minister.
And I thank the member for his question. I think we all recognise the very challenging budgetary environment that we are in, and across the departments we've all faced difficult decisions over the course of the past couple of years. In terms of the approach to the budget this year, to be able to take forward some of the priorities that we have as a department, we had to look across the rest of the department to reduce the costs, and so right across all of the divisions of the department there was some level of reduction imposed, and therefore that has also impacted on our arm's length bodies. We have uplifted Tourism Ireland's funding, which had fallen back over the past number of years, and to ensure my own priority in terms of tourism, we have the publication of the Tourism Vision and Action Plan, and we are working alongside all of our arm's length bodies in terms of looking towards the 3-year budgeting process to try and ensure that we are maximising the potential that we do have within the budgetary constraints that we have.
Okay, thank you, Minister. That ends the period for listed questions. We'll now move on to 15 minutes of topical questions. Just to inform you that topical question number 8 has been withdrawn, and I call Sinead McLaughlin.
Speaker, Minister, the Lions review into Invest NI highlighted the need for greater public accountability. Kieran Kennedy recently resigned from the board of Invest NI, citing discrimination against the North West and a lack of commitment to regional balance. Was he wrong?
I thank the member for her question, and I regret that Kieran has resigned over an operational decision. In terms of the North West and my commitment to regional balance, I think that the evidence is there in respect of that, and I think in terms of the announcements that have been made recently in respect of investment into City of Derry Airport and into McGee expansion, but also working alongside Invest NI in terms of the type of investment that we have seen and in jobs announcements and in R&D investment, just as recently as last week in Seagate, EY, Alchemy, Fintru. Those are announcements that I've all had the opportunity to attend over recent weeks and months since I've been in post. So I think there has been a shift in respect of the commitment to deliver in terms of regional balance, and certainly it's something that I'm absolutely committed to. It's one of the 4 priorities that make up the economic vision.
Sinead McLaughlin for supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. These investments, the private sector investments that you speak about, were predominantly made by the private sector themselves. So, Minister, that wasn't good enough for Kieran Kennedy, a man who has dedicated to seeing economic fairness delivered for the North West region. So how do you expect it to be good enough for the people of Derry? And is it good enough for you?
As somebody who is from the North West, I have a vested interest in making sure that it is invested in and that we absolutely deliver for the people that we represent there. And I know that is something that the member also shares. As I say, I'm disappointed, obviously, that Kieran felt that he had to take the decision he did. I understand the reasons that he did in terms of the decision around the office in the North West. That's something that I know Invest NI continues to work towards resolving. But as I have indicated, my commitment to delivering on regional balance is, I think, clear and evident to see, and I think that the delivery we have seen over recent weeks and months supports that, and it's something that I will ensure in my term of office continues.
Paul Frew, please.
Given the public utterances of the CEO of Wrightbus over the weekend, Minister, regarding unfair domestic decisions by His Majesty's Government and the spectre of Chinese companies coming into competition with our companies that receive Chinese state funding, whilst our government heaps on a burden of employer contributions and national insurance, what more can the Minister do to support Wrightbus?
I haven't seen the CEO's comments, and so I'm not entirely sure what the member is referring to, but I think I understand the gist of it, and certainly in terms of the representations that we have made as an executive in respect of some of the decisions that have been made by the British Government in terms of the likes of the employers' national insurance contributions. I know that's something that the Finance Minister continues to make the case in regard. In terms of the support that we can provide Wrightbus, of course, we're there in terms of the various supports through the likes of Invest NI, but also the department in terms of skills and development, R&D, innovation support. So those are things that we're all absolutely happy to continue to work with the company on.
Mr. Frew for supplementary.
I thank the Minister for her response and answer. Given that Wrightbus is the largest employer in my constituency, in the top 10 in Northern Ireland, and with regards to research and development ahead of its field by a margin, will the Minister commit to applying pressure on the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland to make sure that there's nothing domestically in the UK that disadvantages Wrightbus unfairly with regards to its domestic competitors? And if I write to the Minister, will she visit Wrightbus to hear first-hand from the CEO?
And I thank the member for his question, and certainly if you write to me, we will absolutely endeavour to fit that into the diary. In terms of the engaging with the Secretary of State, I have absolutely no difficulty in doing that. I think as an executive we are united in respect of some of the decisions that have been taken by the British Government since it has been in office and the impact that it's having on local business. And for a government that claims to have an objective of economic growth, I don't think that the decisions that they have taken match up with that commitment.
Colin Tennyson.
Deputy Speaker, Minister, you have reiterated your support for 80% renewable energy by 2030, and that's a commitment that I share. Critical to that will be the delivery of the North-South interconnector. For the avoidance of doubt, Minister, do you and does your department support the interconnector being delivered as currently designed?
Minister.
And I thank the member for his question, and I think that I have been fairly clear on this matter previously. The North-South interconnector is critical infrastructure in terms of our renewable targets and ambitions, and most importantly of all in terms of cutting costs for consumers. I've been very clear about my own party position in relation to the North-South interconnector. I've also been clear about the obligations that we have as a department in terms of taking that forward.
Owen Tennyson for a supplementary.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker and Minister. I'm not sure you can disaggregate your party position from your position as Minister. Minister, given that you claim it is Sinn Féin's position that this be undergrounded, how is that consistent with your colleague, the Infrastructure Minister's position, who has fended off legal challenge from those who want the pylons to be undergrounded? And to be clear, I want to see the project progress as currently designed.
Yeah, and I know the member will be well aware that the project was previously approved by a previous infrastructure minister, and that we have obligations in terms of delivering on what has been approved in terms of the planning, and both the departments have obligations in terms of delivering on that.
Brian Kingston.
Speaker, and the Minister will be aware that among the land portfolio of Invest NI is the former Mackey's factory site, which closed over 25 years ago between the Springfield Road and Woodvale Avenue in West Belfast. Invest NI has repeatedly confirmed to me that this is zoned and reserved for employment creation, and they are marketing it to potential client companies. Has the Minister made any representation to Invest NI to push for job creation on this site, or can she commit to doing so?
Minister.
I'm not aware that I've engaged with Invest NI in respect of that piece of land specifically. If the member wants to write to me about it, I'd be happy to take on board what he's saying and to engage.
Ryan Kingston for supplementary.
Yeah. Okay, well, I will follow up then in writing, and I will also add in the Glenbank Industrial Estate on the Crumlin Road in North Belfast, where again there's significant land which has been empty for over 25 years, so I'll follow up with that as well.
Sean Mulholland.
Very much, Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Can I ask, Minister, further to the 2.8 decrease in renewable energy consumption for an update on delivery of the offshore renewable energy plan?
Yeah, and I thank the member for her question. And in terms of the renewable energy consumption statistics, they have shown a slight reduction over the last year. The fluctuations I think that we do see in terms of our renewable energy consumption are because of a variety of reasons, and some of the constraint that we have in our system currently, and don't necessarily reflect a reduction in renewable energy generation capacity. In terms of the offshore renewable energy action plan, so the strategic environmental assessment and habitat regulation assessments have been, the consultation and those have completed, and the work is ongoing in terms of the next steps in delivering offshore. We recently saw a research report undertaken by Intertrade Ireland that looked at the potential for offshore on the island of Ireland, and we are significantly well placed in terms of the types of sectors that are needed to support the supply chain. So I think it's something that we do need to keep a continued focus on in terms of our renewable energy potential and what we clearly have in terms of our natural assets.
Sean Mulholland for supplementary.
Thank you. And obviously, Minister, you'll know that we have a target in the Climate Change Act of 80% electricity from renewable sources by 2030. How important do you think that offshore energy is to achieving that, and how likely is it that your department will achieve?
I thank the member for her question, and just on Friday we published the Renewable Electricity Price Guarantee final scheme design, and that will be a significant lever in terms of meeting the 80 by 2030 target, which will encourage the investment in terms of renewables, which has very much dropped off since 2016 when the previous scheme ended. So that will be a significant player in terms of helping us to deliver on that target. In terms of the work that still needs to be done in respect of offshore renewable energy and the kind of timelines that we are talking about, it's not really anticipated that offshore will play a big role in delivering on the 2030 target, and it could be beyond 2030 before it really becomes a key part of what we're trying to deliver, which is why it's really important that we did get the Renewable Energy Price Guarantee Scheme published at the end of last week, and why we will be pushing forward in terms of the legislation to get that scheme established and the first auction undertaken as soon as possible.
Colin Dillon.
Minister, can you give us an update on where you are with the review on the post-19 SEN provision, please?
In June, following a comprehensive review, I outlined my proposals for a programme of reforms for school leavers with special educational needs. Subject to appropriate investment, the changes will enhance the pathways and supports for school leavers who want to access the Department's education, skills and training provision. Following my Assembly statement, I also circulated a paper to executive colleagues on a range of cross-cutting issues and those relating to other departmental remits. A collaborative approach is crucial to delivering on our PFG commitment to all young people with special educational needs. My officials are working through the scoping and planning for this significant reform programme, as well as making progress with early actions. We have led on the development of a joint bid to the Transformation Fund with the Departments of Health, Communities, Education and Infrastructure, as well as preparing spending review bids.
thank the Minister for your answer so far. Minister, you'll know that obviously there are some parents who are still very concerned that their young people will not be included and will not be able to access post-19 provision. Can you outline what conversations you're having specifically with the Health Minister around ensuring that young people can access post and that they're getting sufficient help through health as well as your office?
And I see the Health Minister sitting across the chamber with me, and he will confirm that we have engaged in relation to this, and my officials also have regular contact with the Department of Health on the review and our proposals, as well as on the development of that joint transformation bid. In June, I announced my intention to bring forward statutory assessment and support arrangements for learners with special educational needs accessing further educational colleges. Officials are at the start of the process of developing detailed arrangements and will be engaging with health colleagues as part of the work. And we understand the workforce and capacity challenges across our health and social care trusts, and that can impact on the pace at which they agree and put in place arrangements for young people with care needs accessing further education. But the need to address capacity across the entire system is one of the issues I raised in my statement in June, and which I continue to engage with colleagues in the Executive on.
Call Peter Martin. Very quickly, Peter.
I can do it quickly, Principal Deputy Speaker. Minister, thank you for your answer so far. I've spoken to many local businesses in the last year, and they've raised 3 specific issues to me. What is the Minister doing to assist small local independent businesses, specifically with energy costs, rates and national insurance rises?
Well, the last 2 don't really fall to me in terms of rates. Obviously, the Finance Minister has responsibility. I have responsibility for business, and will certainly engage with him in terms of any proposals that he's bringing forward. And obviously, I'm aware of the programme of review, because I put it in place while I was Finance Minister. National insurance contributions, I have spoken to one of your colleagues about there just earlier on, and we continue to make representations to the British Government in respect of the decisions that were taken and that do have had a demonstrable damage and impact on local businesses.
Thank you.
And
sorry, Minister.
I didn't get to answer the bit that...
No, I know, but time has eluded us. So that ends questions to the Minister for the Economy. Linda Dillon has given notice of an urgent oral question to the Minister of Health. I would remind members that if they wish to ask a supplementary question, they should be continually rising in their places. The member who has tabled the question will be called automatically to ask the supplementary. Clerk, could you please read the question?
To ask the Minister of Health for an update on the IT problem that impacted the Southern Health and Social Care Trust on the 17th of September 2025.
Thank you. I call on the Minister for Health and Social Care.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. In accordance with my written ministerial statement of the 19th of September, I reiterate the Southern Health and Social Care Trust experienced an operational IT outage on the morning of the 17th of September. The issue was isolated to the Southern Trust, but of course it impacted across their sites. There's no suggestion that this was a cyber-related matter. The outage led to a loss of the computer network via 2 data centres, preventing access to key systems across the Trust. The resultant impact necessitated the postponement of elective activity on both the 17th and 18th of September, and the diversion of ambulances to other Trust emergency departments throughout the 17th. Community services were impacted to a lesser extent. Both data centres impacted were restored by 5 p.m. on the 17th of September, providing access in the first instance to priority systems, that's labs, emergency departments, intensive care units and night medicines. And then Daisy Hill and Craigavon Area Hospital recommenced receipt of ambulance arrivals at 9 p.m. and 10:30 p.m. respectively. The Trust have commenced with rebooking of appointments in line with clinical prioritisation. My department will support prompt rebooking via waiting list funding if required. Initial all-verified data indicates approximately 1,600 patients were impacted by postponements. It should be noted there were no postponements beyond the 17th and 18th of the month, and adult community clinics were not impacted during the major incident timeframe. The major incident was formally stood down on the morning of the 18th of September. However, recovery efforts will continue for some time to come. And Principal Deputy Speaker, I of course wish to empathise and sincerely apologise to all who were affected.
Thank you, Minister. I call Linda Dillon.
Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you for the written statement that we received. But I suppose, similar to today, it doesn't really give us an understanding, and I do appreciate that you've said there will be a review. I think that is important. But it doesn't give us an understanding of why everything had to be cancelled on the 18th as well, whenever the system was back up and running on the 17th by 5 o'clock. So really what I want to know is, will the review give us some reassurances around future resilience of the IT systems right across our health service? And can we also get detailed information, not only in relation to the 1,600 patients who you've already outlined that have been impacted? You've said that work now continues and that there's going to be an ongoing impact. So how many more people do we not know about whose appointments, surgeries, red flag diagnosis have been impacted that we don't know about? So we need to understand how and when all of those people will be accommodated, the 1,600 that we know about, but also the knock-on effect on anybody else. When will we get the detail, a time frame of that review and all of the detail that will come from it?
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Well, it lasted over 2 days because there had to be a great level of concern that rebooting the system, if I may use that phrase, too quickly could have led to a further collapse in the system, and that is why it was brought on gradually with priority areas, as I say, the labs, the emergency departments, the ICUs and the nighttime medicines. So there had to be a caution about coming back on. As we stand a few days on, we know what happened, and there was just an upgrade, a sort of planned upgrade of software, which went wrong, but we don't know why it went wrong, and so we need to know why did it go wrong. And I'm particularly interested to know why the 2 data centres malfunctioned, because I am looking on it as a primary system and a backup system, and clearly if it's a backup system that should not fall along with the primary one. Its exact existence is to be a backup when things start to go wrong. Now, in terms of the 1,600, what the trusts are going to have to do now is look at the clinical priorities in terms of rescheduling. So I think it is inevitable, it is logical to assume that some people who currently have a date for a procedure will be asked to endure a postponement because their condition is not as urgent as perhaps some of the 1,600 people who were postponed on the 17th and 18th last week. And that's a bit of work that I think will be ongoing over certainly a number of days, if not a short number of weeks, because it is a very complex thing.
Sorry, Minister. Thank you. I call Owen Tennyson.
Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your responses so far. Minister, this is obviously hugely distressing for patients who have been waiting for, in some instances, a very long time, and some who have been red flagged for cancer and other issues. Minister, will there be a coordinated regional response to the disruption, and will other trusts play any role in rescheduling appointments which have been cancelled?
Minister.
Principal Deputy Speaker, thank you very much. I should take the opportunity to say that it was not just stressful for patients and to some extent for service users, but also for the staff who were finding that they couldn't perform as they were intending to. And some of those staff will have personal relationships, professional relationships with patients built up over a period of time, and that's probably compounded by the fact our waiting lists are far too long, that professionals become much more accustomed to meeting and greeting and building those relationships with people. I should also say that mutual aid was first class in the early assessment. So we're talking about, for example, emergency departments and other trusts receiving ambulances which otherwise would have gone to Daisy Hill or to Greaven Area Hospital. So very pleased, and I want to thank all the staff involved and recognise the kind of moral distress that would have put them under. As to whether that mutual aid will continue to other trusts accepting some of the 1,600 patients for procedures within their trusts, I think that is a clinical matter to be decided by the Southern Trust in liaison with the other 4. I am not aware of where that conversation has got to. I am aware that I've spoken to my Chief Digital Officer twice today, about the kind of time frame for figuring out why what went wrong. There will be other meetings ongoing today about how we prioritise those 1,600 people on the elective list.
I call Diane Dodds.
You, and thank you, Minister, for your answers. This was a pretty catastrophic event. Not only did we had both the main system and the backup system go wrong, with fairly difficult outworkings. I have been approached by a number of my constituents who were in Craigavon Hospital on the previous Monday night, that was Monday the 8th, who indicated to me that there was also an IT system glitch on that Monday night, and that patients saw staff running about scrambling for pen, paper, etc., etc. Is this accurate? And secondly, do we know that the cause, and I hope it wasn't the fact that the cause of this was a computer system that was limping along that then just had a catastrophic failure on the
Diane,
17th?
is there a question? Thank you.
Thank you.
Principal Deputy Speaker, thank you very much. I am not going to endorse the description from the member that this was a catastrophic event. It was certainly a very serious event, particularly for the 1,600 people whose elective procedures were cancelled. But the hospital continued to function to some degree, and emergencies were dealt with. So I'm going to stick with a very serious rather than a catastrophic event. As to the allegations that there was some sort of a glitch on the evening of Monday, the 8th of September, that's news to me, Principal Deputy Speaker, and believe me, there will be officials in the department who are listening and watching to this, and they'll be on the case trying to verify or otherwise what happened.
Thank you. I call Alan Chambers.
Thank you, Deputy Principal Speaker. Minister, I welcome the fact that it would seem the Trust responded at pace, and that as a region it was able to draw upon the technical expertise from other corners of the HSC in Northern Ireland. Does the Minister agree with me that the Trust should leave no opportunity unutilised when it comes to booking in patients as quickly as possible again, especially those requiring urgent and time-critical treatment? Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Yes, I agree with the member, and as I indicated, there will be clinical decisions being made about the 1,600 who had their elective procedures postponed, and that will have a knock-on effect for others who are currently on the list waiting for procedures of their own, because it will be done in terms of clinical priority. I also want to commend the Trust for the speed and the effectiveness in which they instigated their business continuity arrangements. In other words, how they dealt with that very serious incident. And all staff, again, are to be commended for their efforts during the incident, but also in restoring access within 24 hours of the outage occurring, and I think that was a lot quicker than any early estimate. So once again, I commend the staff for that.
Thank you. I call Colin McGrath.
Thank you very much. Many more people are getting their health service, which relies upon that key IT facility to be able to help them to deliver it, and when it collapses, it creates the difficulties and problems. And there were suggestions that there were difficulties within another trust area with people not being able to log on the week before. Isn't it the case that this executive is just not investing in the critical infrastructure that's required to be able to deliver the services that we need? And we need to see more money being directed towards the IT services so that everything can be delivered properly.
Minister.
Principal Deputy Speaker, thank you very much. Well, I would concur with the member that you can invest in all sorts of areas of health and social care, and I certainly make the point once again that there's a multi-hundred of million pound gap in the current budget for health and social care. But in terms of the IT, and particularly in Compass, and I emphasise yet again that whatever happened, we're saying it was not a cyber attack, nor was it some sort of systemic failure within EPIC, which is the engine that drives Encompass. So we still don't know why it went wrong, but Encompass is a world leader, I believe, and the member will be aware when Labour came to power, the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care in London, Wes Streeting, said he had 3 shifts that he wanted to achieve, and one was moving from an analogue to a digital healthcare system. We're ahead of the game. all 5 of our geographic health and social care trusts are on Encompass. But it's like that old saying, when it works, it's great. When it doesn't work, you've got a major problem, and I very much regret that.
I call down for South.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answers so far. And to return to my colleague Diane Dodd's comment, I would agree with her in terms of the catastrophic element, because as we move to digitisation of public services and things suffer difficulties, this isn't just not being able to book your MOT, this is life and death and access to healthcare systems. Whenever the incident happened, the communications from the constituents that contacted me were that of a lot of stress, and I think you've addressed some of that in the chamber today by saying it wasn't a cyber attack, your data hasn't been compromised. But on reflection and part of the review, will the communications that went out to the public be part of that, and the rate at which they come out in future?
Appreciate that, Diane. Thank you, Minister.
Principal Deputy Speaker, thank you very much. Yes, I think the Trust did the best that they could in terms of communicating in live time with patients and service users and the population more generally. Of course, it was compounded by the fact that the IT systems were down, so the use of IT systems would be the primary means of communication. But that will, of course, be part of the review. There will be 2 reviews going on, or 2 processes which will follow what happened on the 17th and the 18th. In the first instance, there will be this core review of why did it go wrong, and that will be shared across the trusts in case there are learnings for the other trusts. And then the other review will be how well the Trust was able to employ its business continuity arrangements, in other words, to continue to try and serve patients and service users. And once again, there may be learnings for all the trusts, because, as I said, a form of mutual aid was employed, not least with ambulances going to ED emergency departments in hospitals in other trusts. But once again, I mean, the member is saying this was catastrophic. I wonder what sort of descriptor she would be using if somebody had actually died in an incident like this, because I don't think there's a lot left in the thesaurus above and beyond catastrophic.
I call Philip McGuigan.
Pre-last Cancollier. Minister, you said that the issue arose whenever the Trust was initiating an update to its IT system. So, I mean, I'm not an IT expert, but I would imagine that might be a fairly regular occurrence, not just in the Southern Trust, but across the trusts. So, I mean, you talked a wee bit there about lessons learned for other trusts. Is there any concern about any of this likely to happen across other trusts in terms of IT updates?
Minister.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. From a personal point of view, yes, there is concern, and that concern will remain until I am satisfied that we now know not just what happened, but why it happened. As the member suggests, I would imagine there are updates to IT systems all the time. I know on my own smartphone, apps are updated, it seems like on an hourly basis, perhaps even more frequently than that. So this is one of the issues that my Chief Digital Officer will be reporting back to me on. But the core point is, until we know why, I will remain concerned, and I may be concerned once I know the reason.
Call Alan Robinson.
Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your statement to the House today. Minister, can you give absolute confidence to the House today that there was no patient data or staff information compromised or lost as a result of this?
Minister.
Principal Deputy Speaker, thank you very much. I believe I am in that position. I certainly have not been made aware that there was any leakage in terms of data, personal data, or indeed any other data. The system, as I understand it, simply stopped working, so it was not transmitting any information. And if that is the case, then that is the assurance for the member.
Okay, that ends the urgent oral question to the Minister for Health. I've received an urgent oral question from Colm Gildernew, who has given notice to question the Minister for Communities. I remind members that if they wish to ask a supplementary question, they should rise continually in their places. The member who's tabled the question will be automatically called to ask a supplementary. Clerk, could you please read the question?
To ask the Minister for Communities for an explanation on the recent data breach that occurred in his department in relation to personal independent payment applications.
I call on the Minister for Communities.
Principal Deputy Speaker, first of all, I fully acknowledge that even one incident where personal data is compromised is unacceptable and can potentially have a serious impact upon the individuals involved. In this case, investigations by my officials have determined that the breach was due to human error. It's been established that checks to verify that outgoing mail is directed to the correct address and that each envelope contains only the pertinent information for the designated customer were not completed fully in this instance. The data in question was retrieved promptly, a data protection incident has been raised, and an early referral was made to the Information Commissioner's Office while these investigations were underway. My department continues to work through its established data incident reporting process, and I can advise that as part of the major incident reporting process, officials will be contacting the ICO to close this case with them, given the information has been retrieved and the information disclosed is not likely to present a high risk to the data subjects. All PIP staff have been advised of this incident. There will be a renewed focus on the control measures in place and on the importance of the security of personal customer information. In addition, in conjunction with the Department's Data Protection Officer, a compliance audit will be initiated as a matter of urgency on the Personal Independence Payment Centre's document handling approach. It's expected that this will take 4 to 6 weeks to complete, after which learning will be shared across teams to identify areas where improvements to data handling processes can be made.
Thank you, Minister. I call on Colin Gildernew.
I thank the Minister for that explanation and for his reference to having taken steps already to ensure that any further occurrence of this might take place. So given that the Minister has answered that part of the question, could I ask him what communication his officials have had with people whose data was leaked to reassure them? Thank you.
So we haven't had any correspondence with those whose correspondence and data was shared in error. It's been agreed not to do so, as the information disclosed is not sensitive, and to advise the data subjects may cause unnecessary or disproportionate distress, and that's in line with the approach outlined in the ICO's guidance.
Thank you, Minister. I call Sean Mulholland.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister. I'm sure this was a really distressing time, particularly for those whose information was leaked. Minister, given that the official error overpayments in Universal Credit rose by 31% last year, will you commit to publishing open, transparent error data, given that this was an error on behalf of an individual?
Well, first of all, it's important to note that that distress hasn't occurred because of what I just outlined in the last question, that information isn't disclosed, but we understand the potential that there does have, especially if there had been what's considered sensitive information. We want to do everything that we can to make sure that doesn't happen again. The error involved here was not an error in terms of payments that were made, rather an error was made in terms of the information that was disclosed that shouldn't have been. But of course we will take all steps that we can to be as transparent about this as possible, and that's why I'm here today answering the questions and hopefully giving people the confidence that we hope to learn from this, put measures in place as well so that it doesn't happen again.
Thank you. I call Nicola Brogan.
Can the Minister outline what sort of training his staff have in regards to data protection to avoid these types of data breach incidents, please?
Yes, of course, there is training in place, and there are procedures in place so that something like this shouldn't happen. Unfortunately, it has, and that's why we're going to make sure that we put those extra steps in place, and that in conjunction with the Department's Data Protection Officer, that compliance unit will be initiated as a matter of urgency. That will take a few weeks to complete, but it's important that we do that and not only share it within the individual team involved, but everybody.
Thank you. I call Brian Kingston.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. Can the Minister advise how many incidents like this would happen in a year, and also can he help contextualise this in light of the total correspondence that would be sent from your department by post?
Minister.
The Department for Communities would have over 1 million customers, some of them receiving correspondence on a monthly basis, some even more. So that gives some indication of the millions of pieces of correspondence that we send out. over the course of a year. I've been informed that the number of major breaches in a year would number under 20, and referrals to the Information Commissioner's Office would only be required 1 to 2 times a year. I'm not sure what the exact maths is on that, but 20 out of millions of documents sent out is relatively small. However, that doesn't mean we get complacent. As I said in my opening response, 1 is too many, and we'll take all steps that we can to make sure the process is more secure.
Thank you, Minister. I call Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. Minister, I had a different question, you've answered it, but since you've been talking, I'm very concerned. It's not a case to say that somebody isn't going to be harmed by this leak of information if they don't know about it. From my understanding of the Information Commissioner's Office, actually the information that would have been shared is national insurance number, address, name, and that's the very basics. So would it not be better, given the rise of identity theft, that these people are actually notified of the potential threat to them and to their privacy?
Minister.
Well, I'm always happy to take the members' advice on these things, but we are also guided by the approach given by the ICO and the guidance from the ICO. So that's what we're following in this instance. I'm more than happy to hear from her, and if she has any alternative views on that, but that's certainly the information that I have been given, and that's the approach that we're following at this moment in time.
Thank you, Minister. I call Auntie Allen.
Well, Deputy Speaker, can I perhaps ask the Minister to expand on the specific measures in place within the Department to prevent such breaches?
Minister.
Well, as I outlined in my original answer, there is a process in place which means that the sharing of these documents is not left to one person. There is meant to be a checking process in place. Unfortunately, due to human error, that did not take place in this instance, and that's why this mistake has happened. I hope that it won't happen again, which is why we will be bringing together the Department's Data Protection Officer, and a compliance audit will be done to see what, if any, improvements can be made in terms of our data handling approach. And as I said earlier, learning on this will be shared across teams to see where improvements to data handling can be made.
Thank you, Minister. I call Mark Durkin.
The Minister outlined in response to his colleague that this type of incident or this type of error is mercifully rare, well, at least reports of this type of error are, but it does happen clearly. And will this maybe inform a more lenient approach perhaps from the Department, where people claim not to have received correspondence from the Department, but the Department insists that they will have?
Minister.
Oh, look, I'll certainly, of course, take those all on board, but this was, I suppose, a slightly different matter in terms of it was the extra information that was provided, and I will need to check on what processes are in place to make sure that those that would have that were supposed to get the information that was sent elsewhere can get those, but certainly if there are individual issues that he is facing, I'm content to look at those. I would be surprised, however, if it is the case that the Department would take a very heavy hand if it is in regards to one piece of correspondence not coming through. Often it's the case that people are saying that they repeatedly haven't got letter after letter, which sometimes stretches credibility, but of course if he has specific instances which he wants me to look at, I'm more than happy to do that, because we need to make sure that we have a system in place that does what it's meant to do, that is accurate and that people can have confidence in, and that's what I want to achieve.
That ends urgent oral question to the Minister for Communities. Members, would you take your ease? Do we change the top table to carry on the infrastructure debate? Thank you.
Members, we now return to the debate on the motion on the A5 Western Transport Corridor Scheme, and the next speaker is Justin McNulty.
Communities and families across the North West have been told time and again that the A5 would be delivered, that it would transform connectivity, that it would unlock economic potential, and crucially, that it would make a dangerous stretch of road safer for all who use it. Yet, here we are, years on, not a sod turned, and more families left to grieve loved ones whose lives have been tragically lost on this treacherous road. My heart goes out to every grieving family. The truth is that communities in the North West have waited far too long. They faced delay and delay, legal challenge after legal challenge, and excuse after excuse from ministers and their executive parties. The Public Accounts Committee warned years ago that this scheme needed to be legally watertight. Those warnings were ignored. And now, yet again, the project is stalled in the courts because ministers failed to do the groundwork properly. That is unacceptable. It's more than just bureaucratic incompetence. It has real human consequences. Every delay risks more lives. I want to pay tribute to the families who have lost loved ones along this road, and to the A5 Enough is Enough campaign. Their determination, their courage and their dignity has kept this issue at the top of the political agenda. Keep going. But they should not have to beg year after year for action. Government should have delivered this project by now. They should have not had to bury more sons and daughters, mothers and fathers, while ministers passed the buck. On the amendments, Sinn Féin's amendments was just about themselves alone, clapping themselves on the backs, really, attempts to absolve themselves of responsibility and to rewrite history. But the SDLP motion, and we know the truth, Sinn Féin ignored the Planning Appeals Commission's recommendation. They left the scheme legally vulnerable, and the responsibility for its collapse has been denied. Their amendment is a whitewash, and therefore we oppose it. The DUP's amendment blames the Climate Act, but the Climate Act did not cause this failure. The problem is not the law, it is Sinn Féin's failure to integrate environmental requirements into the design and procurement of the scheme. Even if Minister Poots' original 82% target had stood, the A5 would still have collapsed. The A5 project would still have collapsed because the problem was not the numbers in legislation, but the sheer ineptitude of Sinn Féin ministers. Is it true that there was no accommodation or a requirement within the tender process, tender documents, for recycled materials to be included in the A5 construction project? Who's responsible for that oversight? There's no renegotiation on our assertion that the people of the North West can and must be both safe and have modern infrastructure and clean air to breathe. The DUP amendment is a diversion, and we will oppose it. The Ulster Unionist amendment at least recognises the need for fairness to landowners and the urgency of road safety, but it too fails the real test of accountability. It shifts the focus from where it should be. The repeated failures of Sinn Féin ministers and their executive. For that reason, we will oppose it as well. The reality is that we should not be in this position in the first place. If ministers had acted on the warnings given to them, if they ensured the scheme was legally sound, we would not be here debating yet another delay. This Assembly has a duty to the people we represent. The Executive must finally make good on its long overdue promises. Communities in the West deserve the same level of infrastructure and investment that has been granted elsewhere and taken for granted elsewhere. The message today must be clear: no more excuses, no more prevarication. The A5 scheme must begin construction before the end of this mandate. Lives quite literally depend on it. Count Corley, people in the North West have waited too long. Families have endured too much heartache. Businesses have been disadvantaged for too many years. This is not just about a road, it's about fairness, about safety, and about delivering on commitments that should have been honoured long ago. It is time for this Sinn Féin DUP-led executive to stop dithering, stop failing and to finally deliver the A5 Western Transport Corridor. Enough is enough.
Thank you. And I call Timothy Gaston.
Very much, Deputy Speaker. And I want to start off by saying that my thoughts are with the families of those that have lost loved ones. And indeed, they continue to be let down by the political fallout of net zero, which now puts all future infrastructure projects in Northern Ireland at risk. The A5 is a strange motion for the constructive opposition to use as their first day of the new term. This is a motion which exposes the hypocrisy of the mad environmental zealots by delivering them a good dose of reality. The SDLP bring a motion to this House complaining about the fallout from the very climate change legislation they so enthusiastically endorsed at every stage as it made its way through this Assembly. Let's roll back the clock a few years. The record shows the SDLP repeatedly argued for the urgent need for a climate change bill. One member even attacked others in this House, claiming the overwhelming scientific consensus supported the SDLP position. And yet, when the Act now drags the A5 project below the waterline, they're the first out of the traps, proposing a non-binding motion demanding that construction begin before the end of this mandate. Justice McAlinden didn't invent Section 52. The SDLP and their climate change mates made sure that was enshrined in law. The High Court didn't block the A5 for fun. It enforced the very provisions the SDLP supported. Where is the honesty from the SDLP, and indeed from Sinn Féin and Alliance, all of whom were tripping over themselves to pass this legislation a few years ago? Happy to give way.
I think the members living in a parallel universe, we've clearly explained that it didn't matter if it was an 82% reduction in carbon emissions or 100% net zero. It did not matter. The fact was the departments typically did not consult with each other or follow the due process. Does the member even know where west of the ban is? Because he never seems to reference it too often in a positive light.
Thank you very much, Mr McCrossan. Yes, I do know where west of the ban is. And hopefully after the next election they'll have better representation from this side of the chamber that will actually stand up for them. And my goodness, he talks about net zero when he's mentioning figures. The problem is net zero. The problem is the climate change fanatics. And my goodness, let's look at it. Why did this project fail to withstand the legal challenge? Because of Section 52 of the Climate Change Northern Ireland Act 2022. If one takes time to read the judgment, Justice McAlinden reproduces the entire section in his decision. In contrast, the TUV has always been clear. The Climate Change Act's emissions targets are impractical, and they are detrimental not just to Northern Ireland's infrastructure, but also, importantly, to our agricultural industry. So I will not be supporting the original motion that's before us today, and I see no reason why the A5 project alone should be exempted from an act that, as my party warned at the time, set this province on the wrong path. It is the height of hypocrisy to cheer into law, being all about and then coming to here to complain when the very laws that they champion, my goodness, rightly dispel the A5. This is the product of the Maiden Stormont mess, and the DUP, or should I say the SDLP, can't wash their hands from it. And I ask myself, when will we see this inevitably happen? The Act begins to bite farming, so we have the A5, they'll next be looking at farming. Will the SDLP come back to this House looking for special treatment for farmers? Or is it only the A5, Mr McCrossan? A5 all the way, yes. I think not. By your support for the NAP proposals a number of weeks ago in this House, you want to decimate the agricultural industry. Or is it only when the West Tyrone farmers dare to use your own legislation against you, that you suddenly get exercised by the A5. This motion should not be about seeking special treatment for the A5. It should recognise the folly of the Climate Change Act in relation to all future infrastructure projects and the impact it will have on farming going forward. Happy to give way.
I think it's a bit insulting that the member suggests that the delivery of the A5 is special treatment. What about the 57 people that have been killed on that road, travelling on a daily basis to take their kids to school, travel to work? It is an absolute insult, but spells exactly why your party won't grow or survive west of the ban.
Sorry, Mr McCrossan. I started off my motion by saying my heart goes out to the families of every victim on the A5. But let me tell you, Mr McCrossan, this won't be the only infrastructure, this won't be the only safety upgrade that will fall because of your climate madness. Your climate madness. You couldn't wait to get through the lobbies to bring this into force, and now when it's come back to bite you in your own backyard, you're saying, oh, we should set it aside for the A5. All lives matter. All lives matter. And the A5 shouldn't be prioritised over other future upgrades that will ultimately fall because of your climate madness.
Thank you. Thanks, members, for speaking on the debate. That concludes the list of speakers, and I'm now going to call the Minister for Infrastructure to respond. And Minister, you have up to 15 minutes.
And I want to start by once again expressing my extreme disappointment with the decision that we received from the High Court on Monday the 23rd of June. And I think it's important to say it was hugely disappointing, but not just for me, but particularly for all of those families and the campaigners, including Enough is Enough, who I have been engaging with quite frequently, who have been extremely diligent and steadfast in their commitment to ensuring that that road is built. And my thoughts are always with those families and the unimaginable grief that losing a loved one, and those who are living with injuries as well as a result of collisions along this road. And that is at the forefront of my mind in every single thing that I do, and will continue to drive me forward in terms of getting this road built. As the House will know, the A5 is an executive flagship project, and as such it cuts across the responsibilities of all executive ministers. Members will be aware that the A5 dualling has been in development since 2007 and has been subject of successive public inquiries and legal challenges. But I think it's important just to clarify the timeline and who was involved at what stage, because there has been a very inaccurate timeline provided by the proposer of this motion, where he insinuated that it was always Sinn Féin who held the brief when these decisions were taken or legal challenges were made. Despite his assurance that Conor Murphy failed to deliver the scheme, it was in fact in 2012. The first decision to proceed was made by the then Minister for what was DRD, Danny Kennedy, not Conor Murphy, and his decision and the associated orders were subsequently quashed following the High Court challenge, which was then based on environmental grounds. In 2016, the then Minister for this department, Michelle McAveen, published new environmental information which led to a second public inquiry later that year. This informed the second formal decision to proceed with the scheme in 2017 in the absence of ministers, and then this decision was subsequently quashed by the High Court in 2018. In 2019, the PSC were then appointed to hold a third public inquiry, and in 2021, following receipt of an interim report from the Planning and Appeals Commission, the then Minister of the Department, Minister Mallon, announced her decision to update and consult on further environmental information. This updated environmental information was subject to scrutiny at the subsequent public inquiry of 2023, leading to the final Planning Appeals Commission report and its recommendations of October 2023. Responding to these recommendations formed the substantial basis to the formal decision of Minister O'Dowd in October of 2024, and I disagree with the fact that this sat on his desk for a year, and I think members would will find that he actually was very diligent in the work that led to his decision. At the time of each decision to proceed, there has and will continue to be new and emerging legislation, case law and policy directives that must be considered by the decision maker in detail. As such, each decision is vulnerable to potentially new legal challenges. For example, the judgment of 2012 related to interpretation of the habitat regulations. This is now recognised case law and must be adhered to by all scheme promoters across Europe. With the latest challenge, it has been the Climate Change Act that has been under legal scrutiny for the first time. Unfortunately, and in this debate I think this point has been lost, a small minority group of individuals are opposed to this scheme, and these individuals have used every means possible to frustrate the efforts of the Executive and the subsequent ministers in getting this scheme delivered. In fact, at the most recent judgment, their legal representative said that this was as the result of an 18-year crusade. So that tells me all we need to know. Given the ongoing appeal, despite members around this House asking a number of the questions of what that appeal will look like, I can't get into the specifics because I don't know too many court cases where you actually show your hand before you get it into court. But what I can say is that my department worked extremely closely with very experienced senior and junior counsel, one of whom is now a High Court judge. So in terms of the calibre of the people that we have working on this case, that in itself demonstrates how seriously that my predecessor and the department have taken this case. And particularly during the extensive development of my department's detailed response to the PSC recommendations, despite inferences in this debate that they were ignored. They were absolutely not ignored. This advice was followed diligently by officials of my department at all times, and officials also collaborated closely with other departments in drafting these responses. The barristers also worked hand in hand with my officials in preparing the voluminous and complex documentation which was laid in front of both my predecessor and the Executive, all ministers around the Executive table, for consideration in taking the decision to proceed with the scheme in October 2024. This comprehensive documentation, thorough analysis and attention to detail involved in developing the project, including the environmental statement, reports to inform appropriate assessments and various other impact assessments, comprise many thousands of pages, exceeding by far the scope of any comparable scheme previously undertaken in the North. And a number of SDLPs have said that John O'Dowd ignored the recommendations in the PSC and have outlined that we didn't take into consideration the use of other materials in the construction process to ensure that we are reducing our carbon emissions. Well, if you had read the departmental statement of 2024, you would know that every single one of those points were addressed. So I would ask members to take the time to read it because it's very clear it hasn't been read in full. Following executive agreement, Minister O'Dowd made his decision to proceed with the section between Strabane and Ballygawley in October of last year. The department was served with legal proceedings challenging this authorisation in November, and the case was heard, as you'll know, through the High Court during March and April of this year. The judgment provided on the 23rd of June was extremely detailed and complex, and I can't emphasise those points enough. We can't pick and choose a single line here and there out of a judgment and use it as the solution. That is not reality. The court upheld the department's position on 4 of the 7 grounds of challenge. In essence, though, the court did not accept that the department had demonstrated sufficient certainty in fulfilling the duties under Section 52 of the Climate Change Act, considering the human rights implications of the rejection of the PSC's recommendation that the orders should be time-limited to reduce the impact of uncertainty on local people, and ensuring that the methodology and calculated the GHG emissions as a result of induced traffic were subject to consultation. At the time of Minister O'Dowd's decision, there was uncertainty surrounded when the first 3 carbon budgets would be set, and the Climate Action Plan was not an advanced stage of development. Assumptions in relation to the increased carbon emissions associated with the AF5 WTC project have been shared with DAERA and the Department for Economy as part of the engagement undertaken by my department. In recognition of the absence of a cap, my department provided the Executive with a suite of documents and information for its consideration in the summer of last year. This included hundreds of pages of scientific and environmental evidence and mitigations. This information included assessments of the greenhouse gas emissions produced during the construction and the operation of the A5, the first time this was done for any project of this nature in the North. And this work was carried out on a cross-departmental basis with both DAERA and DFE. This rationale was accepted by the Executive, and on this basis the Minister was assured that in the absence of a cap, the Executive was aware that there would need to be carbon trade-offs to facilitate the building of this Executive flagship project and reach net zero by 2050. In light of all of this extensive engagement and discussion, the Minister made his decision to proceed because he was willing to stand up and ensure that this project was delivered. Following the court order to quash the decision and orders on the 27th of June this year, the ownership of vested lands reverted to the original landowners with effect from that date. Once the appeal was served on the 6th of August, officials wrote to all landowners identifying the proposed next steps in relation to the treatment of their lands that have been the subject of vesting, and my department is offering a payment for landowners to enter into a licence agreement to hold the land in its current state. Landowners will also receive payment for use and occupation of their lands between making of orders on the 25th of November 2024 and 27th of June 2025, when ownership of vested lands reverted to them. Officials are currently actively engaging with landowners and their agents to arrange on-site meetings to discuss and agree the landowner's preference in relation to the options available. There were 14 meetings completed last week and additional meetings were planned this week. And my department is absolutely committed to keeping landowners informed and working constructively with them and their agents, and will now be arranging meetings with landowners to discuss the next steps. And I think it's important to note there are over 300 landowners involved in this scheme. Members had asked around the implementation of fresh road safety measures on the A5, and the department continually monitors safety across the road network, including the existing A5, to ensure the current measures are appropriate. A review of additional potential safety improvements on the A5 is being carried out, and that will include some of the issues that have been raised as part of this debate to identify any further practical interventions which could ensure the safety of the road. Last financial year, the department undertook a series of targeted road safety enhancements along the existing A5 corridor aimed at improving visibility, driver awareness and surface performance, including refreshing white lines, replacing signs, cat's eyes and completing localised resurfacing, and have further resurfacing work programmed for this year. I will indeed.
For giving way, would, as part of this suite of improvements that can be made at the moment, would speed reduction in certain parts of the road be under consideration by the department?
Well, as I've said, everything is being looked at present to see if we can improve the safety. But I think it's very important to note, because the most important point that the court made by the court was the need for a new and safer A5, so that no other name is added to that long list of those who have died on the existing road. And that is my focus. And yes, we look at everything in the interim, but that is my focus, because that is undeniably the solution to all of this. So despite the setback of the judgment, I'm absolutely determined to find a way forward that sees the road built as soon as possible to ensure that we save lives and no more names are added to that list. As members will know, I have lodged the appeal against the recent judgment, and if I agreed with the motion and the subsequent amendments, I wouldn't have lodged that appeal. I may as well just concede that we shouldn't bother. But I am absolutely determined that we can win that appeal, and will throw everything at that to ensure that we get this over the line. Because not only is that considered to be necessary to get the road built and to save lives, it will also seek to resolve the important points of law that will affect all parties concerned, and we have heard members speaking to that as part of this debate and as part of other discussions and debates in this chamber in respect of all infrastructure and capital projects. And whilst my immediate priority remains the preparation of a robust appeal, the ultimate aim is to ensure the delivery of this flagship project, and I'm determined to do all that I can to ensure that happens. Over the last 18 years of this project, the costs have risen substantially, but more importantly, almost 60 people have lost their lives. That's 60 families who have lost a loved one, and that's not even including those people who have been left with life-changing injuries and long-term effects on their lives. They were mothers, fathers, sons, daughters and friends and family members, I'm sure, of my own colleagues in this House and other members around this chamber. And that can never and must never be forgotten, which is why I am determined to build the A5. I'm not interested in sound bites, I'm just interested in solutions. So I'll join with anybody that wants to work with me and my officials across this House to ensure that we see this scheme delivered as soon as possible, and that we can ensure that no more lives are lost.
Minister, thank you for your response. I now call on Robbie Butler to wind on Amendment 3, and you have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I may not use my 5 minutes. I think there's been a lot said in this debate, and because, as I laid out when I moved my initial amendment, having three mutually exclusive amendments shows the amount of thought I think that all parties have put into this, and the debate has outlined, I think that we are all singularly on one track, and that is to see the A5 delivered in as expediently a time as possible to save lives, as the Minister has rightly pointed out. And I thank the Minister for being quite explicit that saving lives is her primary commitment, but also recognises that the road does indeed run through a land pertaining to around 300 individuals, and that has made it complex. Just turning to the, not so much the motion, but the amendments, and might demonstrate some of our voting intention. On the Sinn Féin amendment, for instance, I think that it probably doesn't go far enough, because what it does is it acknowledges that what the departments have done since the judgment is fine, but I'm not sure that we agree in totality in this House on that, but it doesn't erase the fact that poor independent departmental working created the problem in the first place. And for me, it's fundamental that we learn from the mistakes, not just of this executive, but of previous governments here, and that siloed mentality within the departments, and that's an ongoing piece of work, as some members, particularly on the community, the committee chairs forum, will understand that that's something that we're aware of and something that we're alive to. And the other thing is that it welcomes the appeal, but appeals take time. And we know that lawyers, solicitors, law firms make a lot of money out of elongating their arguments and can make very compelling litigant arguments. And unfortunately, that doesn't lead to the delivery of the A5. We don't have the luxury, I think, of waiting until the legal process has happened before the road is improved. So it will be good to note, particularly from those constituency members, what improvements are made, even in the short term. Minister, on the DUP amendment, veers off into reopening the debate on climate targets. And even if we were to cede to do that, and I know there's many that would want to do that, the difficulty with that is that I would suggest it would add 10 years possibly onto the delivery of the A5, because it adds a complex layer and possibly a further barrier to delivering the road upgrade. It's a separate argument. It may have merit, but what it doesn't do is it doesn't help deliver the road any sooner. And the other thing is that if we were to change the law every time we come back here, and to do that, then we'll never go forward too. So there's a time for reflection, there's a time for improvement. On our own amendment, I would ask members to consider a few points. Our amendment doesn't duck the hard question. It insists that the A5 is built, but it also says to do so legally, safely and respectfully. We're not here genuinely to win headlines. We're here to save lives, and that is exactly what is our amendment's first priority. But we will say again that respect for landowners isn't an optional extra, and without it, trust collapses, delays mount, and legal challenges multiply. This has to be delivered with fairness at its core. And on the wider point, this is about public safety. Every week of delay, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is a week of increased risk, and that is why we say build a road, but if there are delays, improve safety immediately, because families deserve nothing less. I think I'm not going to critique and pick members out in terms of their what they've offered today. I think everybody has offered something of note, and I do hope that when we get through the amendments, we get to the motion, that there is a collective response, that the Ulster Unionist amendment is the one that offers the most clarity and the most certainty, and I ask you to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Gary Middleton to wind on Amendment 2. Are you also up to 5 minutes?
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I suppose to start, I will say that it has been, in my opinion, quite a disappointing debate, particularly the first contribution. I think that what it has done in terms of party political point scoring, it is no different than the SDLP posters which have appeared along the route. People see through that type of political posturing. I think what people want to see is progress and solutions. And I think that anybody who believes that this particular debate brought by the opposition is going to bring forward solutions, then of course they will be bitterly disappointed. In terms of the common themes, I think, in fairness to members across the Chamber, there have been a number of common themes. The first one being the issue of families and those who have been bereaved. And I too want to add my sympathies to all of those who have lost loved ones, whether that be obviously deaths, but also those who have been seriously injured along the route. Obviously the outcome and the delay on the A5 has understandably caused great upset to those families, and indeed those campaigners who have long championed this project in the name of road safety. It's deeply disappointing and a very difficult ruling for them. And of course, those of us who are involved in bereavement charities, supporting those families who have lost loved ones as a result of road traffic collisions, we hear from them day and daily. And I think the last thing that they want to hear is the sort of cheap political point scoring that we've seen from some across the chamber today. The other issue that obviously was a theme was the benefits of the A5. We all recognise that there are economic benefits, jobs, the prosperity of the North West region is valued, and I think that should go without saying. But of course, the judgment has also caused significant distress and uncertainty for landowners and farm families whose livelihoods have been placed in limbo for well over a decade. And I think that for them, they still seek clarity and seek guidance as to where their futures will be. The farmers have had their land ripped up, and in some cases it will be actually unable to be farmed again in the future. So that has caused a lot of devastation. I think what local people are crying out for about the future of this project is clarity and where to go. But Mr. Deputy Speaker, once again the project has been brought to a grinding halt. And we know that the judgment, which was based on climate legislation, our party warned against the kind of damaging consequences that could potentially have come out of that. We warned about the unrealistic targets within the legislation. They were pushed through by the SDLP, Sinn Féin, the Alliance Party, and we warned that this would tie the department's hands in the future. But the very politicians who championed this legislation are now lamenting its impact. It is a stunning display of political virtue signalling coming home to roost. They celebrated the passing of the climate change legislation, believing that they could have both their headline-grabbing climate change targets, but also have their major infrastructure projects as well. And of course they were proven wrong. But this isn't just about the A5, as important as it is. This ruling also sets a dangerous precedent for other major infrastructure projects in Northern Ireland, not least the Phase 2 of the A6 as well, which could be impacted in the future. But I think the time for empty rhetoric and point scoring is over. I think we do need clarity and we need leadership, particularly from the department. In the interim, Minister, what I would ask is that we continue to look at the road safety measures, look at what we can do in the meantime to prevent further incidents or further deaths on the road. But we also have to send out the message that we need people as well to drive carefully on those roads. We have to send out a message that, when you are behind a vehicle, you have to be mindful that, as I say, we all have a responsibility as well to ensure safety. But in winding up, as I say, I think in the main it was a fairly productive debate, but from the usual sidelines, I think it was disappointing as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call Colin Gildernew to wind on amendment number 1, and you've also got 5 minutes.
Agad, last can call you, and thank everyone for their contribution to the debate. And just to, I suppose from the outset, also just set out my thoughts and feelings about all of those who have lost loved ones on the road over so many years, including club mate and family friends of my own at a very young age. And every single one of those tragedies is an individual disaster for that family, for that community, and for their friends and all of that. And that has been well endorsed by everyone in this chamber today and should be central to everything we do. However, I also want to focus some of my remarks on the fact that the lack of an adequate modern road in this part of the country up through Tyrone, Fermanagh, Derry, connecting to Donegal and Monaghan right on down through into Dublin is completely impacting on key economic, health, social and strategic imperatives. So first of all, in terms of the economy, our businesses in Mid-Ulster and South Tyrone and all that are world leading in engineering, in food production, in other forms of manufacturing and innovation. They deserve good connectivity to the rest of the world. They contribute massively to the economy here. They deserve a road that's sufficient to get their goods in and out, to get workers in and out, customers in and out, all of that. So our people deserve, on that part of the country, deserve as good a roads as anywhere else. And at this point in time, we don't have them.
Would the member take an intervention?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank the member for taking an intervention. Would the member agree with me that, given that Mid-Ulster has the highest rate of GDP outside of Belfast city centre, that they have been able to do that in spite of, not because of, infrastructure, that is another reason that this is a vitally important project?
There's an extra minute.
Absolutely. Within 15 miles of where I live, there's business equivalent to 5 bombardiers operating, sending materials all over the world. They put in their own generators, they build their own sheds, they do all of that, and they're entitled to have a road. Second one I want to touch upon is health. So it's going to be impossible, don't doubt it for a second, impossible to deliver health transformation without delivering proper infrastructure. You simply cannot deliver health services to a rural geography without addressing the main way of moving people around in an emergency and timing. So the A5 road is critical from the point of view of health transformation and from the point of view of access to health for all of our people on a day and daily basis, including emergency health and including health care. The third element that I want to touch upon is social and community, and I want to thank the Minister who has come up over the summer months up to Aughnacloy to take a look at the impact the A5 is currently having through the town of Aughnacloy. Essentially, you cannot cross the main street in Aughnacloy at any time of the day and for a large part of the night without the traffic on one of the main roads in Ireland both stopping in both directions to let you across. That's the impact. It cuts like a knife through the town of Aughnacloy, it cuts like a knife through Garvaghey, through Glencoll, dividing every one of those communities. It started out when it was built in the first place as a road that serviced the community and was usable. As traffic volumes have built and more strategic traffic is on that road, it now acts as a barrier to people crossing the road. Either they take the risk and literally risking their lives, or they just simply put off the visit and don't bother. And that's why, and I think it's important touching upon the UUP amendment and Robbie's remarks there, it's very important to remember that community also needs a decent road. The single carriageway road that exists now for community use, you have two separate purposes. You have strategic traffic and you have local traffic. They both need to be facilitated and they both have different needs. Community traffic needs exits off all the time. The strategic traffic needs to be fit to continue on. And the danger, and that's what's causing the accidents, a lot of them on the A5, is the fact that there are so many turn-offs, including roads, lanes, gates, every one a potential hazard and a potential fatal accident. So that's why it has to be an offline new dual carriageway. It's also important in that sense for the day-to-day social health care delivery in terms of agency staff trying to cross that road. Sometimes they're travelling miles just to get around a roundabout to come back up. The fourth one then is strategic. Can I check if I have an extra minute for the intervention? Thank you. Not that I'll need it. not half. Very quickly, Robbie, for no.
Really quick with this, just to be very cautious that even when the road is upgraded, there are still inherent dangers with any road with regard to speed and those type of things too. It'd be the wrong message to send out that even in delivery of this road that it absolves anybody of the right to drive appropriately and stuff too.
Absolutely. Drive in keeping with the road conditions. However, it's another factor that we need to consider. In terms of strategic, we need to see and to develop a Western Economic Corridor, the equivalent of what runs from Dublin to Belfast, to allow business right along in west of the Bann, as we talk about, but also the west of Ireland, needs to have equal opportunity to trade and thrive in the way that we all want to see happening. And we will not develop or deliver regional balance here in the north unless we crack that nut and provide good roads. So, to conclude, the A5 project rightly remains an executive priority and has massive social licence for all of the above reasons and everything we have talked about today. No one should put that in jeopardy by playing politics for perceived short-term gain. And I'm proud to have sat beside my colleague here today as she set out exactly the reality of the situation and what she's going to do about it and set out a series of solutions and actions. So let's understand that what we need here is solutions and not soundbites.
Thank you. Now I call Patsy McGlone to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion. Mr McGlone, you have up to 10 minutes.
I'm going to make it last, Corlia, and my thanks to everyone who has contributed to the debate today. And indeed, the common theme that was running throughout was uppermost in our thoughts and prayers are those who've had lost family members along the route of that road. Deeply disturbing for them and an awful cross to carry through the rest of their lives. So that should be uppermost during the course of this debate. The debate was proposed, the motion was proposed by my colleague Daniel McCrossan, who referred to delays and mismanagement, the growth and the cost of the project, conditions of the road at the moment and the need for that to be dealt with, and also the significant role of the Irish Government. And indeed in that I refer and listen very carefully to Mr Colin Gildenew's comments there about the requirement for that to help develop the West, and that need for an integral part of, to address or help address at least the regional imbalance is key, and the role of the Irish Government in that is pivotal. I moved on then. Nicola Brogan supported the Minister in her efforts on the scheme. Mr Martin referred to Justice McAlynn's application of the law. Now, I did read one element of the judgment last night, and it was a wee bit concerning, where he used the words, "whatever you're having yourself" approach could be conceived or construed as that of the department. You referred to additional measures, as indeed many have, for road safety along the route. Excuse me.
Would the member take an
Yep. Okay.
Would the member agree with me that it would be a good idea to read the entire judgment and then you will have everything in context?
Well, in fact, so what I can tell you, I actually did. And we'll come to that later on. So, the element of and we heard this was a common theme throughout, the issues that were raised, particularly by the DUP, was critical of climate change targets. And I hope that isn't following on from that to be climate change deniers, because it's happening all around us. That really wouldn't be the place to go. Mr Butler referred to his own amendment, the legislative framework, the loss to families, and the conflict between government departments, and I will come to that in a moment or two. Mr McReynolds again referred to the road safety issues and Judge McAlynn's issue. Declan McAleer has particularly highlighted the appeal and the importance of the appeal. Stephen Dunn also referred to the human costs and the impacts on families and the tragedy of that. And indeed, there's been about 20 years, 18 anyway, where we've been suffering an executive trying to grapple with the terms of this roadway. That investment in infrastructure, practical steps to improve road safety, whatever way you choose to dress it up, it really needs to be done. Andrew McMurray on the failure to deliver and referred to the Climate Action Plan and also the need to meet targets under the Climate Change Act. Justin McNulty referred to fairness, equality and safety for people, and Timothy Gaston referred to this fallout from the Climate Change Act. There was actually fallout from non-compliance with the law. The Minister referred to its legal procedures that are going through at the moment and defended the calibre of the people who are working on the case and the officials, and went through the chronology of events with the Ministers and including landowners' compensation. And again, Gary Middleton referred to the point scoring and climate change targets, and again I just hope and trust that isn't the case, that the DUP are going in the direction of denying the climate change that's all around us. We tabled this motion because of the incompetent way this executive has mishandled its approach to the necessary upgrade of the A5 Western Transport Corridor. We share our justifiable concerns about the number of deaths that occurred along this route. Communities along the route have waited too long, faced delay after delay, while families continue to be devastated by serious and fatal accidents. We have also heard claims about why, in October 2024, the then Minister for Infrastructure announced that construction of the A5 upgrade would begin in early 2025. This was, to quote the then Minister, following careful consideration of Planning Appeals Commission reports and the environmental impact of the scheme, unquote. The Commissioner had warned of a large adverse climate impact from the A5 scheme. They found there was reasonable scientific doubt that damage could be avoided to the legally protected Tully Bog from increased traffic on the A5. And they highlighted the fact that the Department's assessment relied too heavily on modelling without robust ecological evidence. Well, okay, Minister.
To clarify on a point in relation to Tully Bog, the court actually found that we were compliant in relation to that. So just to again reiterate the point that the previous Minister actually took on board all of those recommendations and addressed them.
But all I'm doing is quoting from what the PAC said. Okay, thank you. In October 2023, the public inquiry recommended deferring any decision until carbon budgets and a climate action plan were in place. But the then Minister for Infrastructure, who now sits at the Executive table as Finance Minister, chose to ignore those recommendations. His decision has delayed further any attempt to make this road safer. That's flawed, and subsequently found unlawful decision to proceed was set up to fail at the first legal challenge. And as the High Court found this year, the Department for Infrastructure could not provide a convincing explanation for the decision to ignore the recommendations. It is now the current Minister's, unfortunately, problem to try and resolve this. Vesting orders for land have been quashed, and the Minister faces the prospect of further compensation payments to landowners. But this is also the Executive's problem. This is, after all, an Executive flagship. It is intended to provide for critically important infrastructure improvements. It is intended to address regional imbalance, create jobs and benefit the economy, as well as, crucially, road safety. The Irish Government has contributed €600 million for the A5 Western Transport Corridor through its Shared Island initiative. Failure to deliver on this project will be another failure of the Executive. Following the High Court ruling this year, I asked the DERA Minister for details on the number of occasions which DFI officials had sought advice from DERA in relation to the A5 project. It took 2 attempts for the Minister to provide an accurate answer. Between the 9th of August 2022 and 27th of June 2024, there were 13 minutes between officials from those 2 departments on the A5 project. Those meetings were to assist DFI in preparation of their response to the recommendations made by the PAC, the Planning Appeals Commission. The DERA Minister has stated in a letter to me that, quote, the nature of the DERA engagement at that time was to articulate the factual and legal position around emission targets, carbon budgets and climate action plan. What isn't clear is whether the DERA advice was wrong or whether DFI ignored it as well. And one suggestion to the Minister, maybe you could respond whenever I say it, can the minutes of those meetings please be placed in the public record? I'm sure it will under disclosure at the courts anyway, but it would be extremely helpful to those of us who want to come to a balanced judgment around that those minutes of what happened at those 13 meetings actually be placed on the public record. Sorry, Minister.
Member give way, and I just think it's really important because no matter how many times I say this, it doesn't seem to be landing. If the decision, the statement on the decision has been read in full, the departmental statement that was published by my predecessor has been read in full, you would see that all the PSE recommendations were indeed addressed and acknowledged as part of that ongoing work. And secondly, in terms of that engagement, will the member still now agree with me that DERA were consulted and that engagement was happening throughout this process?
To be honest, like everyone else, outside both departments, I don't know what happened at those meetings. That's why, Minister, I'm asking that the minutes of those meetings be placed in the public record till we find out what exactly happened at those meetings and whether the advice from DERA was wrong or whether DFI chose to ignore it. I don't know. Yep.
Just on that point, rather than not answering it, obviously there's a legal case underway at present, and as part of that appeal, as much evidence as possible will be provided to show the work has gone into this, and especially now that DERA are joining the case. So I think that's an opportunity to look at all of that in the round.
So I take it that's a yes, that they will be placed in the public record, so that the rest of us who have a vested interest in this project will be able to draw our own conclusions as to what did or didn't happen. I have to say that other parties in the Executive should be angry at the way this has been incompetently managed. Executive parties took credit for the ambitions of the Climate Change Act in 2022. Now, some appear to be prepared to abandon those ambitions because of the work required to achieve them. They have the opportunity now to take the necessary actions to ensure the A5 Western Transport Corridor scheme can withstand further legal challenge. It is within their ability to ensure the A5 scheme begins construction by the end of the Assembly mandate. As Justice McAlinden stated in the High Court ruling, the decision to proceed with the scheme must be taken in accordance with the law, and the principle of the rule of law cannot be subverted, even if the motivation for doing so is to achieve what is deemed to constitute a clear societal benefit. The shortcomings and shortcuts in the decision-making highlighted in this judgment are capable of being remedied. We urge the Executive to do the work required this time to make that happen. We can't have the risk of more lives being lost as a consequence of unnecessary delays. Gurumila Mayagat.
Okay, members, before I put the question on Amendment 1, I would remind members that if it is made, I will not put the question on Amendments 2 or 3. The question is that Amendment number 1, standing in the names of Nicola Brogan, Declan McAleer, Con Gildernew, Cathal Boylan, be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. I think the noes have it. Okay. Clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Order, members. Order, members. We're nearly there. Members, take their seats. The question is, members, that Amendment number 1 be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Okay. Do we have tellers? Order, members. 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 Members, tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Nicola Brogan and Melissa McHugh. Tellers for the noes, Daniel McCrossan and Sinead McLaughlin. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Order. Order. Order, members. Members resume their seats. Thank you. Clerk, please read the result.
76 members voted, 38 members voted aye, 38 members voted no. The amendment therefore falls.
The amendment falls. Members, order. Order, members. Order, members. The question is that amendment number 2, standing in the names of Tom Buchanan, Gary Middleton, Peter Martin and Stephen Dunn, be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Aye. I think the noes have it. Aye. Okay. Members' order. I have been advised by party whips that in accordance with Standard Order 27(1)(ab) that there's an agreement we could dispense with the 3 minutes and move straight to the division. So I now call for tellers. Do we have tellers? Order. 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 Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Harry Harvey and Peter Martin. Tellers for the noes are Mark Durkin and Sinead McLaughlin. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide ayes to my right, noes to my left. secure the doors. Members, order members, resume your seats. Thank you, members. Clerk, please read the result.
68 members voted, 22 members voted aye, 46 members voted no. The amendment falls.
Members, the amendment falls. We move on to Amendment 3. The question is that Amendment 3, standing in the names of Robbie Butler, Diana Armstrong and John Stewart, be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Aye. I think the ayes have it. Okay, members have been advised by party whips that in accordance with Standing Order 27(1)(a)(b) that there is agreement we can dispense with order members, we can dispense with 3 minutes and move straight to the division. Now I call for tellers. Do we have tellers? Members, I'm going to make an appeal that as we move through this process, the word order is followed by silence. It doesn't mean you continue the chat you were having, all of you at once, while I'm trying to go through the process in the hope that the rest of the chamber will hear me. So, order. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Robbie Butler and John Burrows. Tellers for the noes, Justin McNulty and Colin McGrath. Clear the lobby. The Assembly will divide ayes to my right, noes to my left. Order, members. Members. Order, members. Clerk, please read the result.
77 members voted, 45 members voted aye, 32 members voted no. The amendment is agreed.
Members, the amendment is agreed. The question, therefore, is the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Yes.
Both need to.
Do you?
Oh, everyone's got one. Okay, thank you.
He got the right thing, yeah. Order, members. Members, order. Members, I've received notification from members of the Business Committee of a motion to extend the sitting past 7 p.m. under Standing Order 10.3a. Clerk, please read the motion.
That in accordance with Standing Order 10.3a, the sitting on Monday 22nd of September 2025 be extended to no later than 9:30 p.m.
Thank you. I'm going to call Colin McGrath to move the motion. Thank you. The question is that the motion standing in the name of the Business Committee be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, could I ask you to take your ease before we move on to the next item and have a change at the top table?
Thank you, Speaker. There was a very important urgent oral question to the Minister of Health earlier in terms of an IT outage in the Southern Trust. I didn't get to ask my question. I had an important question to ask the Minister. I wasn't afforded the opportunity. Could the Speaker please give me clarity as to why that was the case?
On to the Speaker's office for investigation, and I'm sure if you get in contact with the Health Minister, he will answer your question directly. Thank you.
Okay. Next item of business is a motion from the opposition on the Executive's approach to hate. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That this Assembly condemns the continued high occurrence of racist and sectarian motivated hate crime witnessed throughout Northern Ireland, believes the response from the Executive has been inadequate, and calls on the Executive to combat all forms of hate crime by introducing hate crime legislation by the end of this Assembly mandate, undertaking an immediate review of the Tackling Paramilitarism, Criminality and Organised Crime programme, and providing additional resources to the courts and PSNI.
Thank you very much indeed. I call on Matthew O'Toole, Leader of the Opposition, to move on motion on behalf of the Opposition.
Moved.
Page 13 has disappeared. There we go. Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. 2 amendments have been selected and are published on the marshalled list. So the Business Committee has agreed that 30 minutes shall be added to the total time for the debate. Matthew, please open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And in moving the second motion of the first opposition day back after the return from the summer recess, I'm mindful of the victims of hate crime in Northern Ireland this summer. I'm mindful of all of those who still live in fear because of the upsurge in hate that we have seen in our society. I want those people to be at the centre of the debate we have today, because the truth is, as our amendment says, we have failed them. Northern Ireland, and indeed the island of Ireland, are markedly more diverse places than they were when I was a younger man, than when I was growing up then. The whole of this region was overwhelmingly, as it were, mono-ethnic and born either in Northern Ireland itself or in Ireland or Britain. That has changed. Clearly it's changed. Let me be the first to say, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I welcome that change, because I think it's brought huge benefits to our society. And I say that as someone who represents not just the most diverse constituency in the north of Ireland, I think I represent probably the most diverse constituency on the island of Ireland. My constituency office is situated on University Street. It is open to the public in South Belfast, and the public specifically in that area, to seek my help with housing, healthcare, or any other issue that they might need assistance with statutory authorities. That area is very diverse. It has people from all over the world. Now, those people aren't there simply as some, including I'm afraid some in this chamber, would occasionally like to depict as a burden or as entrance to this society for their own benefit. They add extraordinary benefit to that community, to this city, and to all of this region. There are two extraordinary, you might say even world-leading institutions on my doorstep, on my constituency office doorstep. They're literally a stone's throw from the front door of my constituency office. They are Queen's University Belfast and the City Hospital. Neither of those institutions could function or thrive without the contribution of migrants. That's a fact. That is a fact. People from all over the world come to Queen's University and to the City Hospital to study, to educate, to research, to heal, and to make our society better and healthier. I thank them for their contribution, and I pay tribute to everything that they offer us. I want, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, our society to welcome more people like that. But the problem is, at this moment in time, it's difficult to tell those people with complete sincerity that they will have as open a welcome as they should have, because this summer past and the summer before we saw an unacceptable spike in hate. But those aren't isolated incidents. Hate crime has been rising in Northern Ireland in a shocking way. In fact, race hate crime now exceeds sectarian hate crime in Northern Ireland. In many ways, our politics and our society has been defined by the division, the historic division that exists in this place in relation to religion, if you like, or constitutional preference, if you prefer. That division, sadly, still exists. In some ways, it's getting better, but hate crime in relation to people who aren't from these shores, it now outranks, exceeds that in relation of sectarian hate crime. Our motion today is clear. This executive, since it returned, and there has been a significant upsurge in hate crime since the return of the executive last February, has failed to deal with that hate crime as effectively and comprehensively as it should have done. And our motion is clear about the different ways that it has failed, that it has been inadequate. On the 4th of September, before we all returned to this place from the summer break, the executive had a meeting. From that meeting, they outlined, the First and Deputy First Minister and other ministers outlined their actions. There was a statement, it was published on the Executive Office website, and there was a press conference. It said that the executive would or wanted to move forward together in relation to hate crime and tackling hate. Those, Mr. Deputy Speaker, are the warmest of warm words, but they needed to be followed up with clear action. They weren't, and they haven't been thus far. The clarity from the executive has frankly been lacking and has been pathetic. In recent weeks and since then, we've seen an attempted lynching on the streets of Belfast in the Justice Minister's own constituency. Have we seen a decisive response? I'm afraid, as of yet, we have not. So what to do about it? Well, there are several things that should be done about it. The first is, in a sense, the easiest test to pass, and that's a clear, consistent, unified response from political leadership as to the unacceptability, the immorality of hate crime in all its forms. Have we seen that? Well, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to an extent. But for too many people, their opposition to the hate we've seen on the streets of Belfast, Ballymena, Larne and elsewhere has been caveated, qualified, with words to the effect of, but we have to ensure that legitimate concerns are heard. There are, of course, legitimate concerns about any number of political issues. People are entitled to have a view about migration, for example. They're entitled to have a view about housing. You instantly nullify the legitimacy of any political complaint when you engage in violence. Number two, we need to see clarity about an increase in resource for the parts of our criminal justice system which will effectively deal with and deter racist violence and lower-level hate crime on our streets. Number one, that involves greater resources for the PSNI. Number two, and an urgency around them dealing with these issues. Number two, it involves greater resource for the courts in order to prioritise dealing with it. I hope the Justice Minister can elaborate on some of that in her remarks. There is also a longer-term challenge that we need to deal with. It's now years since Judge Marinan gave his report on hate crime. We have yet to see the full implementation, or even the near full implementation of Judge Marinan's recommendations. We know that we are not going to get a standalone hate crime legislation. That is not good enough, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I acknowledge that the Justice Minister will say, I'm sure today, that she intends to bring forward legislation in a staged way. We are now getting very close to being in a situation where we're going to be up against it, as it were, for delivering legislation. We have a sentencing bill which we expect to get, I think, in the next year. She said in her response, happy to give away, yeah?
The sentencing bill will be with the Assembly by the end of the year, and the Victims and Witnesses bill early in spring. But could I ask the member to clarify, would he have preferred that we had a standalone hate crime bill, or that we expedited those most impactful elements of the hate crime recommendations from Judge Marinan? Because the standalone bill would have been the next mandate. The bit that I'm doing will be in this mandate.
Well, a couple of things. First of all, I'm not going to let the perfect be the enemy of the good. So if we can be past this legislation, yes, I welcome that. But two things. Number one, in terms of doing it expeditiously, we're now 18 months into this mandate. 18 months into this mandate, and we haven't seen a single word of hate crime provisions, either in a standalone bill or as part of another bill. So I'm afraid I would challenge the idea that this has been expedited. It's also worth saying that it was in the Alliance Party's manifesto that there would be a standalone hate crime bill, Mr. Speaker. But there's also the challenge of paramilitarism, because we know that paramilitaries have played a part in a considerable amount of the hate crime that we have seen in the streets of Northern Ireland. We know that paramilitary hate crime is barely even recorded by the PSNI in this jurisdiction. We know that in some places, including in parts of North Belfast, the UDA, for example, see themselves as some kind of de facto or quasi or crypto housing association. These people arrogate to themselves the right to say who does and who doesn't live in an area. So while we need to see hate crime legislation and while we need to see more resource for the PSNI, we also need to be grown up in this society about acknowledging the fact that paramilitaries continue to wield a pernicious and unacceptable power. They decide that they want to be able to say who lives in the community and who doesn't. They clearly, when it suits them, coordinate racist violence on our streets. Until we're willing to confront that and mandate the police to confront it and retool the Tackling Paramilitarism programme and change the criminal justice incentives to properly tackle this, we're not going to get anywhere, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So in moving today's motion, I urge all of us in this chamber to finally get real about hate crime, to take our responsibilities seriously, not just to engage in warm words and rhetoric, but to back it up with resourcing for the police and criminal justice system more broadly, with clarity around hate crime legislation, and with every single word and deed that is needed to tackle the upsurge in hate in our society. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. I call on Paul Frew to move amendment number 1. Thank you. You will have 10 minutes to propose amendment 1 and 5 minutes to wind. Please open the debate on amendment number 1.
I thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I rise to move our amendment because we think this assists the bill, we think it strengthens it, and I think it places focus where it should be focused, and that is providing additional resources to the Northern Ireland Courts and Tribunal Service, the PSNI, who investigate and fight crime, and the Tackling Paramilitarism, Criminality and Organised Crime programme, which is meant to tackle the spectre and the leftovers of the paramilitary world, which the Leader of the Opposition has just talked about. Those are the areas where we believe that more resource should be placed in order to fight crime. And so, even with regards to fighting crime, what is a crime? And I have always had a discomfort, if you like, with regards to the phrase hate crime, because we know that a lot of the incidents that the police are obliged to report aren't necessarily crime, and that blurs the lines for me. It really does, because I don't think to hate something is actually a crime. I hate all sorts of things. I hate crime. I hate violence against women and girls. I hate terrorism. I hate the measures that were brought in during the COVID that has caused so much pain and suffering to our people. I hate all of those things. It's not a crime. So, hate crime in itself, I think, is a bit of a misnomer. Yes, I will, yeah.
I mean, would the member not accept that it is completely unacceptable in our society to hate an individual because of the colour of their skin, their religion, their sexuality, or their gender? And that surely all of us in this assembly should be able to agree on at least that point?
Absolutely. And I thank the member for raising that, because as a party we condemn all sectarian, racist attacks on individuals and their homes. There's absolutely no circumstances in which such acts and threats of violence or intimidation are justified. That goes the same for race, religion, disability, sexuality, gender or age. It's all totally unacceptable. No one should be threatened. No one should be attacked for those issues. And so we have always been clear. We have always been clear. Yes, I will give way to the Minister.
I appreciate the member being generous. Just to say that if I can reassure him, the model that is proposed by Judge Marron and will be taken forward by the Department is an aggravator to existing crime. It is not creating a whole new raft of crimes. But if you hit somebody, for example, and it's motivated by racism or sectarianism or whatever it is, there will be an aggravator applied to the sentence, but it doesn't create new offences, and if that gives the member reassurance, that might be helpful.
And I thank the Minister for that intervention, because it does. It actually does do that, and I would not be on the same page. We would not be on the same page as the Leader of the Opposition with regards to standalone hate crime legislation, and that's why I think the Minister is taking a good route here. What I would worry about with regards to the legislation coming forward is that if it is rushed or botched, then I worry for that piece of legislation. And what do we have as an exemplar? We have the Justice Bill, where the Minister only brought half a bill, and in the half that she did bring, she's now seeking amendments on. So we would worry that the Sentencing Bill may well turn out the same way. And I would ask the Minister to make sure and ensure that whilst she brings forward the Sentencing Bill in haste, that it is fully covered, and all content and all clauses within the Sentencing Bill are before this Assembly at first reading and second reading. And I'd hope that the Minister could give me that reassurance here today. And I also have an issue. Yes, I will. Yes.
The member actually stood in this chamber and implored, I think it was then the Finance Minister who was bringing some legislation before the chamber, to move amendments to move it by amendment so that it could be introduced more effectively to the committee. So why the difference when it comes to the Justice Bill and when it comes to other legislation by other ministers?
I thank the Minister for her intervention. There's a world of difference between an amendment to a bill from the Department. A world of difference from the Minister bringing 50% of her bill through amendments at committee stage to further consideration stage, and also amending all of the previous text at second reading. That is really worrying, Mr. Speaker, on the Justice Bill. But also there is an issue on how we perceive an aggravated hate crime, even through the sentencing bill, where the victim alone perceives it to be a hate crime. Because there will be many instances, and one in real life, in fact, that I had to deal with through constituency work, where there were people who threw eggs at 3 victims out of a car. The first victim didn't report it. They were born here in Northern Ireland. The second victim didn't report it. They were born here in Northern Ireland. And then a newcomer family was attacked, and they perceived it to be a hate crime. They thought they were attacked because they were a newcomer family. And that was not the case. So there are real worries about the only parameter being that it's the perception of the victim, whether they deem that to be a perception when they could be misinformed. And so then could the police be misinformed around the motives around some criminal activity. And so that is vitally important, I think. Yes, I will. Yeah.
I appreciate you taking the intervention. I appreciate that you've had a number. But as in any legislation, anything that goes to court, you would have to prove that there is an aggravator. You would have to offer that proof. You couldn't just say, I think it is because of my sexuality, because of my race. You absolutely would have to prove that. So I think if we were to go by that, we would just say we'll not have any crime at all. We'll not bother, prosecuting anybody.
Well, I agree with the member's point, and that's why I think we'll be pushing for a more substantial burden of proof that should be established in law, which requires evidence of the existence of direct prejudice or hatred at the time of the offence, and that was for this primary motive of the crime. I think that's realistic. I think that's sensible when it comes to legislation, that safeguard would be put in. So any new legal definition should not weaken the rights of those with deeply held legitimate religious views, or any other views for that matter, to express opinions that may be contrary to the views of those advocating for protected groups. And what I mean by that, and why I'm worried and nervous about that, is we have seen Labour produce the Online Safety Bill, which has incarcerated people for tweets. Horrendous as they were text. A lady was incarcerated. We have others who have incited violence on the streets, and because they didn't admit guilt, they have been allowed to say those things without any punishment. So I would really worry when we have Labour government in power bringing laws that I think are quite draconian in nature. And I would worry, the SDLP are their sister party, they maybe could speak for them, and maybe they are concerned as I am, and the Alliance Party, who at times with their liberalism can be quite intolerant for other people's views. I really worry. So I hope that the Minister will bring forward the sentencing bill, and I hope the measures contained within will actually do a job of protecting people, no matter their race, religion, disability, sexuality, gender or age, because that is critically important. But I go back to the point I make, that our law enforcement agencies and our court system needs to be fully resourced to combat all crime in this day and age. It's vitally important that those people who keep us safe have the money and means to do so, and that justice is not delayed whenever we have crime committed, whenever we have crime investigated, when it goes to the PPS and then when it goes to our court system. It's not fair that victims should sit 4 years before they see the inside or have their day in court, or at least see that the perpetrator that made them the victim has been through court and punished sufficiently. It's not fair that those people have to wait years for that. So I do hope that the Minister, and I give the Minister goodwill in bringing forward her piece of legislation. I want to see good legislation as much as she does. But we will, in this party, we will scrutinise every line, every clause and every measure in her bills to ensure that those powers that we give and we grant are the appropriate ones and the right ones to protect our people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Paul. I call on Connie Egan to move amendment number 2. Connie.
Moved.
Thank you. exclusive. So if amendment number 1 is made, the question will not be put to amendment number 2. You will have 10 minutes to propose amendment number 2 and 5 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Connie, please could you open the debate on amendment number 2? Over to you, Connie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. When we distill what our responsibilities are within this Assembly, back to the very basics, it's clear that our foundational responsibility as political representatives is to do everything we can to protect vulnerable people across our society, no matter their race, sexuality, ability or faith. To ensure that those we serve in our constituencies and across Northern Ireland more widely have trust in this government to protect them, ensuring that every person is given the best chances possible to lead a safe, fulfilling and happy life. So, as I rise today to speak on this motion on the Executive's approach to hate and to introduce the Alliance Party's amendment, I stand in disbelief and horror at the continuing incidents of hate that people across our communities still face. Hate incidents that aren't even just a statistic, but extraordinarily rising despite still probable underreporting. From June 2024 to June 2025, there were 646 more race incidents and 434 more race crimes recorded than in the previous year. This is the highest data set we have seen since 2004, 21 years ago. Now, that same police data does also suggest that there have been fewer incidences of hate than previous years committed in the name of sexual orientation, transgender identity, sectarian and disability. But I do worry that this may be as a result of a potential decrease in those coming forward and having the confidence to even make that initial report of a crime. I do thank the Leader of the Opposition and his SDLP colleagues for bringing this motion, as it is our responsibility as MLAs to seize every possible chance to raise the experiences of these victims. I hope you find our amendment constructive and an opportunity to strengthen and add to the content of the motion. And I also hope this debate is an opportunity to consolidate support across our Executive and Assembly so that we can take real action to tackle the profound hate we have seen in our community. It has been positive to see joint statements from our Executive over the last year, calling for calm, condemning all forms of racism, sectarianism and hostility towards individuals of different backgrounds. But without decisive action behind it, and follow-through support from the representatives and political parties of every minister, it is just that, a statement of words. The Alliance Party amendment seeks to achieve a few different aims. Firstly, to align support under the Justice Minister's current plan of action to introduce hate crime legislation in her upcoming bills, and more than that, draw clear attention to the fact that the root cause of hate go beyond the parameters of our justice system alone. Ending hate is the responsibility of every minister, department, politician, agency and citizen in our society. There's been a lot of discussion in this chamber over the last year of the best way to introduce new and tougher hate crime legislation, and the Justice Minister has always been committed to bringing forward legislation to tackle the unacceptable levels of hate in our society. The Minister and her department are bringing this forward now in the most efficient and effective way through the upcoming Sentencing Bill and Victims and Witnesses Bill. It's in this vein that I was gladdened to hear of the words of fairness for the department over the last month by Judge Marnin, who of course undertook the review of hate crime 5 years ago. Judge Marnin rightfully highlighted his great disappointment at the delay this legislation has faced, but again drew attention to the fact that the executive claps and statutory obligations for consultation, there is little more legislatively that Minister Long could have done by now than what is being brought forward. It will have a profound impact. Alliance is committed to bringing forward hate crime legislation in this mandate. We refuse to have our hands tied by irresponsible, stop-start government inflicted by other parties. So we hope today, moving forward, everyone across this chamber can show support for these upcoming measures so that we can build the safer communities that all members of our executive promised within our programme for government. Legislation like that we have outlined today is just one way of tackling hate, and the remainder of our amendment affirms support for the statutory and community sector under the Executive's programme on paramilitarism and organised crime. and addressing the resourcing challenges right across our justice system. And those challenges are acute. Justice and law and order are the foundation upon which our society is built. Alliance therefore welcomes the seemingly cross-party support for greater resourcing for justice agencies that this motion could bring today. However, to challenge the other amendment brought by colleagues in the DUP, it places the responsibility for this work and onus wholly on the Justice Minister to provide additional resources to justice-related agencies. I'm in agreement that the funding for those organisations should increase, but we cannot ignore the fact the Department has historically, particularly during the last decade, suffered from significant underfunding, with resources continuing to be stretched thin, and nobody has highlighted that or argued this point more than the Minister herself. Stormont's block grant has increased by 66% in the last 14 years to 2025-26, but the Department of Justice's budget has grown by just over 25% in comparison. Monetary challenges don't disappear in one budgetary year. Undoing the legacy will be a long-lasting challenge. We can see the Justice Minister has prioritised the stabilisation of police officer numbers, with the PSNI receiving approximately 65% of her department's budget amongst other interventions, and doing what she can with what she has. But this must go further than being the responsibility of one department. Before I conclude, I want to come back to those who are victims of hate. Behind each of those hate incidences and crimes, those that were reported and those that weren't, are families and individuals who are scared, who are victims of horrendous intimidation. I know we were all appalled at the race-related rioting and intimidation which took place across Northern Ireland over the last few months. In my own constituency of North Down, I was deeply saddened to see instances of hateful graffiti, target signs sprayed onto doors, and families intimidated in their homes. Imagine being the intended audience for that. This isn't good enough. It isn't representative of the Northern Ireland or the North Down that I know. That's my home. That's a welcoming place. I know that most people and citizens of Northern Ireland are disgusted and outraged by these incidences. I urge members today to vote for the Alliance Amendment, but ultimately let's make this a turning point for our Executive and Assembly, a day where we get on the same page and committed to doing something together. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. I call Ciara Ferguson, and Ciara, you've got up to 5 minutes. Ciara.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I want to begin my remarks by clearly stating that there is absolutely no place for racism, sectarianism, intolerance, intimidation or violence within our society. Every representative within every political institution, local and national, right across the island of Ireland, has a duty to stand up and speak out against discrimination, inequality and hate. Unfortunately, there remains those who treat this more as an option rather than a duty. They do this in the knowledge that the impacts of hate crime are far-reaching, affecting individuals, families, workplaces, community settings and even society as a whole. To put the importance of this in context, this past year, as we all know, has seen the highest, which shamefully, number of racially motivated attacks since records began on this issue 21 years ago. Hate crime differs from criminality in that it strikes at the very heart of a person's core identity. Understandably, therefore, hate crime has the potential to cause particularly profound and enduring impacts on the victims and the wider network of people affected by it. Research from the Sussex Hate Crime Project shows that these crimes not only threaten the personal safety and security of those directly victimised, but are also likely to indirectly impact those who are within the victim's identity group, for example, by increasing their feelings of fear, anger and isolation. Living as we do in the modern digital age, defined by widespread use of phones, computers, tablets and other digital technologies, there are additional challenges due to the growing presence of the internet in our professional, social and private life. Yes?
Unified voice, Mr. Speaker, about condemning all sectarianism and hatred. Would the member condemn unreservedly the sectarian assassination of 10 people at Kingsmills?
And the member has an extra minute.
Thank you. No one should have to face any hate crime in any sphere of their life. Recent research from the Committee on the Administration of Justice on mapping far-right activity online here found that these are also occurring within a wider context, including some loyalist paramilitaries directly orchestrating such terror. Meanwhile, across the water, British political parties compete to undo one another with their dangerous rhetoric, which weaponise immigration and plays fast and loose with international human rights. Should we be surprised that this is the deflection tactics of those governing from a colonial state? However, within Irish society, for those with significant experience of discrimination, inequality, poverty and injustice, they aren't so quick to scapegoat. Credit to those who do challenge themselves to look beyond and critically evaluate the current state of play. As a member of the Justice Committee, I will work very closely with the Minister for Justice and my colleagues on the development of the hate crime provision, from Judge Marion's review of the hate crime legislation through the upcoming sentencing bill and the Victims and Witnesses Crime Bill. However, let me clearly state this: legislative change is insufficient in itself. Challenging falsehoods and discriminatory or hateful narratives, including with respect to immigration, gender identity and other identity issues, is fundamental. There is no room for equivocation, because misinformation and disinformation can and does manifest itself into displays of hate. On that point, whilst I welcome that an additional £5 million was agreed by the Executive to cover mutual aid following recent riots in Ballymena, this could have been money invested into positive, ambitious and proactive projects, which was instead engulfed by reactionary measures to deal with the intolerable behaviour. Tackling hate is not an issue for which to point fingers. It is one in which we should all, across this chamber, reflect and recommit to walking the walk on within our homes and within our communities. Thank you.
I call on Doug Beattie. Doug.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the bravest men and most noblest men I've ever known was an Afghan Muslim whose name was Shawali. He died fighting alongside me in Afghanistan. Why do I mention that? It's because I've been immersed in other cultures and I've been immersed in other religions. And it's only when you do that do you get to understand better those people who you share this place with. Racism and sectarianism are pure hate based on bigotry and prejudice and lack of understanding. It's hate due to someone's religion, hate due to someone's skin colour, culture, community, hate due to someone's opinion, hate due to someone's job. We're not unique here in Northern Ireland in dealing with hate crimes, nor on this island, nor in the British Isles, nor in wider Europe. It's a global issue, and it's an issue that is increasing exponentially and will be dealt with. In many cases, hate is perpetuated ideals that conflict with others. That's not an issue. People hate me because of my background. They hate my colleague because of his background. That's not an issue. You're allowed that. The issue is when you stir up racial and religious tensions, when hate spills into violence, when hate is used as a platform to dehumanise, isolate and intimidate others. Hate can lead to violence. Hate can lead to murder. And we have seen this. We need to deal with hate. And on balance, in truth, I think this motion raises that quite well. And I don't think we have many issues with the motion. Mr. Speaker, we're good in Northern Ireland of creating strategies and frameworks. If strategies and frameworks was an Olympic sport, we'd be gold medalists every time. We do need a strategy, however, to look at this. And I mentioned that piece, a personal piece at the start, because I was lucky to be immersed in other cultures and religions, not just in conflict but elsewhere. But many people in Northern Ireland do not get a chance to do that because we are divided and we are segregated. I do look forward as well to seeing the sentencing bill in the autumn and the Victims and Witnesses bill next year in the spring. I think they will be incredibly important. In the meantime, we need to use what is available to us. in the form of the Criminal Justice Order 2004 and the Justice Act 2011 to deal with hate crimes. And that requires joined-up thinking. And we're lacking at times with joined-up thinking. Our Criminal Justice Board, a high-level board, consists of the Minister, Chief Constable, Director of Public Prosecutions, the Director of the Northern Ireland Prisons, Lady Chief Justice, and many others. It's a high-level board, yet it has no shared vision and no strategic priorities. Hopefully that's going to change in the next month or so. It's a big piece of work, and I hope that some of those strategic priorities will deal with hate crime and those perpetuating it. However, right now we are failing, Mr. Speaker. And look, in many ways, I look at the issue that the Minister has, and the Justice Department has been incredibly underfunded. It's a good and fair argument that the Minister makes. But we're going to have to deal with what we have now as we speak. The length of time it takes to gather evidence and put individuals through the court takes far too long. And it loses momentum. In England and Wales, they can do it in weeks, and we've seen them do it in weeks. Yet here we do take months and years. Of course.
The member is, of course, correct, and that's one of the reasons why, in Speeding Up Justice, we're looking at the increased use of out-of-court disposals. Yet his own colleague is consistently criticising the use of those out-of-court disposals, even those that the PSNI themselves brought forward as recommendations. If we want to speed up access to the courts, then we need to use it in a proportional way, and these are measures that are used throughout the rest of the UK.
Thank you. And I guess, I mean, if we sat here and we went through the whole sentencing criteria and out-of-court disposals, it literally would take an awful lot. It is quite complicated, and it can't be done as a snapshot just here. But the point still remains. It's taken us far too long to get people through the courts at the other end. Where they do it quickly in England and Wales, we're taking far too long here. And some of our sentences are pretty pitiful, and they do not act as a deterrent. If you speed it up, if you have momentum, and you have a sentence that matches the crime, and some of these crimes are awful because they lead to the most terrible violence, then we can deal with that. And I do support the DUP's motion, amendment, of aggregated offence model for hate crime and sentencing, and I'm in no doubt the Minister will bring that forward in the sentencing bill. I guess the thrust of where I am at this moment in time is I absolutely support the motion, and I think the DUP actually adds a bit to that motion, because we have to look at where we are, the here and now. Yes, the Minister will bring forward a sentencing bill, and I look forward to seeing that. But I haven't seen it. I haven't seen the text. It's hard to support something till you see something, unfortunately. I'd just like to see that. But I think we need to do something. We need to do something now. We can't sit in our hands and wait until the sentencing bill comes out. We need to start acting now. And that's why I will support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Doug. I call on Linda Dillon. Linda.
And thank the proposers of this motion for bringing this motion to the House today. And just want to address one of the previous points made by the previous speaker, and that is in relation to the out-of-court disposals. Where they are appropriate and where that is necessary, and where it will speed up justice and ensure that cases that we need to go to court get through courts quicker, we absolutely need to be looking at this. And we need to be listening to PSNI, because we can't keep talking about resources, and we need more money and we need more resources, but we are not making best use of the resources that we have. And we've had a number of presentations. Absolutely.
I make no apology, Mr. Speaker, for opposing the Minister's proposal. No matter who was consulted, it is the Minister's proposal. Okay, it's very clear. Ministers decide. Now, the reason is very clear. To give a ticket for the offence of assault occasion acts of bodily harm that includes knocking someone unconscious, smashing their teeth out, leaving them in need of stitches, breaking minor limbs like fingers.
Could the member take a seat?
Thank you.
Member, we're supposed to make interventions that are short and pithy and to the point. And even though that intervention was probably not an intervention, Ms. Dillon, I'll give you an extra minute anyhow. Over to you.
I appreciate the intervention. I'm not sure how much I agree with it, but I'm going to say there's probably a lot I haven't agreed with what you've said before you came into this House over the airwaves, so we'll probably agree to disagree quite a bit, Mr. Warriors. So, look, I do appreciate this motion coming today, and we will be supporting the motion. In June, we saw racist intimidation in Ballymena and Larne and in other areas right across the north. and indeed in my own locality in Dungannon. And we've witnessed continued sectarian and racist attacks, again, right across the north, forcing families to flee their homes. And to me, that is heartbreaking. And it is reflective of a sectarian state that once forced many families to flee their homes. It's unacceptable, needs to be called out for what it is. Attacking family homes and intimidating women and children is criminal thuggery. And indeed, we had confirmation from the PSNI, and I think this has been referred to by previous speakers as well, that at a recent public session of the Policing Board, that there is evidence of involvement of loyalist paramilitaries, including the UDA in North Belfast. Figures from the PSNI last month showed that the recorded race hate crime is at an all-time high, something that we should be absolutely ashamed of to our core. And as I've said, asking for additional resources is one element, and the Policing Board are on the record on a number of occasions in saying that policing needs greater resources, but we also need to look at how we are using the resources that we have. And I do agree with my colleague in terms of prevention will always be much more cost effective than the cure. So let's look at what prevention measures, and let's work with these communities. Let's work with all of these people and listen to what are the challenges for them. What do they think would make a difference in their lives? Because we can all sit here, you know, I'm looking around this chamber, there is nobody that is reflective almost to a man and a woman of the people that we're talking about. So let's be honest, we need to listen to what these people are saying, to what their fears are and how they think we can best address it and how they think we should work with them. But we have a responsibility. As political leaders, we are just that, leaders in our community, and it's our job to support and look after every single member of our community, regardless of race or ethnicity. And that responsibility extends to social media as well. Too often we see false claims and inflammatory language online, which pour petrol on the fire. And all of us, as public representatives and community leaders, must be careful with our words and avoid feeding narratives that target minorities from whatever background they come. Families who are targeted must see that there are consequences for those who carry out the attacks. That means that there does need to be a PSNI response. They need to step up their investigations, make arrests and bring charges more quickly, decisively and visibly. And visibility is important. And in fairness, I think there has been some good work done around that, but it is really important to those people to know we are being listened to. Somebody out there cares about what's happening to us. But we also know policing alone cannot fix this. And we need to, as I say, ensure that we are working with communities. We need to build trust with these communities. We need to work alongside the local community and stakeholders to prevent hate crime, as well as detecting and charging those who perpetrate it. It's important that we have adequate legislation to ensure those who are perpetrators of hate crime or where hate crime is an aggravator are held fully accountable for their actions. We also need to acknowledge that if we are serious about building safe, shared communities, we need to see societal change, and it is for us to lead in this chamber, in our community and in everything we say and do. Victims, and we talk about victims a lot in this chamber, so these victims, like every other victim, must be prioritised. That means supporting families who are under attack today, standing with them, ensuring that everybody out there knows they are part of our community. We support them all day, every day, and we value them equally as part of our community. Ensuring they get the protection and the support that they deserve. It's not about dressing up hate and intimidation as a cultural expression or false claims of concern about the safety of women and girls. And I think the irony is that I've attended events in the very areas where some of the worst incidents of race, hate and crime happened over the summer, held by women to talk about violence against women and girls. I didn't see one man in the room, never mind the men who were out attacking homes and frightening the life out of women and children.
Linda, could you draw your remarks to a close, please? Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. I call on John Burrows. John, you have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Could I condemn unequivocally hate crime and all forms of crime? It is an evil act, and we should have no hesitation in condemning it. I certainly have done that my whole life, and I also want to value the role that lawful migrants play in our society, and I think that's an important part of actually tackling intolerance that can lead to hate crime. If it wasn't for those migrants, we wouldn't have people working in hospitals, in our care homes, and our doctors. We wouldn't have people processing things in our factories. These are all really important things that we need to value. But condemning things is easy. Passing new laws actually can be relatively easy in the sense you pass a law, but what we need is a criminal justice system that actually deals with hate crime when it happens. And our criminal justice system at the minute is slow and it's soft. And that sends out a signal that people can act and commit hate crime with impunity. We've collectively in this room and as politicians starved the PSNI of the resources it needs. So you can have all the crimes you want, but unless someone's enforcing them, what are we going to do? And that's why the motion by Mr. Frew is so important. We need actually to have a PSNI that is investigating crime swiftly and robustly, that is able to prevent crime and be out in patrol, and that is actually able to be in schools engaging with young people, tackling the kind of behaviours that lead to hate crime. If we don't invest in our police service and we don't invest in our criminal justice system, the new law simply goes unenforced. And a very good example of that is this. It is already an aggravating factor in Northern Ireland that any offence that is committed, the judge can take into account the fact that race is a factor and was a motivator, and that racism was a factor. But they don't use that enough. They don't use it enough because our whole system is too soft in Northern Ireland. We are spending too much time worrying about perpetrators and not enough about victims. And we need to speed up our criminal justice system. We need to support our police service. So actually we have swiftness and certainty that crime does not pay. So why would we start to see increase in sentencing with new legislation, which I will support the new legislation once we see the detail, if there's already an aggravating factor in our sentencing guidelines that judges are not using? That's why we need to change the culture in our judiciary and our entire criminal justice system. Our judges pass very soft sentences day in, day out. That needs gripped. The victim's impact needs put into the heart of everything we're doing in the criminal justice system. So I would also say this. We also need to have hard conversations about prison capacity. Is it affecting judges that actually we have insufficient prison capacity? Is that affecting the sentences they pass? Because some of the sentences I find are inexplicable. And if you keep having these soft sentences, you're not going to get outcomes. I'll give you, I studied criminology at a master's level, and I right into deterrent and crime. And this is at the heart of this motion. Deterrence comes from two things principally. One is the severity of the sentence. The other is the likelihood you're going to get caught. If you think there's very little chance I'm going to get caught, but they're going to throw the book at me, you might still think, well, I'll just do it. If you think you're going to get caught, it changes your behaviour like that. That's why as soon as the police bring out an evidence-gathering truck, people stop committing crime and they run away. Or as soon as the police publish images, the rioting stops. I predicted on... Yes, I'll give way.
Would you also agree with me that, further to his comment about the psychology of deterrence, that there's a deterrent effect for people either committing those crimes or also for people reporting hate crimes when they see the people who are either coordinating them or connected to people coordinating them are the types of people who are leading paramilitaries or the paramilitary stakeholder in that area, and that has a deterrent effect both for people reporting and also for people who are committing?
I do. I think that is a chill factor. And look, I'm very hawkish in paramilitaries. I have no difficulty in condemning outright every single member of a loyalist paramilitary group, because the fact is, none of them are piper and slipper brigades, because you're a member of a criminal organisation. So there is a chill factor that some of the people who are involved in this are also paramilitaries. And it gives them a legitimacy and a credence and a chill factor for making reports. But to go back to that key point, if you believe that you're not going to get caught, you carry on committing this kind of crime. And we have starved our police service of Northern Ireland. But here's a cultural thing, and this really goes back to supporting the police, not just with money, but an actual real support. I watched the PSNI in front of my eyes become more and more risk adverse. It's the most risk adverse police service in the United Kingdom. Let me give you an example. Mugshots go out by every other police service in the United Kingdom. If you're convicted of a race-hate crime, it'll go out. If you're convicted of domestic violence, it'll go out. The public will see action has consequences. Crime didn't pay. There's a very strong message. In Northern Ireland, we're frightened to do that. Why? Because of the hyper-criticism and accountability the police have faced by people, including in this very chamber. So we need a police service that isn't frightened to be decisive. We're much slower traditionally at releasing unidentified images of suspects, yet that is what actually stops disorder. There are people who will
Could the member draw his remarks to a close?
go on about
Thank
the
you.
human rights lobby. So we need to support our police, and we need to make sure our judges actually do their job, uphold the rule of law, and put criminals behind bars.
Thank you. Colin McGrath. Colin.
Deputy Speaker, and I feel maybe just as this debate is progressing that we're starting to go down rabbit holes in little cul-de-sacs of this overall debate rather than what should be, I think, front and centre, which is that element and suggestion that racism and sectarianism are just a stain on our society. And I think as well, albeit that there are elements of the motions about what should happen within the criminal justice system once somebody has carried out these actions, I think we should collectively say that if we've got a person at that stage, then we failed, because all of the policies that we have, all of the various strategies that we have not done their job, because people are then still continuing to go out and carry out those actions. And I think I think we lose sight as well that probably whenever it comes to defining these things amongst ourselves, probably about 95% of it we all agree on. It's just that 5% at the end that we have our differences, and I suppose it could be a little bit frustrating that those are the 5% that we focus on, and in some respects that's the 5% that then gets amplified out there to the community, and they think that there are division on these things, because there are quite a number of first principles that we all agree on, and I think that that is what we should try and amplify out. And I think about those that have fallen victim to abuse, and I think it's important that we send out a message to them that we don't like that and that we want to stop that. We want to try and stop that type of behaviour in our community, that we don't want to see people carrying out racist or sectarian abuse. But we also know that in order to stop a lot of that abuse, that we do need to see leadership. We need for all of us to be able to stand up and say that we can see in our community is wrong. There needs to be no more of that. We need to agree on that as a group of leaders within our community and spreading that out around our community. And I think what has been very frustrating over the summer and over the last number of months is that whenever there have been certain events, it's almost become weaponised and politicised, and that there's been different views on whether it should happen or shouldn't happen, whether it was right or wasn't right, or what was there or wasn't there beforehand. And I think that that has allowed a space into which people feel that their behaviours are justified. They think that it's okay to carry out their actions in the community because they think even people like ourselves can't agree on what is racist, what is sectarian, what is something that is allowed. Who is it that's in control in our communities? Who do we permit to be in control in our communities? And if we get elements of that wrong, then we can see what happens. The space is opened, and in they go. It's filled up by people that bring that destruction into our communities. We see those people that go in and attack others, quite often simply for the colour of their skin. People that are working, people that are contributing and paying taxes in our society and giving back into our community are the people that are getting attacked because people think that they arrived on a boat. You know, people thinking that boats made it all the way across seas, up Belfast Lock, down the M1 and up on top of a bonfire, and that's what delivered people into our community. We need to stand up and say that's wrong. That's getting the wrong message out there. The message is that people are here. 99.9% of the people that are here under legal and proper grounds. They're contributing to our society and they're working hard. But we seem to lump everybody in from that small percent that are considered illegal immigrants, and we need to find the other ways, the legal ways of addressing that. And I think that we need... Yes, of course, yeah.
Intervention, but would the member agree with me that regardless of whether a person is legal or illegal, and there are ways to deal with somebody who's illegal, and I think that has to be done, that we are talking today about race hate. It doesn't matter whether you're legal or illegal. Anybody who attacks you because of the colour of your skin or your ethnicity is wrong and should be held to account for.
Thank you for that. And yes, I think it's maybe just in the interpretation. What I'm suggesting is that there's this sense in the community that we're completely overrun with people, and it's that sheer volume that people perceive is what they're actually using as a motivator for their actions. But actually it's not rooted in reality, and therefore it's that lack of reality that is allowing people to increase. But yes, go on ahead. Very quickly, please.
Mr. Speaker, would the member agree that if responsible politicians do not articulate issues around illegal immigration and the delays in the asylum system, it actually cedes ground to the likes of Tommy Robinson, who then make the running on it and amplify hate?
So the point is made about, I think we need to have the facts out there, but I think that what's problem is that in here we have some representatives that amplify too much and they make too much noise, and the noise that they make as actually gets out, goes down the hill and gives people the justification for the actions that they're displaying. And I think if we're going to stand here and say that the behaviour is wrong, then it's wrong. We can all make sure that we've got the facts, but it shouldn't justify. Those facts, by the way, will come by a number of the various executive policies and strategies. There's some of those, the racial equality strategy that we're only halfway through, the tackling paramilitarism programme, which we need to see changes to. These are all things that can be used as a vehicle to try and address the behaviours that there are out in our community.
Thank you very much, Colin. I call on the Minister. Minister, you have up to 15 minutes. Over to you.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'm very grateful to the Leader of the Opposition for bringing what is an important motion before the House this afternoon. In recent months, we have seen shameful acts of racist, sectarian, homophobic and transphobic intimidation and hate on our streets, targeting black and ethnic minorities, migrant workers, refugees, young families and vulnerable and defenceless individuals. I'm clear there can be no place either for violence or the threat of violence, nor is there any place for the rise in intimidating vigilantism and harassment we have seen recently. Such hateful conduct not only damages the reputation of Northern Ireland as a welcoming and safe place to live, learn, work and visit, but the prejudice on which it is predicated is utterly corrosive to our ambition of building a truly shared, safe and inclusive future for all our people. Clearly, both I and my department have a key role to play alongside justice partners in addressing these issues, which is why I offered to respond today. However, that alone is not enough, nor can it protect people from harm, as many members have recognised. What is required is a wider response across executive departments and wider society to tackle the root causes of hate and prejudice in our communities and proactively invest and promote inclusive, shared and vibrant communities. My department is engaged in a wide range of work to support effective responses to hate-motivated attacks and to strengthen support to all victims of hate crime and to those who are fearful they may be vulnerable to attack, whether in the workplace, at home, in school or within the local community. In the last mandate, I took forward the first stage of policy development and consultation to develop the legislative protections for victims of hate crime, with the intention of undertaking consultation on the remaining recommendations at the start of the new mandate and bringing a consolidated hate crime bill as the fourth bill in this new mandate in 2026. That first stage covered both the aggravator model and special measures for victims in court proceedings, as recommended by Judge Desmond Marrinan in his comprehensive review of hate crime legislation, and his subsequent report published in late 2020, for which I remain very grateful. While he, like me, has expressed disappointment at the pace of change, he did recognise that the delay was not due to any lack of urgency, either on my part or on the part of my department, but rather the length of time it takes to progress legislation through these institutions. Contrast my current Justice Bill, which has now been with the committee for the last year, with the 10 statutory working days that you would have in Westminster for a similar piece of legislation. I will, yes.
I think that's an important point the Minister makes. Actually, I think there are some bills that it could be more concise. Would you agree on that note with my party that we need to shorten some of the business deadlines, including for opposition and non-executive business, while we're here, because it's an important issue?
Well, it's a nice try, but I will respond to the member in writing on that point, which he's approached me as party leader on, so I'll respond to him in writing on that. But he also noted that the provisions which I am progressing in this mandate, and it's his words, will send a powerful message. I am certain it will have a profound impact. On my return to office, it was clear we couldn't legislate for 4 or 5 bills that I had hoped to do in 4 or 5 years. And so the intended hate crime bill would have fallen due to legislative time constraints, which would have gone to the next mandate. However, recognising the urgency of the problem, I prioritised delivering those most impactful recommendations on hate crime, and they're currently being progressed through the Department and legislative drafting process and will be introduced via a sentencing bill and the Victims and Witnesses Crime Bill. The statutory aggravator model, which will be included in the sentencing bill, will become the core method of prosecuting hate crimes in Northern Ireland. It will allow all existing criminal offences to be aggravated by proven hostility based on membership or perceived membership of a protected group, race, religion, disability or sexual orientation, and it will allow intersectionality to be recognised and will include a power to add further protected groups by secondary legislation if the evidence shows that that is required. And it's important that we have that flexibility in terms of being able to respond. Additional support for victims and witnesses will be included in the Victims and Witnesses of Crime Bill, which will include provisions to allow automatic eligibility for consideration of special measures and protection from in-person cross-examination by the defendant in hate crime cases. This staged approach means that hate crime provisions should be in place sooner than might otherwise have been possible, with, of course, the cooperation of the Committee and the Assembly. Strengthening hate crime legislation not only gives the police, prosecution, judiciary and others additional tools to ensure the hate element of any crime is recognised and addressed in sentencing, but it also importantly allows rehabilitation, whether by probation or by prisons, because of course not everyone will end up in prison, and probation do an excellent job. I keep hearing about people being behind bars. Maybe some people can be reformed without being behind bars. And so it's important that they are able not only to address the signal offence, but also the underlying attitudes which were a driver for it. Perhaps equally as powerfully, it also sends a clear signal that hate crime is not being tolerated by us as an Assembly, and it supports an underlying commitment to valuing the diversity in all of our communities across Northern Ireland, including newcomer and ethnic minority communities, LGBTQIA+ communities and people with disabilities. In terms of support of victims of hate crime, direct support is already provided through the Hate Crime Advocacy Service, jointly funded by PSNI and DOJ. That supports victims of hate crime through the criminal justice process, signposts them to relevant support services and can assist with third-party reporting to the PSNI. A range of measures are also in place to support vulnerable groups from intimidation. My department, together with the Northern Ireland Policing Board, provides annual funding to PCSPs, and they play a key role in the department's operational response to community safety concerns, including addressing the issue of hate crime. Following the incidents in Belfast in the summer of 2024, that joint committee provided a small additional award to Belfast PCSP. As a result of the additional funding, over 20 grants were awarded to groups across the city during 2024-25, with a range of projects being supported, including community engagement events, resources to encourage reporting of hate crime, youth diversionary and education sessions, and cultural awareness and celebration events. Addressing that portion of today's motion that referred to tackling paramilitarism in Northern Ireland, my department has committed to reviewing the Executive's programme on paramilitarism and organised crime in its entirety during 2026-27, and this work is already in progress. The review will provide ministers with an evidenced, fulsome assessment of the progress that has been made by the programme and of lessons learned. It will also help inform decision-making regarding the best method of systemically addressing the complex challenges of dealing with paramilitarism, organised crime and new and emerging threats in the longer term. I'm aware the programme team has, on a number of occasions, offered to provide the SDLP representatives with a briefing on the programme, but this has not yet been taken up, and I would offer the member, the Leader of the Opposition, if his colleagues would find it helpful, we're still happy to do so. I would also agree that it's vital to have an effective, responsive and visible criminal justice response to hate crime offences in Northern Ireland. Enhanced legislation is only one part of delivering that. However, I also recognise the importance of increasing resources right across the criminal justice system to ensure a timely and effective response, which is crucial for building confidence. This is a matter not solely for me, but for the Executive as a whole to prioritise, and whilst I agreed with much of the amendment from the DUP, I was disappointed that again it is about the justice system funding itself. We have no means of doing so. We need to get that support from right across the Executive. We have faced a squeeze in comparison disproportionate to other departments, and it has impacted every part of the system. I am focused on working with the Executive to redress that imbalance and also to tackling some of the delay within the system through, for example, transformation funds, where my department has been successful. I've continuously engaged with the Finance Minister and other Executive colleagues to advocate for a better financial settlement for my department, and I will continue to do so. The Executive commitment to increasing police numbers specifically is reflected, first of all, in its inclusion as a commitment in the programme for government, but also in the approval by both my department and the Department of Finance of the PSNI Workforce Recovery Business Case, and the prioritisation of the bid for Year 1 funding in the forthcoming monitoring rounds. However, I've also been clear with colleagues that the stabilisation plan requires the full $200 million to be made available, and without this, the value of single-year commitments is extremely limited. It's therefore vital that in subsequent years the business case are supported, and it's a 5-year case with 3 years to stabilisation and then 2 further years to ensure that beds in. And it's important that that happens as part of the 3-year budget process that's forthcoming. During critical periods of unrest in August 2024 and June 2025, in response to the racist incidents and public disorder, DOJ activated a number of established multi-agency strategic and operational mechanisms to address violence and racially motivated hate crimes, and to offer support to members of ethnic minority communities from the relevant agencies. Whilst there was an effective response to the initial disorder, I am clear that we now need a longer-term response to the ongoing emboldening of prejudiced attitudes and behaviours in wider society. The anti-migrant unrest and attacks on black and minority ethnic people over the last year has impacted families and communities in many ways. We've already reflected that resources, £5 million of resources, were diverted that could have been better spent, frankly, on increasing police numbers or investing in communities. Healthcare workers have had their lives disrupted. Businesses have lost skilled staff who return to their home. People have been intimidated out of their homes. Children and adults are frightened to go to school and to work or to use public transport. I mean, these are not acceptable behaviours, and so I have been consistent in my advocacy of strengthening cross-departmental action to address racial inequality, racial prejudice and hate crime. But there is no shortcut, Mr Deputy Speaker, to tackling these complex issues. The starting point is that we show strong political and community leadership that not only condemns without equivocation the marginalisation, dehumanisation, targeting and threatening of people because of who they are, where they're from or the colour of their skin, but also actively rejects and challenges anti-migrant sentiment, so often predicated on false narratives. We need to use the platform we have when we discuss these issues in a measured and a considered manner, that it does not fuel and amplify those who are, without doubt, committed to racism and to racial inequality. I also would like to avoid the good immigrant, bad immigrant narrative. It's very dangerous. I'm sorry, I'm short of time. Whipping up of the violence and sentiments on places like online spaces and a lot of the riots and organised and orchestrated events that have happened. Those people who are orchestrating this, they want no migration, legal or otherwise. They want no immigration. They are white supremacists and white nationalists in many cases who are inflaming these situations online. And if you read some of the stuff that is there, and I have to say this is not just from the UK and Ireland, but across the board where there is a strong white nationalist sentiment, and that is something we should be concerned about. So no level of immigration will be acceptable to them. But it has also led, I think, to the affront of people who are here legitimately. And I say legitimately, because if you're a refugee fleeing terror, that is a legitimate reason to be here. So it's not just about those who have a visa, it's also about those who are applying for regularisation of their position, who are here legitimately. But it has led to the affront of people having to mark their homes with their national flag to show which community they're from, sticking labels in their window to say I work in the NHS or I'm employed in such and such a place. I mean, the scenes in Ballymena, and I drove through it, and I know you represent it, and I know the concern that I have you would share. It was biblical. It was like the Passover. People marking their homes. People afraid to go to the shops at the weekend without wearing their work clothes in case they get stopped and their papers are demanded, like we're living in some Nazi state, by vigilantes who have no authority or right to harass those people. A lady who had just finished a 12-hour shift in a nursing home in my constituency, accosted on the Hollywood Road and her papers demanded by somebody who clearly had nothing better to do and wasn't in work themselves. So, I mean, I think we have got to be clear when we're talking about legal and illegal migration, that is for the government to resolve. That is not for individuals in the street to go out and take into their own hands by harassing people who have a right to be there. We have to challenge all forms of racism, sectarianism and hostility towards people from different backgrounds. I have been clear that alone will not deliver change, but neither will justice alone deliver change. We need departments who have footprints in these issues, communities in housing, education for integration of newcomers in school bullying, Department of Health in terms of ensuring NHS workers are safe, the Department for the Economy and encouraging employers and supporting them. All of those departments and the Executive Office have a really significant role to play. I recognise that a statement issued with well-meaning warm words will not solve the problem, but it is a start, and I want to see more action built on that start, because I believe that the first step forward is for us to find a consistent vision of what we want society to look like, and for me it is not one that is marked by this kind of hatred and division.
Thank you, Minister. I call on Paula Bradshaw to wind on Amendment 2. Paula, you've got up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I welcome this debate today and thank the Leader of the Opposition for bringing it, as it speaks to one of the largest societal challenges that we face in Northern Ireland today, the obstinate persistence of hate crime, whether it takes the form of racism, sectarianism, homophobia, transphobia, misogyny, ableism. The impact is the same. Individuals and families are made to feel targeted, less than, and like they don't belong in our communities. We do not need to look hard for examples of this, and my party colleague Connie Egan did provide some statistics from the PSNI in terms of the level of racist and sectarian incidents, because they remain amongst the highest categories of reported hate crime. And whilst these statistics are shocking and disturbing, they do not reflect the full gravity of the problem, because, as we know, a lot of victims don't come forward to report. But all of these statistics, however, are more than a number. They represent a neighbour, a student, a family, who have been told loud and clear by some that they are not welcome. So every member in this chamber will be aware of the summer that we've just experienced and the individual incidences that occurred in their own constituencies. And my constituency colleague Matthew O'Toole did outline some of what we have been dealing with as elected representatives. We've witnessed threats being left on the windscreens of Irish language students, an attack on the Islamic Centre where people were gathered in prayer, and racially motivated attacks on homes, resulting in families fleeing through fear. And whilst these aren't isolated events, the feeling that the families and individuals feel, or the sense that they get whenever they hear words in this chamber not followed up by deeds, leaves them feeling very hollow and let down time and again. And Mr Deputy Speaker, it is up to the whole of the Executive to turn this sorry situation around, as the Justice Minister has articulated. And as Linda Dillon did say, that when we were elected, we were all elected to represent every member of our communities, not just the ones who we relate to, not the ones who reflect our voting bases, nor those whose families look like us. No, we were given a voice to speak for those who cannot speak for themselves, and to act with the best interests of all the people of Northern Ireland in mind. I will do.
Would the member agree with me that included in that is, in such instances where families are put out of their homes, as we see on a regular basis due to security alerts, electric outages, that leisure centres and community facilities are opened up to those vulnerable families? And here we had as far as we could go was to confirm that that's not where these families are. These vulnerable people who have been put out of their homes are not in this leisure facility. They should have been. It should have been opened up to them.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I thank you for raising that, because it is the community and voluntary sector and the frontline public sector workers who step forward whenever we see those incidents to provide that shelter for those families that are fleeing the attacks. So this is why this Assembly and the Executive must now act together. And I would place on record, as Chair of the Committee for the Executive Office, sorry, just let me finish this point, please. Just as the Chair of the Committee for the Executive Office, that we do need to see a new racial equality strategy. We do need to see the introduction of the new Race Relations Order, and we do need to see an acceleration of the implementation of the Refugee Integration Strategy. I'll give way.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Would the member think it inappropriate for a simple penalty ticket to be given for a serious racially aggravated offence like assault, occasion, action, bodily harm that was racially aggravated?
Okay, well, I'm going to move on, because I was generous there in giving him some of my time. But I would commend my Alliance Party colleague, the Justice Minister, for her work with her departmental officials on the forthcoming sentencing bill with aggravator model for hate crimes and the Victims and Witnesses of Crime bill. And I welcomed Mr Beattie's warm words and his warm attitude towards the introduction of this bill, and I look forward to him being constructive when it is presented at first reading. I think that both of these bills will offer a real opportunity to put together protections in law, and we must make sure that the provisions on hate crime are supported by all when they come to this chamber. Moving on, Mr Deputy Speaker, the Executive's programme on paramilitarism and organised crime needs continued support and scrutiny, and I would thank Mr Frew and Mr Burrows for supporting the call for more money to go to the PSNI, the PPS, the courts, etc. Before they do need the resources to ensure that victims get the timely investigations, strong prosecutions and sentences which reflect, I don't have time, reflect the seriousness of the crimes committed. Just in closing, Mr Deputy Speaker, I just want to make one final point that Linda Dillon raised there, and that's about the women in our communities in particular who live in constant fear created by these criminal organisations that masquerade as paramilitary organisations. This is exploitation in its highest form, and it must be challenged head on. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Paula. I call on Brian Kingston. Brian, you've up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And we did have an extensive debate on this topic in this chamber on Tuesday of last week with a motion condemning racist and sectarian attacks and intimidation which occurred over the summer months, and that motion passed without opposition. So I don't need to repeat all that I said in that debate. Sadly, it was necessary for me to visit a number of homes and venues which were targeted over the summer, speaking to those who were victims and supporting those affected, and engaging also with community groups, statutory agencies and the police to seek to prevent any further attacks. Some of those meetings are ongoing to move situations forward. The Democratic Unionist Party remains committed to building a safe and inclusive society in Northern Ireland. The DUP is absolutely clear that violence is wrong, both now and in the past. All of us elected to this Assembly have a duty to promote peaceful, democratic and respectful means to address and manage political and societal issues which arise. We in the DUP do not dismiss people's concerns nor patronise them by saying they have no legitimate concerns, as some parties have said. Equally, I recognise that there are intolerant elements within society which are seeking to set an agenda of intolerance for difference, and we have a responsibility to stand for that. At times, incidents have occurred which have caused public outrage. Some have exploited that outrage to direct intolerance against entire ethnic minority communities unfairly. Everyone should be equally subject to the law and to the protections of the law. There should be zero tolerance for attacks and intimidation in our society. We support the police and all relevant authorities when it comes to tackling these issues. Perpetrators must feel the full force of our legal system, and in particular there needs to be an effective multi-agency response from the criminal justice system to ensure that such offences are investigated swiftly and that punishment, including sentencing, fits the crime. There are members in this House who talk about condemnation of hate and violence when they have continued for years to justify violence that took place against people right across our society. We will always call out that hypocrisy, and I regret the Sinn Féin members' failure to respond to the request to condemn the sectarian murder of 10 Protestant workmen at King's Mills. Paul Frew, when proposing our amendment, said that that amendment strengthens the original motion. It notes the executive statement, which is committed to partnership working with all sectors, and it calls for action by the Justice Minister. He also highlighted the concerns that the definition of hate crime should not be based on the perception alone of the person who was the victim of that hate crime. Colin McGrath from the SDLP, when he's not longer in the chamber, but when he spoke, he said he thought there was about 95% agreement on everything before us. So when I look at the wording of the two amendments and the original motion, I do see a lot of agreement. Unfortunately, the SDLP have framed their motion in terms of criticism of the executive rather than looking for solutions. This motion is about taking forward the debate from last week. As I say, my colleague Paul Frew has noted the executive commitment and highlighted actions for the Minister for Justice to detail, consult on her plans to include a statutory aggravator model for hate crime and sentencing legislation, and also to provide additional resources to the courts, tribunal service, police, and the Tackling Paramilitarism, Criminality and Organised Crime programme, which is in both amendments and the original motion. So I'm not sure whether we will divide in the vote. In our view, the Justice Minister should be taking the lead on these matters. The Alliance amendments seem to want to say, well, it's up to the Executive as a whole to provide funding, and every Minister will say that, and that is common. But I don't think there is a need to divide on the matter. I think that the Justice Minister should take lead in the matters that are under her responsibility.
Could the member draw his remarks to a close? Thank you very much indeed, Brian. I call on Sinead McLaughlin to wind. And Sinead, you have up to 10 minutes. Over to you, Sinead.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. As many in this chamber have already said, there should be absolutely no place in our society for racism, sectarianism or intimidation. Yet the rise in this type of behaviour is now commonplace. Language and rhetoric that we once thought were confined to the darker corners of the internet are now being repeated by leading public figures right across Europe and the world. Let's not beat about the bush. Language carries weight. Words have consequences. And divisions in this chamber do not stay here. They trickle down into our communities. We, more than most societies, know the cost of letting sectarian or hateful behaviour go unchallenged. That is why it's so disappointing that many in this chamber are often slow to condemn such behaviour or refuse to condemn it at all, or as my party colleague Matthew O'Toole has said, condemnation with caveats. It's just not acceptable. This has not happened in a vacuum. It has been a crisis years in the making, fuelled by complacency and inaction. And in part, from my observation, this rise in violence and hate has borne out of Brexit in many ways, when extreme rhetoric and misinformation took hold. What followed was the normalisation of inflammatory language, lies and division. As anti-immigrant rhetoric rose, so too did hate crimes against minorities. People were promised that leaving the EU meant...
listen to the member there saying it's somehow all to do with Brexit. Is that the case across Europe, where there's been rising tensions related to immigration?
All hate crime. I mean, there's been hate crime long before Brexit, but I'm just saying from my perspective here, I've really seen a rise in the rhetoric here in this House, for example, and I don't think anybody can deny that. People were promised that leaving the EU meant taking back control of their borders, and that was never true. And Brexit did not solve the root causes of division and discontent. It made them worse, and the data on the rise of racism lays testimony to this. Communities failed by those elected to represent them, with no access to affordable housing, years of economic decline and the feeling of being left behind were easy targets to blame. And that is what figures like Nigel Farage thrive on: deprivation and division. And it is on us to ensure that we do not allow that politics of fear to take root here. The recent report from the Peace Research Institute Oslo makes this clear. Far-right rhetoric often seeks to appeal to the disaffected citizens. Deprivation fuels hate crime and can predict where violence is most likely. What is needed now is not more finger-pointing or complacency, but an executive-wide approach that recognises the scale of the problem and delivers decisive action. That is why our motion calls on the Executive to combat all forms of hate crime, and I'm talking about all of the Executive Ministers, because this is not actually the responsibility of one department alone. It requires a collective response. The Minister of Health must tackle health inequalities. The Minister for Communities must tackle the housing crisis. The Minister for the Economy must go further and faster to tackle regional imbalance. And the Minister for Justice must urgently bring forward hate crime legislation. And Minister, I have listened really carefully to your response, and I would welcome closing the time frame on bringing forward a standalone hate legislation. I don't think we can stand still on that based on what is happening out in the wider community. And you have been the Minister for Justice for half a decade. I do welcome I want to get through this. I'll come back to you, Paul. I do welcome your response to closing that gap and building upon this, and hopefully within this mandate. And I welcome some progress that is being made, but it's frustrating that we may not see that standalone legislation in this mandate. The Minister points rightly to the collapse of these institutions as one reason, but that cannot be used to mask the fact that wider executive response has been subpar at best. And even when the First and Deputy First Minister came together to jointly condemn the rise in sectarianism and hate crime, the very next day they were at loggerheads over a jobs fair in Derry. This is why leadership really matters. Not just leadership in front of the cameras, but consistency in words and actions, both in public and behind closed doors. And this has not been a very nice environment in this Assembly floor for the past couple of weeks. It is a very toxic environment, and I would urge members to be really, really careful. As I said before, this trickles down into our communities, and we have seen it in our streets over the weekend as well. It is playing out in our communities right now. Families in North Belfast forced from their homes by intimidation, healthcare workers fearful of actually just going home, minority communities boarding up their windows against attack. That is the reality of life for many of those across our islands. And while the Tackling Paramilitarism, Criminality and Organised Crime programme has been extended, it's unclear that it's actually even delivering and having the impact that is intended, but yet we're just throwing more money at it. Paramilitaries still operate in our communities, and that is a fact. For many, particularly women, it is the coercive control and blackmail that causes the deepest of harm. We must break the cycle of quiet condemnation followed by no serious action. I am not ignorant to the difficult financial situation that we face. Resources are stretched. And as members right across this House have said, time and again, we are told that the PSNI is at breaking point, and we remain 1,000 officers short of what would be sustainable. And that is worrying. We cannot allow our streets to be controlled by those intent of stoking tension and division. The Minister of Finance must work with the Justice Minister to ensure the resources are there to recruit more officers and to give our courts the capacity to properly prosecute hate crimes. Words are not enough. There must be accountability in the system, and yet, yes, we must take back control, but not in the divisive way that was used to actually tear us apart. We must take back control of the narrative around immigration and its value to our society. And as others have said right across this House, our minority communities are indispensable to this region. Our health, our hospitality, our care sectors would collapse without the workers who keep them running. Our LGBTQ+ community bring joy, light and resilience to a society that is often weighed down by division, yet there is disgusting language used that puts a foot on the neck of a very, very small trans community in our society. Today was no exception. We will be voting against the DUP amendment. The DUP amendment attempts to shift blame away from the Executive as a whole, while failing to put forward solutions that are fit for purpose. Instead, they reinforce the status quo. The status quo is clearly not working. This should be a moment to come together with a collective sense. I will give way.
Would she also agree with me that it would be wrong to target a young individual, male or female, from Derry, who is a member of the armed forces?
For hate crime, I would absolutely say that you should not tackle anybody. I mean, hate is hate, no matter where it is. This should not be a moment to come together with a collective sense of purpose. It should be a moment to ensure the safety, security of all our people, regardless of race, ethnicity or background. We may not always agree on everything in this chamber, but what we should agree is no one should fear for their safety in their home. No one should be afraid to walk down their street, and no community should ever be scapegoated for the failures of those in power. Let us prove once and for all that hate has no home in the North. Thank you.
I'm ready to go. Thank you very much indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, before I put the question on amendment number 1, I would remind members that if it is made, I will not put the question on amendment number 2. The question is that the amendment number 1, standing in the names of Paul Frew and Trevor Clark, be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? No. I think. Clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Order! Members, thank you. Please resume your seats. The question is that amendment number 1 be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? Do we have tellers? Order! Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Brian Kingston and Paul Frew. Tellers for the no are Matthew O'Toole and Sinead McLaughlin. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Off we go. Secure the doors. Order. Members resume their seats. Clerk, could you please read the result?
73 members voted, 27 members voted aye, 46 members voted no. The amendment therefore falls.
Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, the noes have it. Unfasten the doors. Move on to the next question, that the amendment number 2, standing in the names of Paula Bradshaw, Connie Egan, Sean Mulholland and Kelly Armstrong, be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? There we go. Order. I have been advised by the party whips in accordance with Standing Order 27(1)A, subparagraph B, there is an agreement we can dispense with 3 minutes and move straight to the division. So I now call for tellers. Do we have tellers? Ladies and gentlemen, order! Order! Come on, everybody. Right. Order. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Nick Matheson and Andrew McMurray. Tellers for the noes are Brian Kingston and Paul Frew. Clear the lobby. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clear the doors. Order. 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 Clerk, could you please read the result?
66 members voted, 39 members voted aye, 27 members voted no. 3 members who voted in both lobbies are not included in these results. The amendment is therefore agreed.
Okay. Unfasten the doors. Ladies and gentlemen, the question is that the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? Order. I have been advised by the party whips in accordance with Standing Order 27(1)AB that there is an agreement that we can dispense with the 3 minutes and move straight to the vision. So I now call for tellers. Do we have tellers? Ladies and gentlemen, order. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Daniel McCrossan and Andrew McMurray. Tellers for the noes are Paul Frew and Brian Kingston. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure the doors. Ladies and gentlemen, order. Members will resume their seats. Clerk, could you please read the results?
66 members voted, 45 members voted aye, 21 members voted no. The motion is carried.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. And before we move on to the next order of business, we just take our ease in the top table before we get ready. Thank you very much indeed. The doors.
Okay, members, the next item of business is a motion from the opposition on access to CAR-T cell therapy. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That this Assembly notes with sadness the recent passing of young Armagh mother Catherine Sherry in King's College Hospital, London, where she was receiving CAR-T cell therapy for lymphoma, recognises the urgent need for equitable access to CAR-T cell therapy in Northern Ireland, calls on the Minister of Health to urgently deliver a local service to avoid the separation of sick patients from their families and the complications and costs associated with travel for treatment in England or Scotland, and further calls on the Minister to work in the interim with his counterpart in Dublin to ensure that CAR-T cell therapy is available to patients from Northern Ireland on the island of Ireland.
Thank you. I call on Colin McGrath to move the motion.
Moved.
Thank you, Colin. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour for this debate. The proposer will have 5 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 3 minutes. Colin, please open the debate on the motion.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Principal. It would be entirely remiss of me not to commence this debate without mentioning someone who made a significant impact on so many people's lives. I am referring, of course, to Catherine Sherry, a young mother from Armagh who lost her life earlier this year while receiving CAR-T cell therapy in London. Her aunts are representing the family today in the public gallery, and I thank Anne and Marie for being with us and for the way that they have raised this issue and want to see a resolution to the problems. Principal Deputy Speaker, Catherine should never have had to travel hundreds of miles away from her home and from her family in the final months of her life. Who of us could imagine having to do this? It is unbearable and it is heartbreaking. That is the human cost of this gap in our system. And Catherine's family and many others who are here and have reached out to us today remind us that behind every one of those statistics, there is a life, there is a family, and there is a community. CAR T-cell therapy is one of the most advanced life-saving cancer treatments available today. It is already being delivered in Dublin, soon in Galway, and in various centres across Britain. Yet here in the north, our patients must travel to London, to Manchester, or Glasgow. They face separation from loved ones, the stress of travel, the additional costs, and all while they are battling cancer. Whatever way you slice it, it's just cruel and it is plain wrong. What we have now isn't working. Families are being forced into impossible choices, and people here are being denied equitable access to treatment that others on these islands can receive closer to home. The motion before us is simple. It calls on the Health Minister to urgently deliver a local CAR T-cell service. Belfast is in many ways a trailblazer when it comes to cancer care, with the Professor Patrick G. Johnson Cancer Centre, but it should be a centre of excellence for cancer care, and we cannot keep pushing delivery out to the next decade. Those battling cancer simply don't have years to wait. And while we work to build that service here, there is an immediate step we can take. We could cooperate with Dublin. St James's in Dublin is already treating patients. Galway will soon be operational. It makes no sense that patients from Newry, Armagh or Derry must fly to London when some of the best cancer clinicians in the world are just down the road. This is about fairness, but it is also about compassion. And it is about justice for families who have already endured too much. I want to say to the families who are here today, we see you, we hear you, and we will keep fighting for you. This Assembly cannot bring Catherine back, or any of those who have lost in this most indiscriminate and horrible disease. But we can make sure Catherine's story is the last of its kind. So let us resolve today that no one in the north will be left behind in the fight against cancer. Let us deliver CAR T therapy here, and in the meantime, while we get ready to do that, if it's going to take a number of years, let us work with our neighbours to provide care close to home. Those battling this illness want to live. They don't have the luxury of time. So let's not leave them waiting any longer. Thank you.
Thank you, Colin. I call Philip McGuigan.
Before I get to the specific subject of the motion, I think it's important that we consider the broader context of how cancer care is being delivered here in the North. Cancer Strategy, published in 2022, set out a vision for transforming outcomes, improving access and embedding person-centred care. But yet, nearly 3 years on, implementation remains slow, underfunded and fragmented. Cancer patients are already being let down by delays in waiting times for diagnostic testing. These delays add stress, uncertainty and, in some cases, could impact on patient outcomes. We cannot compound that injustice by denying access to cancer therapies being delivered as close as home as is possible. So I'm clearly supporting the motion today, and I thank the SDLP for bringing it to the Assembly. Can I join the proposer by acknowledging Catherine Sherry and her sad loss, and also by welcoming her family members to the Assembly. Their courage in sharing their family's very personal and heartbreaking story to raise awareness of the lack of CAR T treatment here in the North Also, the toll that travelling for the therapy can have on both the individual receiving the treatment and their family, and also the additional risk factors of infection that can arise from having to travel on public transport, including planes, waiting in busy spaces such as airports. So the implications of all of these are real, they are preventable, and they must be addressed. CAR-T therapy is a breakthrough in cancer treatment. It offers hope where hope was perhaps run out. Patients here should not have to travel hundreds of miles for this treatment. They should not have to travel outside of Ireland. Not when Dublin's St James's Hospital, just 60 miles away from where Catherine lives, offers the same therapy. The Minister has stated that he is working towards a new regional haematology ward within Belfast, which will enable patients to receive CAR-T locally. That investment is welcome. However, by his own admission, this will be 2030 at the very earliest, assuming there are no unforeseen delays. The Minister also acknowledges that the time taken to put in place the necessary arrangements to enable patients to access treatment in Dublin is nuggetry work when plans are in place to open a regional ward. But I would ask the Minister in his response today if he could provide the detail on how long precisely he believes that the process to put in place an island-wide arrangement would take. I would think it is something that should be straightforward and take very little time. And also how that time frame compares to the at least 5 years wait for a local service for patients here. If the answer is anything less than 5 years, then surely he must act to get that arrangement in place now. In conclusion, access to life-saving healthcare should not be constructed by the boundaries of the system. We need an all-Ireland approach to this issue.
Thank you, Philip. I call Diane Dodds.
Thank you. First of all, can I say thank you to the Sherry family for being here today, and indeed for speaking so openly about Catherine, her illness and her treatment. I understand that this is an exceptionally brave thing to do. And therefore to Fergal, to Manus, to Thomas and Donal and the wider family circle, we extend our heartfelt sympathy. As others have said today, CAR-T is an exciting, relatively recently developed treatment for some blood cancers in both children and adults. And as I understand it, and probably Minister, this is the most simplistic thing, it's important to acknowledge that T cells are the blood cells of the immune system that protect from foreign invaders, and CAR-T therapy reprograms the body's own T cells to more effectively target and destroy cancer before being infused back into the individual. It's a living drug that can grow and expand and form memory and potentially protect the patient lifelong. But it is not provided in Northern Ireland. And there are arrangements with the NHS centres in Great Britain to treat patients requiring CAR-T. And I'd be interested, Minister, if you could tell us how many patients have had to travel to England and against the number who might have benefited from it in the past. Action 22 of the Northern Ireland Cancer Strategy was to continue to monitor the viability of providing specialist services like CAR-T in Northern Ireland. And while the Belfast Trust has submitted that business case to the Department for the new regional haematology ward with improved facilities, surely we should not allow the perfect to be the enemy of progress, and we should try and see if we can offer that in a much more proactive way and much sooner, so that others can benefit from this life-saving treatment. We know that there are significant side effects associated with CAR-T therapies, and people who receive this will have to have a multi-professional approach. So again, Minister, we'd like you to give us some more information around the clinicians that would do that. We are confident that we have world-leading cancer clinicians in Northern Ireland. We need to give them the tools and the permission to get on with the standards that we would like to see. We have no difficulty with cross-border cooperation to receive that greater ease of access to much-needed treatment. But I want to say this, and I make no apology for saying this. We want to see, and I'm sure this Assembly agrees with me, that this life-saving treatment available here in Northern Ireland for our friends, our family and our community.
Sorry. Thank you. I call Nuala McAllister.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I want to thank the Member of the Opposition for bringing this motion today. It is a particularly emotional topic, and I want to begin by paying tribute to Catherine Sherry and her dear family. I can only imagine, as a mum, what Catherine went through in her final few months, being separated from her young family. It's really distressing for anyone, no matter how sick or well they are, to be away knowing that it will impact on your family life. When Catherine was diagnosed in September of last year, many MLAs, MPs were already asking questions regarding speeding up cancer treatment right across the island and east-west, but unfortunately not much has changed since then. But I'm hopeful that perhaps by working together and ensuring that we bring the voices to this chamber and to the public, that perhaps we can have a change in Northern Ireland. I understand that it's a specific type of immunotherapy for blood cancer. I can't pretend that I knew everything about it before this debate today, but my colleague Saoirse Eastwood MP, who many are aware of her personal circumstances, has been lobbying the Health Minister herself, using her husband's experience in Northern Ireland, in particular the haematology ward at Belfast City Hospital, to shine a light on the lack of services there, not because of the very dedicated work of our health professionals, but I wonder if the Minister can provide any additional clarity around that timeline that the previous member has spoken to and the business case for this project. We understand it's not as simple as funding, and it also requires workforce, it requires facilities, but I'm sure by putting our heads together and making it happen that it can be done. I understand as well that the Republic is running its service at capacity and have stated that they couldn't cope with additional patients. But given that it is much easier to transfer between Dublin to Belfast than it is to get on a plane and be separated from your family there, it is worth exploring that issue. We need creative solutions, and we need to ensure that we can actually bring a change here that will change everyone's lives and their families affected. I want to end by the same way that I begun and paid tribute to Fergal, and continuing on the work of Catherine, who has shown incredible strength and bravery to help save the lives of others at such a devastating time for him and his family. So thank you to the Sherry family.
Thank you, Nuala. I call Alan Chambers.
Well, Deputy Speaker, first and foremost, I want to extend my deepest sympathy to the family and friends of Catherine Sherry. Her tragic passing is a stark reminder to us all of the unbelievable, cruel nature of cancer. As a mum of 3 young boys, Catherine's case is particularly poignant and upsetting. Thankfully, over recent decades, there have been significant progress in the treatments and interventions available. CAR-T cell therapy represents one of the most significant breakthroughs in cancer treatment in recent years. That level of advanced treatment now offers hope, where in the past there would have been very little. However, the arrangements here are far from ideal. Indeed, it has seen patients being separated from their loved ones at the very moment they need them most. The absence of a CAR-T service locally is not just an issue of geography, it's an issue of fairness. It is about ensuring that a postcode does not determine whether someone can spend their last days surrounded by family or in a hospital hundreds of miles away. I do welcome, however, the fact that instead of trying to justify or explain the current problems away, the Minister of Health here has been very upfront in his assessment that he wants to see the position changed. and that the mechanism to see a local service introduced here is the delivery of a new regional haematology ward in the Belfast City Hospital. Thankfully, that project has been prioritised to proceed, although I do acknowledge that it will take some time. As regards an all-island solution, it is not just as straightforward as adopting a new policy this side of the border. Perhaps the Minister will update us later, but access to CAR T-cell therapy in the Republic is already, as others have said, running quite close to maximum capacity. And as such, a bit like us, they are in the process of investing in future haematology capabilities. But overall, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would support and call for equitable access to CAR T therapy for our citizens, and thankfully that does appear to be the direction of travel currently underway. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. I call Orlea Flynn.
I'll ask Concolia, and I also rise to support the motion that's been brought today by the SDLP and the opposition. And again, similar to other members that have referenced Catherine's family, as MLAs and representatives, we're obviously rising with sadness, but hopefully a bit of determination following tonight's motion. Sadly, as we've been told, we are reminded of the recent passing of Catherine Sherry, a young mother from Armagh who travelled to London for CAR T cell therapy, and in her story we see the deep human cost of a system that unfortunately forces people at their sickest and most vulnerable to leave their families, leave their communities and their homes to access life-saving treatment. CAR T therapy is not experimental, it's life-saving, it's proven, and it offers hope to people with blood cancers when all other options have failed. And across this island, thousands live with conditions like multiple myeloma or lymphoma. For many, CAR T may be their only chance. The devastating truth is that this treatment is available just 100 miles away in Dublin at St James's Hospital, yet patients here can't access it, not because of capacity or funding, but because we can't get agreement as yet, and hopefully we'll get an update from the Minister in terms of his conversations between our Department of Health and the counterparts in Dublin. We are told, and we have heard, that a CAR T facility in Belfast may not open until 2030, and only then after accreditation. That is at least 5 more years of patients being forced onto planes to go to London or Manchester when they could be driven to Dublin in an hour or two. So while this progress is welcome, the reality remains that people in the north are still being sent across the water to England or to Scotland, and that means long journeys, financial strain, emotional hardship and separation from their children, their partners and their support networks at precisely the time that they need them most. I do welcome the Minister's commitment to develop the haematology therapy services here locally, and I do know, as was pointed out by the last speaker and others, this work is absolutely complex. But the worry is that those services might still take years to establish, and patients today living with these illnesses don't have years to wait. So for them, linking with Dublin is the practical and most compassionate solution. People on these islands should have access to health services close to their homes, or as close as possible to their homes. And it's not ideal that families are put onto planes when a world-class CAR T service already exists in Dublin. So let's be clear that while we support the building of a local service, we must also support the Minister to hopefully get an agreed pathway, all-island pathway, if that's possible, so patients here in the north can access these treatments in Dublin. So again, just a special welcome and mention to the family members who are here with us tonight, and we're all thinking about you first and foremost.
Thank you, Orlea. I call Alan Robinson.
Speaker, like others, I want to convey my sympathies to the family of Catherine Sherry, the young mother whose story has triggered this debate today. I must admit, Principal Deputy Speaker, that I did not hear the radio programme in which this was initially discussed. I'm not a great follower of the news, but I have since read the story online. Dying miles apart in King's College Hospital in London, away from her 3 sons, is heartbreaking, unimaginable. CAR T cell therapy is groundbreaking and potentially life-saving treatment for certain cancers. It works by reprogramming a patient's own immune cells to attack cancer cells It has already shown positive results in clinical trials and real-world applications, offering hope to people who may have run out of other treatment options. Right now, though, patients travel to England or Scotland to receive treatment. There is an obvious financial outlay, having to pay for travel, accommodation and lost income during their time away. As a country, we need to do better and have cutting-edge treatments like CAR-T therapy available here on our doorstep in the heart of Northern Ireland. Northern Ireland must not be left behind when it comes to healthcare. We cannot continue to rely on the goodwill of distant hospitals or the limited availability of services in England and Scotland. By establishing a local service, patients could have equitable access to this life-saving treatment without the added hardship of travel, even to Dublin, particularly for people who I represented on the far north coast of this province. Unless I'm missing something, this should not be an impossible task. Other regions of the UK, including Scotland, have managed to provide local CAR-T cell services, and I will be interested to hear why we are lagging behind. We have some of the very best hospitals, world-class in fact. We have world-class staff. We should therefore be on a par with the very best. I therefore look forward to the Minister's comments today. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. So I now call on the Minister for Health to respond. And Minister, just to remind you of up to 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and thanks to Mr McGrath for bringing the motion and to all the members who contributed. And like them, I want to begin by offering my deepest sympathies to the family of Catherine Sherry. I know it has been a very difficult time for her husband, the 3 young sons, the wider family, and her friends and community. Members will have heard me say many times that in an ideal world, when somebody needs health and social care, they will get it at home. And if it's not possible to deliver it at home, as close to home as possible. So asking people to travel to Great Britain, I hope members will recognise, for me, is counter-strategic, it is counter-intuitive. But currently, it is the only option. But it is my ambition to improve patient access to all cancer services, including CAR-T cell therapy, which we are considering today. Chimeric antigen receptor T-cell, or CAR-T cell therapy, is a type of cell-based gene therapy that alters the genes in a person's T cells, and they're a type of white blood cell, and that in turn helps to attack cancer cells. It's highly complex, it's innovative, and it's a specialist cancer treatment, and it's been specifically developed for individual cancer patients, and in particular those with quite advanced cancers and where other available treatments have failed. The therapy can have severe side effects and can only be provided in specialist cancer units which meet a detailed National Health Service specification. Given the very specialised nature of treatment, this therefore limits the options in terms of available specialist centres, and those specialist centres being currently located within Great Britain and the Republic of Ireland. Following confirmation of eligibility for CAR-T cell therapy by an expert panel, patients here are referred to a specialist centre in Great Britain. These are the only specialist centres that currently accept or have the capacity to treat patients from Northern Ireland. Deputy Principal Speaker, we have spoken to colleagues in the Department of Health in Dublin, and the issue is capacity. And Mr McGuigan asks a question. The answer I've got is that it will take longer for us to develop CAR-T therapy capacity. It would take the Republic longer. It would take the Republic longer to increase their capacity than it will take us to develop and replace 10 North at Belfast City Hospital. And I assure members that we've had a North-South Cancer and Policy Group since March of 2023, for about 2.5 years. And if, for example, the Shared Island Fund could be used to advance capacity, I would be going there. But I would invite Mr McGuigan and his committee to maybe test the information that I have been given by officials, which, to repeat, is that we can't do it until we've got the new haematology unit at Belfast City Hospital, and that looks like it's going to be 2030 to 31, and the Republic would take longer to increase their capacity to take on board patients from Northern Ireland. But I want to assure you I'll continue to do all I possibly can to achieve safe and sustainable local service delivery for these services in as short a time frame as I possibly can. There are around just under 700 new patients per annum diagnosed with leukemia and lymphoma here in Northern Ireland. In answer to Mrs Dodds, the number of CAR T-cell patients treated from Northern Ireland in the last couple of years is 28 patients in financial year 2023-24. In financial year 24-25, 11 patients, and the number to date up to August of 2025, this financial year, is 11. And some within this referral figure may unfortunately not proceed to treatment. And as always, we must remind ourselves those numbers are real people, family members, loved ones living in our community. And it's completely understandable there's a sense of urgency about this. It's a sense of urgency which I share. Clearly, the ideal situation is for us to have CAR T-cell therapy services here so that patients can be treated closer to home and avoid that disruption that it causes to family life. I want to assure you work has been ongoing to deliver that CAR T-cell therapy service here. It will be delivered as part of that planned wider cancer service development currently being progressed as part of a new regional haematology ward based at Belfast City Hospital. I'm pleased to advise I've approved the project to proceed and have made funds available, subject to final approvals from departmental officials, to allow development proposals to proceed as soon as possible. But as I say, unfortunately, with a project of this scale, it will take a long time, and it's only expected to be completed in financial year 2030 to 31. And I know when we see this timeline, there will be disappointment and there will be frustration. But I can assure members I want to see this progressed as soon as possible. I very much recognise the benefits of working jointly with the Republic of Ireland, and I've had good meetings with the previous and current health ministers in Dublin on areas of health and social care where there are clear mutual benefits. Officials from both jurisdictions meet regularly. They consider opportunities for cross-border cooperation in cancer service provision, and we want to ensure we can collectively deliver the best possible services and patient outcomes for people across this island. The rate of development of specialist therapies for cancer, the complexity of new regimes, and the standards for delivery make this more challenging than in other health areas. Unfortunately, health officials in the Republic advised their CAR cell therapy service, based at St James's Hospital in Dublin, as members have referenced, is currently operating at capacity, and it cannot support additional patients accessing these services from Northern Ireland on a cross-border basis at this time. So please let us not raise false hope. The Republic is at capacity. We've also been advised by Galway University Hospital plans to commence CAR T-cell therapy later this year are contingent on staff recruitment. That said, the benefits of providing specialist care closer to home are undisputed. In this regard, we'll continue to scope and assess the feasibility of cross-border service models. My departmental officials will continue to work closely with cancer policy and clinical leads in the Republic on the development of opportunities for cross-border cancer services, consistent with the commitments in the All-Ireland Cancer Consortium Memorandum of Understanding. Until we can provide this treatment ourselves, and in the absence of capacity in the Republic, we will continue, I'm afraid, to be reliant on services available in Great Britain, particularly in London and in Manchester, which are currently available to treat patients living here in Northern Ireland. Principal Deputy Speaker, that's the reality of the situation we face today. Like many other members, like all members who contributed to this debate, I wish it were different. Of course I do. But I can only assure members and patients affected that I'm doing all within my power to deliver a CAR T-cell therapy service in Northern Ireland as quickly and as safely as possible.
Thank you, Minister. I'm now calling Justin McNulty to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion. And to advise you, Justin, you've got 5 minutes. Thank you.
23 years ago today, Armagh won the All-Ireland for the first time. I say that because on the 18th of May, I stood in St Killian's White Cross after the funeral celebration of Catherine Sherry, who was buried in St Teresa's Tullyherne, and her mommy told me that the last message Catherine sent to her the day before she died, on the 11th of May, the day of the Ulster final, was "Come on, Armagh." In December of 2024, the Armagh County Board, Paul Duggan, arranged for me to have Sam Maguire, Armagh as All-Ireland reigning champions again, to take Sam Maguire to Catherine's home. It was a very powerful and poignantly sad time, but very cheerful time as well. It gave the family hope, gave them this huge sense of joy that Sam was in their home and they were with their family. So, it's with a sense of both sadness and duty that I speak to this motion today. I do so to remember and honour the life of Catherine Sherry, a young mother from South Armagh who tragically passed away whilst receiving CAR-T cell therapy from lymphoma, for lymphoma in King's College Hospital, London. Catherine's story is heartbreaking. At her sickest and most vulnerable, Catherine was forced to travel hundreds of miles from her home, separated from her loved ones, to access treatment she needed. Her family endured the anguish of distance when what they needed most was to be together. Catherine when she's in hospital in London, she rang home every day and sang to her sons, "You are my sunshine." Catherine was small in stature. By God, she was big in fight. I want to pay tribute to her extraordinary strength and bravery. And her family, even in their grief, have campaigned tirelessly. Her aunts Anne and Mary are with us today in the gallery. Her husband Fergal and her sons Manus, Tomas and Donald are watching on from home. We owe it to them and to every patient in the North living with blood cancer to act. Since CAR-T therapy was commissioned by the NHS in 2019, 70 patients from the North have had to travel to England or Scotland. This is the worst case scenario. Gravely ill people being uprooted, separated from their families and support structures, burdened with needless travel, and our health service paying over the odds for care that could be delivered here. One of the family members upstairs in our meeting told me the loneliness is devastating. The loneliness is devastating. There is a better way. Access to CAR-T services in Dublin will be a huge step forward, but the ideal and most sustainable outcome is the delivery of CAR-T cell therapy here in Belfast. Let us be clear. Senior clinicians in Belfast City Hospital have said they want to deliver CAR-T therapy here and they are fit to do so. The facilities are already there, the expertise is already there, they have enough patients to fund the service. Belfast City Hospital already holds international accreditation. For stem cell transplants, only minimal work is required for CAR-T accreditation. Clinicians say that CAR-T therapy is a vital new frontier of modern medicine and a field of medicine that is rapidly evolving. They say that the health service here is paying way over the odds for patients to access the service. The only missing ingredient is funding and political will. And I must call out the insensitivity from the department in their answer to a question from me, speaking of it being nugatory. We all had to look it up, but when we found out what the meaning of that word, it was very, very insensitive towards the families. The Department of Health has pointed to capacity issues in Dublin as a reason not to pursue cross-border cooperation. That does not hold up. The new CAR-T services will be opening in Galway this year. The department has also said Belfast won't deliver CAR-T until 2030 or 2031. This is 5 or 6 years away. For families living with blood cancer, that's a lifetime. They do not have the luxury of waiting. Almost every part of the blood cancer journey is already administered here in the North. The only missing piece is the CAR-T therapy itself. It's a small but crucial part of the treatment, yet its absence forces patients to leave this island at enormous emotional, physical and financial cost. It makes no sense. We already have the clinicians, the expertise, the demand, the hospital and the accreditations. The department is already paying way more than it should be to send people away when it would cost less to deliver care at home. This is not a question of capacity, it's a question of bureaucracy and priorities. Who are the commissioners of services in the North?
Time's up, Justin.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary of any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The next item on the order paper is the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. Point of order. Sorry?
Who nicked my phone? Somebody stole my phone.
We'll try and get Building Services to find out who nicked your phone. Okay, so the Assembly do now adjourn.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly Chamber. Sound.